Hello everyone and good morning. Welcome back to the Perfect World RMRs for Europe. Vince, the competition has been raging on. We're seeing everyone start to situate themselves in the pool play and figure out where we're going. And today we come back in with a large list of games.
Absolutely. There's a ton of Counter-Strike over the two streams. As you can see here, we're kicking things off on the B stream with the Sangal and Eclot elimination match, a 1-2 game, and then Nemiga take on BetBoom, finishing with Falcons and GamerLegion here on this channel. Of course, there's another stream with a whole bunch of other games going on simultaneously. There's going to be a lot of hearts broken today and a lot of elation for teams making it to the Major and joining the likes of MOUZ.
Yeah, of course, over on the other stream, for the A side of things, you're going to be seeing qualification, teams make it, complete the dream, right? Some squads that were unable to get through yesterday. And of course, remember as well, with how Valve rules work these days, it's a little bit different. If you go through 3-0, you're instantly into that elimination stage, right? It moves you up a little bit, so you want to get through as quickly as possible. Na'Vi couldn't do that. MOUZ, they take their first win in a BO3 against them. Well, first win this year, Vince, out of the games they played against each other to go through to the Major. So that's how the A stream's looking, with some tasty matchups there. And of course on the B stream, similar sort of story here as well. We'll be covering Sangal to open it up. That's up against Eclot, two teams we've seen over the course of the event.
Yep, that's exactly right. We've been fortunate enough to cast both of them. I think both teams... well, I was going to say both teams kind of come into this in a similar standing, but actually that's not the case. I think I expected a lot more from Sangal, and they've been a little bit disappointing. In terms of the stats, they're actually rock bottom of every single stat you can think of, right at the very bottom. The only team above them is Rebels, who's the only team they beat, and Rebels have been eliminated. Yeah. So it's been a rough tournament for Sangal. I think a lot of people expected them to carry over their online form, which is actually really good, beating some top-flight Tier 1 opposition. They just haven't got it done, but we do have our veto. Anubis, Mirage, and Dust 2. Not too surprising for me, considering that the permaban is Inferno, like Sangal just don't play it. Eclot don't play Vertigo. They have quite different map pools, but they do share this sort of middle-of-the-pack Mirage, Anubis type fare. So this is kind of expected. But as I said before, I am concerned about this Sangal squad because other than their win against Rebels, which they won 13-8, they got absolutely hammered. They've only won 5 rounds since that point and 2 big losses.
Yeah, it's a weird one, man, because I think, you know, oddly enough, right, you would expect Sangal to be the better team, have a better sort of result list so far over the RMRs. Whereas for me, it was Eclot that were more impressive individually. They were showing us signs of life. Close runnings versus Falcons. If you missed that one to kick off the whole EU RMRs, they nearly down won it. Simple just went nuts with a diving through the air MP9 on 5 HP. But we'll look at the facts. We'll look where we are today, Vince. BO3, elimination on the line. If you want to stay in it and try and go to the Major in Shanghai, well, it starts and ends here for either one of these teams. We're back into the action then. Sangal on the CT side, fast hit out onto the bomb site, and it's Blitz that comes in with a Glock. They've got site control already. Smoke round towards camera as well. CT's on the move.
And the Romanian contingent of the team has already popped in for one. LNZ's had a rough tournament. Bottom of the stats in terms of Sangal. We're looking to try and make amends. Youngster has been consistently solid over the duration of these maps, but it's Detour locking it down now. Only the 1 kill in return, and it's looking very solid for Eclot's prospects of taking first blood in this elimination matchup. Youngster and Jota have to save their weapons. They do have the Julies and a couple of sets of kits, but nothing too special about that hit. Just Eclot straight in the face, laying down the law and reaping the rewards as a final couple of kills just have the dot put at the end. Jota may be able to hold on to the Julies. It won't be a terrible outtake, but the problem with the Julies, though, they're really good against headless armor and just generally no armor at all. When you start to have head armor in play, they really drop off the edge of a cliff.
Yeah, massively so, right? They feel sick on pistol rounds. As soon as you're spamming into Kevlar, it just feels like you're dinking everyone. So it won't have too much impact. For Eclot, though, it's a nice opening T round. You come out swinging here onto Anubis, do a little bit of damage, get yourself into the groove of the game early, so you can convert off the back of it. Investment into the Galils, MAC-10, and the AKs. And will those Julies of Jota find any more impact? Potentially from this angle, he could still be a bit of a thorn in their side, actually. Playing close on Jail. If they don't clear him, all their attention towards the back of the site. If he swings out, maybe, just maybe. Oh yeah, there it is. Okay, so the Julie's already finding impact, mate. He's farming with them. 2 guns better than 1 in his hands.
If you can still hit those headshots clean and quickly, head armor or not, the Julies are going to lay down some serious pain and suffering. And this would be a very awkward encounter for Eclot, winning the pistol, going into a potential loss. However, you look at the health bars on Sangal, and they'd probably be happier just to save. It really sucks. And the 2v2, the way they've been playing, especially Jota with 3 kills, he's up to 5 already. He's feeling confident. But the chance of you getting out onto the site without either of these two spotting you, and you're 1 bullet from death on both players pretty much, I am very surprised they're going in for the time being. Molotov's also missed. They don't have a kit between the two of them. You're at a point now where the chances of winning this round are so low, but LNZ is delivering. MBQQ lines them up and knocks them down. They do have the finances to go in again for another buy. Maybe that's kind of part of the reason why they went for it, knowing if they weaken the economy for Eclot, they can actually come back and punish Nemiga.
Yeah, this is nice. Let's see it on the replay. The peek out. He was good for the first. Everyone's in his crosshair and he's just firing off shots. Now, as much as the round turns into a moot point for him, right, you can't convert that one. It's good damage onto the T economy, and he gets himself enough cash flow to be able to drop over that orb to Sami. So he's already got himself a scope on the CT side going into the 3rd round. And I want to see him play well today, Vince. You know, we were talking about sort of the level of firepower he can come out with. I feel like it wasn't really there last time around, watching them yesterday, back on the A stream. He wasn't hitting his mark, but we know he's got a ton of talent. Cool. Problem is, though, they're just going back to basics. Hit him with these fast hits towards the A site. Utilities down on camera. LNZ trapped inside of it. He's burnt out. And already, it looks like a real rough start. Especially with the AWP being taken out round towards CT by NQ. Yeah, this isn't ideal whatsoever.
Stuck on the wrong side of the smoke as well is Jota. He wants to activate, knowing that Youngster is coming through on the cams, but there's 2 smokes deployed, and the timer already dangerously close. It looks like they're setting up for exit frags. They'll try and take some of these rifles away while Eclot try and survive. AWP also picked up from MBQQ. Youngster could have the drop on one of these players, but they'll be watching, and MBQQ will deliver.
Terrorists win.
So just the 1 save weapon. All 3 of Eclot post-plant survive. Off to a solid start here on their Anubis T side, and this of course is the map that we casted them first on, Jackie, against Falcons. The 16-13 narrow loss they probably should have won. The T side was razor sharp on that occasion.
Yeah, we saw a ton of talent from them. They're playing some great CS, good calls on the T side. FaZe as well. With the AWP, he was a mean machine. We'll see what he can get up to on this one. Going back into the 4th round, obviously. Far more limited weaponry to work with. Only really what you've dragged over from the prior round, the hands of Jota. Whoa, fast run out. The peekers play from Blitz, and he hits the head, so that's your opening on middle.
Control entirely Eclot's. Ooh, there's a couple of moments there where it felt like the Deagle was going to pop off, but it's the other pistols. Youngster with 2 on the 5-7. Oh, how's he pulled that off? And Detour caught in the side. Just as I was discussing how this guy has been the shining light, the ability to make plays out of nothing he delivers. Eclot will be shocked. Out of nowhere.
He gets underneath it, spams out with the 5-7 for another one, grabs the AK for the final frag.
Nice one, nice fucking goal.
Yeah, all right, that's some energy back in their camp. I mean, that was looking real dire, right? Eclot coming out swinging early on. Around you never should have lost, really. You get the first pick, they've got map control to work with, 5-7s, just run at them. USP connection as well from Sami. And they scavenge those guns straight back. So Sangal, 1 on the board, but more importantly, weapons to work with. So it's not going to turn into a big snowball of a game for Eclot early.
Let's for the entry, though. Instantaneously cracking open the site, there is a slew of smokes. But X-Flower with 2 holds down the trigger and gets a 3rd on top of it. Another individual moment of brilliance in LNZ. should be good for this kill, and that will be the end of the round. They actually line up for him. Gift wrap the double, gift wrap the second round on top of it, and after getting the entry, Eclot are entirely funneled away, just repelled. Much better on the side of Sangal, and it's good to see LNZ getting in early, because coming into this game, he was rock bottom of the stats. To put it in perspective, he played 52 rounds, Jackie, got 15 kills with 49 ADR on the lead up to this map right now, so it's good to see him have a solid start.
In terms of the best of three as a whole as well, weirdly, these two teams have got a lot of overlap in where they feel comfortable with the veto. Mirage has been real rough for Sangal. You've lost it twice at the RMRs already, only getting 5 rounds across both of those maps played, but coming out here on Anubis, they're hitting him heavy. Make sure you get through this one quite cleanly, of course. Could have been risky in the prior round here. You've got all the bells and whistles you need with a disadvantage against Eclot, and they'll convert it. Only the one weapon taken out with Jota, so you won't be too bothered with the rebuy out on him. They've got money to pass around. 10k in the back pocket there for Samit. Youngster with 7. And excluding being able to afford that drop to Jota still leaves him on 7k. So sitting pretty with the cash flow so far. Obviously a couple of concessions made for the T side of Eclot. You've had to pick up the Galils rather than the rifles to afford yourself the luxury of some extra nades. And their T side was good. It was their set pieces that looked really drilled. It seemed like they had the strategy behind it. You could see they put the work in. But LNZ trying to find himself a way to activate early. Squeezes map control off and pushes up. Spam through the smoke, tags onto him though, Vince, and Samit takes a bit of damage too.
Yeah, dropped down to around 50. Good news is though, with a ton of Molotovs and a smoke also in play, they're not going to be pushing him anytime soon, so we can just hold in the more passive angle with his low HP. And look to try and connect. He was the player as well, though, against Falcons that had pretty much no impact. The amount of times that he was saving, he had 3 kills in the first half. It always felt like he was in the wrong place at the wrong time, but Blitz this time on the receiving end. And although weakened, Zmei is still more than capable of punishing straggling players. Oh, excluding. Does he find the window to peek around the corner and shut down both if they line up? It's going to be looking good. excluding nails both. Double headshot. Looking like another round in the bag.
And this is a better look from Sangal so far. More what we were hoping to see from this team. They've had some big results on this map. You beat FaZe 13-2 back at EPL. Taking down Saw, FlyQuest. It's a strong map for them. They know how to play it well. It's Eclot that have been on a bit of an underdog storyline, keeping games close, making you believe there's still more that they can do. How far can they take it over the course of the RMRs? Well, the problem is you reach a roadblock here, right? If you lose this BO3, it's over. It's all said and done. So for everyone on the server, you've got to play your best CS, backs against the wall. Going into that one with the Galils, the utility, they find limited success in the engagements. With 2 players forced to save, yeah, you can hold on to the guns, but Sangal building stock early. And it was this play on the walkout as well. It looked almost like MBQQ had read it. Seen the bit of shoulder on the jiggle out towards main for the extremity push, but he just doubles up with 2 anyway.
And even though coming into this game, we, painting a bit of a bleak picture across the Sangal, when you take into account the 2 losses they've had, albeit complete stomps, were to MOUZ, who made it through 3-0, and Cloud9, who I think a lot of people are underestimating how good this Cloud9 squad is right now.
They're a sick team, dude. They're so fun.
Heavy God and Exile are actually performing really solidly so far. Oh, hold on. I was talking over this round thinking there was no chance. It was a half by Tech9s and the Galil. But yet they've got 2 opening picks out on the B main side. And a real opportunity now to bounce straight back.
Okay. Keeping it interesting, keeping us guessing. And they've got room on this one. I mean, 2-player advantage early. Still nades in the back pocket. They've got 2 smokes. Incendiary there for Kriaz as well. And it's Samay on the bomb site, honed in on his angle. They wanted to cut noise off the back of the early plays, see if they could slow it right down, make them believe maybe they've wrapped off, gone towards the A site. But they're still here, just waiting for the call to come in. You can set yourself up for the smokes over the top. Meanwhile, excluding actually goes for the walkout on mid side. He's caught by MBQ. Now it gets even worse. Thankfully, they are coming in towards the bomb site and staying alive. Looks to be anything but a way for Sangal to get through this one. Sami with a miss on the shot out as well. Slim margins, but nothing for him. It's getting scrappy already. All right, so this is a round you've gone into with what? Basically Tech9s, couple Galils. You've just smacked them down early, been able to convert it off the back of it. And it's all tied up here on Anubis.
Our first kill is super clean. And then, yeah, excluding. You can understand like why he tries to pressure forward once his two teammates have died, try and wrap around the back of the T's, especially if they try and hit the site quick. But in doing so, it was a freebie 3K over onto Eclot's side. Although there's tons of money, Sangal will have a good buy here of their own. LNC's being whittled down though and finished off by Blitz. He drops to 50, but he's got his man, and that's all that matters. And he's seeing excluding again though. He's getting aggressive outside of A. Alongside some A, but Youngster with another 2. He may not be top of the charts in terms of stats, but he feels like an X-Factor player. A player that can make something happen out of nowhere. He's done it twice already. I know Detour and FaZe stuck behind the smokes. Hard to see how they can really progress forward. There's a lot of time left, and they do have control over the bomb. But with excluding's position right now on the quick flank, he should be good for one. No, gets picked off. There's a way forward now. They can go for the rotation.
FaZe walking around to the scope of Sami. If he got that one, you could have planted the seed of doubt that you've wrapped off. They're going for the late adjustment onto the A site. In reality, it's just Detour trapped outside of the B. Chase is able to peek in, find that one, and close it down. Went for a faster play there, hoping for the split push up through Dark, but I mean, really, that's where the round ended before it even got going, right? The 2K pickup from Youngster. He's already had 2 key rounds in this game then. You think back with the 5-7 that put them on the board early. One that felt like it never really should have been their round, right? Sangal just basically throwing caution to the wind, getting aggro. And then again here. It's a nice multi-frag, puts him into a good position. Even with losing excluding on the extremities, Sami was able to set up for the trade back on the peak for the other AWPer. Still got the weapon to work with though. FaZe was damn exciting to watch when we saw him on Anubis originally, Vince, coming into the event. That was the Falcons game. He was the star of the show in terms of the AWPs in that matchup, which is kind of crazy when you think about the other names in the server, right? Yeah. But he was the one that was finding the majority of the impact with the weapon.
Yeah, he was. He's absolutely spot on. I think the thing is, though, that a lot of the impact he had with the AWP was on the CT side.
Yeah.
On the T side, he's running a lot with the rifles, slowed down just a tad, so the best is potentially yet to come in terms of FaZe. The flash is good, but the follow-up damage is there. LNZ at least make sure it's answered back quickly, but he's in an awkward spot right now, out in the open, and with a flashbang alongside it, they're good for the trade. Sami tries to escape through the smoke, but Eclot are on point. The avenging kills there, the follow-up damage, really solid. Making sure that if one of them fell, at least one CT joined them. And we are dead even at 5-5. The thing about this Sangal squad as well, though, Jackie, is they're a really interesting bunch of plays in the sense of, if you're looking for like consistent fragging, just like reliable hands, excluding and Jota are your 2 main men. But if you want that explosive, kind of crazy element, I think it's Youngster. He reminds me a little bit of Madden in his previous teams, where it was like he was this mad dog player that would just go and do crazy things out of nowhere. That's how I feel about Youngster.
Yeah, you just let him off the leash, see what he does, right? If he finds a couple of pickups, play off the back of it. Yeah, he can be a bit explosive at times. I think when he's feeling himself and playing off that energy. We'll see into this one, though. I mean, a bit of a slower start. Eclot back towards the A site. Groups up outside. Ton of nades. You can see him already primed in the hand. Smoke that over towards camera side. Block off heaven. But it's the aggressive AWP that could make the world of difference. Ooh, the flick looked like it was going to be clean, but it's double misses for him. So down and out, more pressure put on his teammates to hold the wave back, and they're already slipping onto the bomb site. That's another one. Go in the way of Eclot. And at this point, even getting out to posture off and hold on to what you've got is an unlikely outcome. xFlow went for the risky maneuver, trapped inside the site with the smoke. Thought maybe he could do something heroic there, but instead falls, and the last two players have got to save on this.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's kind of shades of the same performance we saw from Samay against Falcons, which of course was on this very map. That's why the comparison is so easy to make. Like, in positions where he can thrive, but not quite finding his footing. And as you highlight, it is going to be the save. Eclot 6-5 to the good. Of course, Anubis, a map that a lot of T-sides have success on. So I don't think Sangal are pushing the panic button, not even close. They're in a good spot right now. Pretty even dispersal as well in terms of kills. I mean, FaZe's had a couple of big rounds, but a lot of entry fragging coming in from MBQQ. Lovely shot there in midair, actually.
I was looking into that as well. Apparently with MBQQ, it's pronounced Nubeek.
Nubeek?
Nubeek, yeah. Which actually has kind of a nice ring to it, right?
That sounds so much better.
Yeah,
Nubeek.
than MBQQ, Nubeek.
I apologize.
But now we know, and that's what matters, Vince.
Nubeek, I love that name, actually.
Right? It's got a good ring to it, yeah.
Hey, he's just up, because I thought MBQQ is a little bit meh.
It's a bit hard to say, it kind of sounds like barbecue, but no, yeah, it turns out we were just silly. We were just being silly, Vince. He's got a sick name, we just didn't even
I was
realise.
just thinking it was MBK the whole time. But
Nathan?
yeah, Nathan Schmidt's on the server again. Would love to see that, to be fair.
Yeah, true, dude. Shout out to the legend himself.
Nubeek. I love that name.
Yeah, like Mozambique, right?
Yeah.
2 in the chest, 1 in the head, hit him with a technique.
Nice.
And they've been doing it so far, bro. Like, some awkward rounds, sure, but if you get 7-5 out of this, they're going to be in good stead. And this is where they've been finding success. Again, it's the man we just mentioned, Nubeek. He runs straight in, hits that head of xFlow, rips him to pieces. Survives on 16 HP, sure, but you've already caused a bit of carnage. It's making them believe, okay, are they committed to another fast hit towards the A site? We're going to have to wrap off, move some stock off the defense towards A, towards B, rather. With the limited weapons, and especially utility down the doldrums as well, it's a bit harder for them. Where they've cut noise, they haven't initiated us off the back of it. They're thinking, okay, it's a bit of a fake. You've gone for the initial play towards A. They're going to wrap back on B side. No, they're just buying their time.
Now deciding to execute on 1 minute left on the clock. The flashes are so good, but LNZ able to hold on for 1. They're making so much out of so little. MP9 and FAMAS both chipping in already. But now they're getting up close and knocking on the gate. That's where the AK should thrive. Should start a pommel. Detour with 2. That could be the saving grace of Eclot to get their 7th round. Out into the open comes Jota. And FaZe may miss his shot, but he's lined him up for Kriaz in the corner. And he's getting tagged down. Oh no, another missed shot. Finishes him off with a P250. Hearts in the throats of Eclot for a few moments there, but they managed to limp their way across to a 7-5 half.
Wasn't really the consistent rounds that Sangal were running there on the CT side, but they were thriving when they just had some crazy plays thrown against them, playing on the back foot with pistols on a couple of occasions. Still a close half for what it was. Could have been way more bloated for the T side. And Jota, he started off well early, which is good to see. He's had a good rating, 1.07 at the event. He's kind of been the star of the show, really, in some of the key rounds. If he can keep that up, get a bit of help, like we were saying, with Youngster warming up early as well, Vince, maybe there's some good signs of life going into their second half.
Yeah, just to build on that a tiny bit as well. Like, after 52 rounds, which obviously all the team have played, he's the only player that has a positive kill-to-death ratio. He's +3. Everybody else is in the red, in the minus. -25 for LNZ, and -13 for Youngster.
Nice!
It's been pretty much a one-man effort, as you highlighted. Good to see that there's more supporting castmates now. xFlow's had some good rounds. LNZ's been here for a couple of times, but we'll see how they start on this T half.
Well, there's Julie's again, but this time they're in the hands of Blitz out on mid. Sangal Slow setup, a focus on a late hit towards the B-bomb site. Close molly in case anyone's playing inside a dark. It's only Detour that's here. They started off with 3 players on mid, reading potentially a faster hit. Hasn't come in. They bled into the bomb site. Fadeaway shots from Detour tag, but no real way to convert it. Blitz just spams close into the smoke in case they're looking to walk in towards Temple side. And Detour's going in. Dives through the smoke. Youngster with the first. They wanted to draw the attention off, but one by one they're being able to repel the wave back. And Youngster's left on 10 health.
10 HP, just needs to play behind the pillar and let his teammates do most of the heavy lifting here, take the pressure off him. Oh, but he goes in for that swing and gets punished. And now with the kit, they're going for the defuse. Nubeek's landed the headshot onto Samay. LNC now is the next to fall. Nubeek with a successful bodyguard. Eclot comes steaming out. Take the retake and manage to put it into an 8-5. Sangal going to be bitterly disappointed. They had the player advantage. They had everything going in their favor.
At this point, it was looking horrific for them. You went for the run out, hoping to draw the crosshairs off, didn't work. The trades weren't there. Julies couldn't activate.
Nice! Let's go!
But they're feeling themselves off the back of that one. And fair play, but it's a hell of a round to be able to pull off. It looked rough for them. The second pistol gives you so much more stock to work with. 8-5 split on the score. Push out early for FaZe, looking for the fight and information towards B main, but Jota's there. Ooh, MP9 gets a little bit gory. Actually, 2. No, there's a third even onto Dark. Wait, this is a hellish round. Very back and forth, but it's surprising how much damage he's done.
He got body blocked there. The Molotov wanted to throw that into Temple, so that means he's had to use the smoke instead. Meaning they only have 1 molly left and nothing for the cross. This is where they would have liked to have thrown the smoke in. That one small mistake is having drastic repercussions. And now Sangal in trouble and he gets nailed by Kriaz. It was that small body block that threw off his line of sight. Oh man. You got a feel for them. But at this level of play, that can be the difference.
Counter-terrorists win.
Those little mistakes, that's what adds up. The devil in the details. For Sangal, you've got 2 plants. They've been able to find entries into the site, but all goes a bit skew towards the tail end. And I thought it was a real bad omen with them getting that first pick, but Detour goes on. Not only gets 2 of the frags on the B main push out, but also even gets himself an extra one down towards Dark, buys a ton of time and softens them up. Fair play to him. Great footwork with the MP9. SMG looking devilish, and the reinvestments there. FaZe CT sidewalk. This is what we were talking about earlier. Oh man, meaty nade as well, out round towards A main early. 3 players being lit up from it.
Just got the lone AK-47 and nothing really else on that HE. Touchdown onto Jota. 13 left. Backing away is Nubeek as well. Doesn't have any extra utility, so needs to play the more passive angle. There's no flashes or Molotovs to oust his position and evict him from this platform. So considering there's 2 players in close proximity, this should be a massacre. It will. The floor littered with T-corpses, and the one counteractive play from X-Floud has been quickly silenced. Eclot jump up to 10. And although Sangal will have a bye, the pressure is really being applied now.
And that was the crazy thing about these 2 teams going head-to-head, is obviously it's a very similar map pool. It was almost exactly the way we thought it was going to go, based off their highest pick rate in terms of Anubis, Mirage, and then Nuke being the decider, but it's Dust 2 that was thrown in as the curveball. We'll talk about that later if we get a bit closer, as right now it's Eclot. Looking pretty good on Anubis. They got weapons. Samay on that orb. Peering over the top of the smoke, he's looking for the early entry. Oh, break the smoke, deal the damage. Good connection back onto Detour. So even with the low HP players, they can posture off early. You haven't got to commit to anything, really, but Blitz, flash through. Clearing out, paranoid about someone being in the smoke. The single shot makes them go back in. They have a bit of a look about it. They're able to find the headshot against Samay with 2.
Bit of silence on the battlefield right now as Eclot try to just steady themselves a tad. The early bloodshed gone against them, but Kriez is going to try and make a play, catching the timing. A lot of damage to Youngster, but still alive on 9. He knew he was going to get wide swinged into, especially as there was a Molotov on the backside of Con, but he was just wasting time, allowing Sangal to make sure the backstab was a success. And they sharpen the blade. Nuke, though, on 15 kills now. The hero of the pistol round, putting that M4 to use, and with Samay on low HP, LNZ may have his work cut out for him. Gets the kill clean, though. FaZe at range. Afforded a small jiggle peek, but can't nail the shot and has to save. Sangal finally with a bit of success on their T side.
And there's 2 nice shots from Samay. First one's great onto Detour, back of the site. They go for the smart play, look to recover control by pushing out. The flash through, Blitz runs on in, instantly scalped as soon as they got the read that he was there. They fought together. Still looked a little bit scary down into the 2v2. But they get it over the finish line. This was the follow-up shot as well. Mate, even Meteor from his perspective.
Yeah, credit to him, man. He might be missing quite a few shots in their opening game against Falcons, but there's nothing wrong with that. That is crisp. Just a small pixel over the top of the wall and exploits it. But I think the problem with him, for me, Jackie, is the consistency. Like, you'll have a round like that where he gets 2 really nice picks, and then maybe nothing for another 5, and they just get double swinged on mid.
Just giving it right now. Straight back in. Heads up play. Take space on mid. Keep them guessing. When Nubig taking damage on 52. If he posts up, plays it cool like a gangster on the off angle, they're in good stead, but they're really hungry for this trade. And it's Youngster. He knows his way around mid-side. Overwhelmed. Jota on the push back out, 1-for-1 there. But these numbers are going to be favoring Eclot at the minute on the defense. Still a lot of time on the clock. Thankfully, Youngster on the wraparound is able to find that smoke on the corpse of Samay as well. So it does actually bolster what utility they've got to work with. And they've postured back off, looking for the mid walkout. So you split yourself up. It's only the 1 player left on the site. That's Detour inside of Dark. Goes both ways, though. If he peeks in, gets the damage off and stays alive, so he's harassing them and buying time for the rotate, and that's what arrives here and now. And there you go, crumbles to bits towards the end. Eclot converting that one puts them very close to being able to pick up this first map. Sangal, second tactical timeout called in. Money's not amazing, though. You can chat about it, Vince, but they're not really going to have the extra stock they might need.
Yeah, lacking that extra little bit of oomph to pack more of a punch. And yeah, Detour played that so well. Like, as he said, he was like harassing them, like death by 1,000 paper cuts. He didn't need to get the kills. He was full HP. A lot of players would be overzealous. They'd be like, oh, I've done damage, I want my kill.
Yeah.
They peek out, maybe die, and then the round starts to unravel. He takes the damage and he just sits in con. Because he knows they have to cross. He's done his job. Very well played. This double swing out mid, though, just after getting a bit of success, was the perfect retaliation. They had no idea. Eclot have played a very solid Anubis so far. And Sangal, like you mentioned, it's 2 MAC-10s with 3 rifles and a distinct lack of utility. 1 Molotov and 1 HE. Think of all those pesky up-close angles you want to try and cordon off. Well, they can't really do it now.
Can't play it as cleanly as some of the other rifle rounds. There's still some opening utility to work with, at least. The pop flash towards mid, but they've switched up their angles, deviating further back with Kriaz looking for the clothesline with the MP9, supporting the orb in the hands of FaZe, so he can reel them in, then the MP9 shuts them down, or vice versa. LNZ does get 1. It's already a ton of damage. You're hemorrhaging players. You're left in a 3-2 advantage. They shift their focus back towards the A side, but you bled him through the back line. It's only 1 crosshair honed in on you, and that's Detour. So Youngster was looking for the wide swing to fight camera. Nearly still gets what he wanted out of the round. But again, it's limited success. They have at least got a bit of a look in towards the B site. Jota's walked in, so they feel comfortable to commit to this. And those last few bits of util are worth their weight in gold. Block off CT, molly over it to Temple side as well. They can get the bomb down, play for the post plant.
This feels like the last opportunity that Sangal have to snatch this map back and get some form of control. A spray from Blitz on point and barely scratched. And even if Jota gets the first one, he's smoked off from one angle, and now both the CTs know exactly where he is. They both have kits. Got a HE and a flashbang as well. He elects to go and soften them up instead of blowing open that smoke. The spray comes through, but Eclot going for the full defuse. Jota just slightly adjusts his spray and nails Detour to save the day and give Sangal another chance.
You love that one, mate. Go back to basics on it. Don't break the smoke. Just use the HE for the tag damage onto the two players pushed up towards the bomb. Softens them up massively. That HE finding a ton of impact. It means the AK spam can convert it easily. And again, think about how rough this round was, right? That's a 1v3 that Jota picks up on the post plant. Just spamming through the smoke, reading the room on where they'd be.
Nice try.
Oh, getting to him a little bit, and they're straight back in, looking to brawl up towards mid. Kriaz, MP9 unable to find anything on this one. Running into the abattoir of A site as well. They push out main, but the Carpets player hits the head. They grab the gun, sure, it's a Galil in their hands, but look how much space they've got, Vince. Already rounded through camera onto the site.
I don't know if they saw both players here. They may get baited into thinking it's just the one. They turn attention away. No, they're still watching. So the information came through. He heard 2 footsteps around the corner. What a difference that makes. If he goes unchecked in the main side, that could have been a catastrophe for Sangal. Instead, they pluck him out, leaving FaZe all alone, and an 8th round will follow. And considering this was a full-on investment into the round as well, Eclot will have barely anything to play with. Sangal could be on the fast track for an 11-9 score, really bringing that deficit down. We could still have a few twists and turns yet here on Anubis. I think that's why you saw that frustration from Detour slapping the chair, because he knew they were about a second away from that defuse, and that probably was the map on top of it.
Yeah.
In this very important match.
Terrorists win.
It's almost felt like there has been a bit of a curse looming over Eclot on Anubis in this RMR, right? Every time they get really close to closing games, when they get 11 rounds on the board, that's where things start to turn a little bit problematic for them. 2 bizarre rounds in this game, and one of them being, of course, the 1v3 from Jota there. This time they play it nicely, take their picks, they hold their own, the defense playing for the anti-eco.
Good job.
You've done the damage. I mean, Eclot, no money in the coffers whatsoever. Only Detour with the P250, everyone else in the starting pistols, the USPs. Can't play it like a gun round. They group up, take control down towards Dark. They got the dink off, but no conversion. Youngster, he's got the full read, knows where they are. You can throw the nade in, soften them all up.
What? Excuse me?
Hello?
2 kills? Not like this, Sangal. And considering that Youngster is low as well, that HE is going to be so much damage. It's a nuke going off in con. Oh, Sangal, that is wet. That was like a P250 and 4 USPs, I think.
Yeah.
And they lost 3 players and nearly lost the round. Oh, they want to put that one in the back of their mind as fast as possible.
Yeah, forget about that one. Probably don't think about that again.
Hey, we won, boys.
Clean round. Yeah, no, this is crazy. Okay, so it was the lineup for him as well, with Detour just spamming back on the PT50. Ooh, right. Well, scary stuff, but they get through it. Game's afoot again. Eclot, you've got money. Sangal coming back to life. They've got their second win on the T side. They're able to make it far closer. It's 11-9 now. Youngster on the off angle outside of A main. We've seen a lot of pushes from Eclot. They like to get aggro, obviously try and take space back if you show presence on the other side. He went out on that one. The off angle to Youngster. If it's uncleared, it could be shot in the back of the head and it all goes wrong. This has his nades down towards Dark, though. Incendiary primes, if he gets contact, you can burn off the close out, get the smoke down as well. It's already starting to run a bit dry, though. You've got these nades primed, sure, but if you throw those out, a minute and 10 seconds left on the clock, there's not going to be much left for the late round. They're walking in. LNZ tries to go contact on A main.
The right idea, but the wrong position. They're actually stacked on the left-hand side, just behind the pillar. New beacon FaZe. So those Sangal have at least cleared one angle. They also haven't been peeking it. So as far as they're concerned, someone may have also crossed again to the platform. LNZ is tight, playing anti-flash.
Wow.
Yes. What a shot that is round the corner, and that could bait them into a false insecurity as they go out looking. If LNZ goes unchecked, this could be a complete disaster. And yes, FaZe turns his back. He was already looking up at cams. Kriaz, though, has gone in for another kill and a plenty of damage to Jota. 2v2 with 20 seconds. The bomb will be getting planted momentarily unless Detour can deny this. And with him putting the pressure onto LNZ, it forces Jota off the bomb. And Eclot successfully get themselves into 3 map points.
Back and forth blows on the round. Looking scary with some of the fights. Even with Jota and low HP, don't count him out, man. I'm thinking maybe there's room for him to expand this round back, get a way in for them. But no, not this time. So match point is confirmed. They've got 12. It's just about closing it. Third tactical timeout going to be used for Sangal as well. Last opportunity for everyone to say their piece, for Jumpy to get involved as well, the coach of the team.
That is such a great shot from Kriaz. And he also gets a second one as well here up in heaven. Really nice fragging by Eclot. In the way that they've been playing so far. On the first match we saw them against Falcons, that 11-11 crazy clutch from Simple, which basically got them into OT. Another day, Eclot could be in like a 2-1 matchup right now. The way they've been playing over the duration of this tournament. I think they've been a very big surprise for many people of how well they've played. And Sangal is surprised for a different reason. Some people I even heard saying they think Sangal will make it through to the Major. Well, right now, they're on the brink of being a map down facing elimination.
Yeah, that's the brutal reality that you're facing. If you pick this one up, we move on to the second. That'd be Mirage. It's Eclot's map pick, but they share a lot of similarities in the pool, so it won't be that one-sided. Early trades, it's Blitz and Detour. So Jota's out of commission, bombs being planted on the site. They've already found their way in. Youngster actually could be a huge linchpin here. Has he got the trigger discipline though? He's hearing all the footsteps. Oh, problem is they find him on the run out. Still able to grab one scalp. He gets the adjustment shot off onto FaZe. He thought he was in a round-winning position there.
Oh,
Kriaz. Clipping goes wrong for him. Bounces the smoke back. And they give it up. No looking towards the side, so no room for the retake. Keep the weapons alive. Give this one up. It will go 12-10.
it's fine. He's like, I'm smoking for us to save, boys. It's fine. No problems. We'll use that. We'll keep on to our weapons, 2 AKs and an AWP. Yeah, obviously that was very much to ride the light. I think, to be fair, they were reaching that point of critical mass with the bomb where going for a retake probably wasn't the call anyway. It was so low, and you got 3 separate angles to deal with. Pretty rough economy as well at that point, so I think, you know, the save is definitely the correct decision. They are down now to a couple of pistols, but they didn't want to fully pull the trigger on this buy, it seems. They're all around $2,000. So you can see they could have rummaged together a buy, like Nuke could have dropped, Kriaz could have dropped, but they want to play basically for the distance, but also give themselves a chance to outright win. FaZe gets the pick, but gets traded immediately.
Samay might not have the AWP, but he's making the AK look like one. Detour's able to reposition and get the scope back in play, though. Oh, up close towards Dark. Blitz. Deagle in his hands. He's got nades, but on the peek out, it's a slight angle that works in favor of Youngster. Quick tap. Detour, 3 bullets in the magazine. Can he show us something show-stopping? Smokes out, make it uncomfortable for him, restrict his vision. He just wants to buy time for Nuke on the backstab as well. He's got his man. Lines that one up onto xCloud. Youngster gets ahead of the smoke, trying to work his way in, but Samay falls in the meantime to Nuke, and now all the pressure's on Youngster. He's going to phase past him. Footsteps being heard. They're aware of his angle. No one wants to peek. No reason to. Bomb's cold down on the ground. All you got to do is post up at this point. Don't give him 1v1s.
Oh, good shot. There is Detour. You said, can he pick up the AWP and have impact? Yes, he certainly can. Reroutes them off the site and dials in the all-important 1-0 scoreline. It looked like it was going to be history repeating itself with another OT on Anubis, but they managed to bag it and finish it off quicker.
Yeah, they closed that one down. This time around, obviously, it's been a bit of a rough run for them at the RMRs. I feel like there's been so much stock to this team where they make you believe they can do great things. And this is a matchup where Sangal, in reality, probably should be the favorites, right? They're playing higher caliber opposition in terms of their more recent performances, the games they're sort of grinding out for Eclot. It's a lot of domestic competition. They grind, Vince. They play a ton of online, winning domestic events. But here showing up, finally getting themselves a map conversion on Anubis this time around, picking this one up. Bodes well for the series. That's going to be Mirage that comes up next as well. Sangal. They had their moments on that game, especially early into it. It felt like they were kind of given a bit of plot armor in some of the rounds they're winning as well. So for it to pan out the way it does and Eclot stop it from getting out of hand, it's going to feel a little bit rough for them.
My concern here, as we're just watching over how we got to that 13-10 scoreline, is it felt to me that if Sangal were going to win this series, Anubis had to be theirs.
Yeah.
Because when you look at Mirage, this is the map that they've got 5 rounds on in 2 losses, albeit you have to put the caveat in, that's MOUZ and Cloud9 they played, right? So it's not scrub teams that they're playing like legit heavy hitters. But then Dust 2, they've played it 3 times recently, 0% win rate. So when you look at the stats and you look at the map pool, doesn't bode very well for Sangal, especially with how rough they're playing right now, with some key players not quite hitting the mark. Sumay, on your screen, has had moments, but again, it's that consistency that has been the problem. And again, FaZe ends up being the best AWPer on the server.
Yeah, FaZe was able to pull off some nice plays. Jota again as well, you know, he was the star man for the team coming into it. He showed us signs of that again. Had some nice plays individually, he was winning the rounds. And you can see the twists and turns of emotions for Eclot. That one probably making you think, all right, this is a breaking point round, right? Losing that 1v3 clutch. But they still close it. Doesn't have to be overtime, doesn't have to be an upsetting affair to start off the day for them in the elimination best of 3, and that's the brutal reality. That's what we're facing here, Vince. One of these 2 teams will be knocked out come the end of this best of 3.
Yeah, exactly. And if you're looking at the overall, I'm not just saying this because Eclot won the first map. I think if you look at the overall standing of how the teams have got to this point, for me, Eclot have been the better team. When you see the teams they've played against, how far they've gone with Falcons, they should have won that straight up. It's just a crazy simple thing that happened. You look at this Eclot team and they've been really impressive to me. Also, Kriaz top fragging is a player that you don't often see up there, like, you know, doing the heavy lifting for Eclot. It's normally the detours of this world. So to see him also popping off is great news if you are on the Eclot camp. 17 kills, 13 deaths, but 12 assists, tons of impact. As you saw, the fact he was over 100 ADR, 4 multi-kill rounds, and 6 opening duels. The stats don't lie. He has just had an unreal map.
Yeah. The opening duels gives him so much more to work with as well. You could feel it in the rounds, right, where he was just able to get their number each and every time. And this is the map we were working with. This is what we were talking about coming into things here. We kind of expected it to be a nuke decider on this one because the overlap of the 3 maps that they play. Dust 2 is a bit of a curveball. And it is kind of worrying to think about it. As much as that's a 13-10, I don't know if it paints the full picture of how the game's really gone for them, Vince.
Yeah, I think the other thing as well is Ancient was a big part of this series because it's a map that Eclot love playing. They're very, very good. They have like 75% win rate on 25 maps played. And I think it was a respect ban tossed in actually from Sangal that's kind of opened up the Dust 2 potential 3rd map. So that's the way it goes sometimes, you know, showing that respect. The problem is you've lost the first map, now you're in trouble.
Yeah, they are indeed. We'll see. Elimination best of 3 here for the Perfect World RMRs. Join us in a few as we get back into the 2nd map.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one.
Hello everyone and welcome back. First map, Vince on Anubis there, 13-10 scoreline. Eclot get it over the finish line, lock that one down. We set our focus on Mirage, second map in the series. Obviously this one paints a bit of a sour note really, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. I mean, when you look at the stats, it doesn't bode great for Sangal, but again, they've lost it twice, basically, is where we're coming from in the RMRs, against MOUZ and also Cloud9. We discussed this just before. It's the nature and how they lost. It's not like they were losing 13-10, 39, making a real go of this. They got absolutely annihilated on both times. So that's a little bit of a concern. You can see there in that 0-2 bracket. The thing is, though, before those two results, if they hadn't played Mirage, we'd be looking at this thinking, that's not a bad pick, actually, for Sangal overall. So I maybe put that into context of them not playing against, like, a tier 1 opposition right now in Mirage. Maybe there's a way forward. Plus, to be fair, Jackie, if you've just been spanked twice in a row on a map, you're probably more likely to go back to the drawing board and figure out what the hell went wrong and try and rectify those problems.
Yeah, you'd hope so, right? Obviously,
hopefully.
With the time available, be able to look back over it, figure it out, come back out with something more to be said. You'd like to see more signs of life for Sangal, because weirdly, right, they are kind of the team that you'd expect to be able to post better results against some of the higher caliber teams. Yep. They've sort of had those kind of matchups. For Eclot, you're playing against a lot of lesser opposition, but when it comes down to just showing up on the server, I think that's where they really win in my hearts. That's where we're seeing them play some great CS, like FaZe with the AWP looks great. You've got some tons of talent really as well, like where they pass the baton a little bit. Blitz has his rounds where he gets in, activates early. It just feels like in a head-to-head of the individuals, Vince, that's where they're winning the game right now.
No doubt. I can't really disagree with any of what you've just said. I mean, in terms of individual prowess, realistically, that's where most of the heavy lifting came from. It wasn't like a tactical masterclass in that Anubis performance. It was Detour, Kriaz as well, just going ham. Nuke had a fantastic game on top of it. So you're looking across the board here at Eclot, and like everyone's doing their thing. They're all just kind of thriving in the chaos. Mirage is a map that lends itself to that too. You don't have to have the craziest of strats to do well on this map. So I think when you look at all of the moving parts, there is a certain level of concern for Sangal. Additionally, I was talking about that Ancient ban that they went for. Well, that's a map that Eclot just lost a 13-8 against Sinners on yesterday. So respect ban, but I think it also shows that Sangal don't have much confidence in their Ancient right now. It is a 33% win rate, so they've been struggling on it recently. They've got a fair amount of maps played. Either way, whichever way you spin it, the simple fact is, Sangal, now is the time for you to step up, because if you lose this map, you're out of the major. There's no chance you qualify.
No, exactly. There's no safety net, right? There's nothing else left at this point. It is an elimination, BO3, and obviously that's your run at the perfect world major. Gone. Yep. You don't get to go. You don't get to play. No more to be said or done. And I think for Eclot, they're a team that kind of, throughout this event, we've been getting more into sort of mindset of they're good for upsets. Yeah, they're good for close runs. Are they going to be able to qualify? I'm still not convinced. I think, you know, there is definitely better teams that could be able to shut them down. But from how they've been playing, Vince, they're making me think each and every round, like, yeah, there is more stock for them. They can go further. Are they going to be eliminated here today? I think with how they're playing, honestly, probably not. I think you could shut this one down in 2.
Yeah, and depending on, we don't want to get too far ahead of ourselves, but depending on who they play against that 2-2 matchup, you never know, they could even make the major. We always seem to have 1 or 2 teams that completely surprise us, shock us, and make it through. And this could be the team that we're looking at right now. Sangal surprised in a different way. I mean, I know Dust had them to go through. Yeah. He thought that they would even make it to the next stage. So the fact that they are playing this far under level, below par or over par, I guess, for the golf analogy, is really surprising to a lot of people, myself included. The thing is, though, as we've seen so many times, we said this about MOUZ yesterday after they got smashed on the first map against Na'Vi. They bounced back, they run it through, they won 2-1. We know Sangal have the ability. They just haven't shown us that full level just yet. Maybe this is the time.
Yeah, well, it's weirdly enough as well, it kind of feels like anytime we're in this position where we get to cover these games, where we're fortunate enough to have these elimination games, right, where you're looking at teams that are basically on the brink of you lose your dream, you lose your opportunity to stay in the runnings. That's where you really play your best CS. I don't know what it is, but it's that kind of buff that creeps in, back against the wall. Usually when there's room for no error, it feels like teams sort of turtle up a bit. But in reality, what we see with the RMRs is everyone just sort of goes, you know what, I'm going to play off gut feeling, I'm going to play with confidence, I'm going to start fighting more. Taking that initiative can usually be enough to put yourselves back into a position. So again, Mirage, who knows? Obviously, it's all speculation, right? The stats say one thing. It's why Dust sort of believes what he believes. It makes sense, because if you look at the stats, it would take you in that direction of thinking, yeah, they can contend versus these teams. Yeah, they've had good results. They probably should have done better at EPL, should have been able to get more out of it. So it's a weird one. It makes it kind of an awkward juxtaposition of going, the numbers say one thing, but the individuals right now aren't kind of following up to the same story. Jota needs a bit of help. Youngster looked good at least, so there was that kind of telltale sign of maybe they're waking up, they're getting into it. But you need the 5 fingers, Vince. It's got to be a full hand.
Yeah, again, I go back to Samay as well on the AWP. Mirage is a map that lends itself very heavily to AWP, and then of course, if you go it does too, that is the AWP map. So I need to see more consistency from him as well. I think he's going to be a big part of this, especially as they're starting on that CT side. He'll have the AWP in his hands relatively soon. But let's see, can Eclot break in for the first round? Bit of a default setup right now with 2 players going down into underpass. But I completely agree with you sometimes, Jackie, when the back is against the wall, it's where some teams wake up. It's their rallying cry. They realize how close they are to losing out on that dream.
Makes you play differently. And we need to see it on the server now. 2 players out towards top mid, 2 inside of underpass, split the attention. They bait the face, but it's Detour dealing all the damage. And again, think about the miraculous rounds he was able to pull off on Anubis. First map into this series. He was getting away with liberties, taking kills he had no rights to confirm. And that hot hand is still warm. But Jota, he was the man on the other side, able to put up good numbers. They trap him on the run out. Samay with the support. But there is a little bit of a muss-up. It goes slightly wrong with the backstab, but it's still Nuke in a 1v2, low on health, swings out. Youngster will grab it. So the bloodlust works out. Sangal saves themselves a pistol.
Oh, you just thought for a second there Nuke was going to drop the elbow straight to the temple. He almost switched across as well. You could see his thought processes, get the kill quick and then snap to the second. Didn't quite work out. Really well held as well by Jota and Samay. But no post plant either. That is going to be a problem. Eclot don't have much to play with in this round. It's going to be a P250 and pretty much full Glocks. Or 2 P250s. And we saw Detour have a lot of impact. I'm thinking about that P250 round on CT side.
Yeah.
Where he got 2 kills from Con. So we know the man can deliver with this very small investment.
It's a nice nade in the jump spot. Obviously, Youngster just wanted to bounce across, get the info if he sees them, relay it to the team, fall back, set themselves up for LNZ to farm. And one by one, they all fall down. So no shenanigans going into the eco. You're just hoping for the bomb plant. Maybe a kill or 2 if you're licking your lips at that prospect, but they get nothing for it. They just focus on what's yet to come. Their first full investment. Going into the 3rd round, rifles across the board. Few gaps in the utility, but they've got smokes and flashes.
Yeah, plenty to play with. Sangal, bit of a bonus, going to keep 2 MP9s and the FAMAS in play. It's a clean anti-eco. Bit of a confidence builder, perhaps, especially LNZs with the aim there with the FAMAS. And they're going to decide to push up aggressive, take the fight to Eclot. 2 players up there with a HE alongside it. They throw in the damage and then back away. Nuke, though, gets tagged and Detour found. Nuke's now been put down from Samay. Good trade from Sangal. Could get a lot better if Youngster can thread the needle and pick up this frag. But FaZe getting the pick has forced Youngster out to the open. And Blitz will capitalize. A player advantage now, but the bomb in no position to go for the plant. And in actual fact, LNZ is making moves up middle.
He could run right into the crosshair of Blitz. Oh, awkward off angle up close. LNZ. He's been having a bit of a rough run at the RMRs. Was not posting up really numbers that would lead you to believe he's in a good position. You've got to shake that off, and he's done just that coming into the opening rounds. He's kept them in this one, 2v2. There's a kit and all the nades they need for the retake as well. They can isolate the angles, zone out the Ts. That's the incendiary over, but it's already a fast pace. They just go in, swinging in unison. One onto Xflout, the other a bullet straight between the eyes. And they're done for. So Eclot, they do convert the round the end. Looked a little bit scary, but they pick it up. Like you said, it was a bit of a bonus going into it. They will still have money. They can reinvest straight back into it. I think I saw the AWP being picked up as well. Look, they had just enough funds in the coffers to squeeze that one out. Now be in the hands of Samay.
Low last. No.
Yeah, understandable that Youngsters is gutted because he was a player in B-Apps that he had the right idea. He put a couple of speculative rounds through the smoke. But as soon as the kill came in, he was a player that rotated and it splits again. Another entry while fully flashed. Jota wants to go for the wide swing. And because they prioritized all the firepower over utility, with a minute 30 left, you got one smoke, one HE, and one flash. And you're a player down as well. Horrendous start if you're Sangal.
It's a huge scalp to take with the first pick being Jota. And that sentiment continues. Youngsters the next man to fall. So both of the players that have been elevating their skill level already slayed out early. Samay inside of the connector. Peeks up towards top mid. Sniper shot straight onto Blitz. But they've still got time to play with. 50 seconds on the clock with nades in the back pockets. They can cut noise on this. They haven't fully been seen towards top mid either. So they can wrap around, go through T-spawn, set up for the late hit on the A site with full nades. And the full defender, that's Xfloud. We've seen him have some really nice A defenses previously on Mirage. This is one where he's got to buy time as well. Support of Samay. Peeks up, gets the read that they're walking in close, trying to keep their attention. Snapshot though, Detour. Oh, that's dastardly good. Damn, Vince, straight through. Wallbang headshot. Seconds there as well, and that's the round.
Yeah, Lindsay has to save. There's nothing else to be said about this one. That is an exquisite entry, as you mentioned. Like, nothing that you can realistically do against that. Problem is, because they'd lost so many players, you'd like to have a crossfire in, right? You'd like to have a player around sort of triple box, maybe toll booth or something with eyes on ramp. But Detour knows there's only one position for them to clear, so why not go out for the wide swing? You can be a lot more confident and continue to oppress the CTs. 2-2 going to be the score. And we're seeing signs of ruthlessness is really the word that comes to mind on this Eclot T side. We saw this on Anubis. And they're kicking things off again. You go back to that 2-0 scoreline when Blitz shuts down Youngster in the back. The catalyst for this 2-2 score, and although Sangal saved the 1M4, there's going to be nothing alongside it. And it's all off the back of this. A flashbang. Blitz fully flashed and still just shifts across and snatches the life away.
Then it only got better on the run out towards the site. Easy pickings, no room for the AWP to sing up on the stairs. And obviously they made the concessions as well, right? Didn't give themselves the extra utility to afford the better buy, hoping to put those weapons to good use, but just not being able to hit with it. Now you're broken. Only LNZ with a rifle. Group up, off angles, heavy stack towards the site. Might be the right read. That clock could play into their hands here. Blitz with a Mat 10, he can run and gun, dive on out. Trying to draw the crosshairs off. Oh, doesn't even realize in the back, Youngster. It won't matter in the end. It's only one on the Blitz with a turn and burn, but they keep it relatively clean. One kill for another round up against the Pistols on a hefty stack. You'll take those to the bank. And now they've got the edge. Money's back in for Sangal. No AWP this time, but they do have far better nades than the previous outing.
Yeah, exactly. In the previous outing, you could maybe have argued that some teams would have dipped down to an MP9, maybe even 2 MP9s to facilitate more incendiaries and smokes. Not really required here. Tons of smokes across the board. All 5 players have one. Switching up the pace. FaZe wants to get aggressive in the B-apps. Already Detour's out. Throws the nade and backs away. Trying to draw as much utility as possible from Sangal early doors, and it has been pretty successful. No nades for Jota, no nades for Xfloud, both of which are tagged. And now Eclot going to try and make moves. FaZe's coming back over onto the A side of the map as the smoke's being tossed in.
Jota waiting for the run out through Palace. 50 HP though. He's got to take these fights cleanly. Can't afford a lick of damage back onto him. And his teammates look to assist. Xfloud, he runs straight in, gets into sandwich, but shot down through the smoke. So many angles to be aware of. He's paranoid about the Palace peak. Got to get the reload in. Low on ammo. His teammates dying all around him. He finally falls as well as Detour continues to be the death dealer. Up close and personal, LNZ taken out by Kriaz. And Eclot, very clean towards the site. No casualties. Damage, sure, Vince, but they get through this one with everything they'd want. Bomb plant, another round on the board, and all those weapons remain in play. Even with Youngster spamming out the warning shots towards the end there.
Yeah, similar situation to LNZ, right? A couple rounds ago, it's like the only thing you can do is save. And that's not guaranteed. Tons of cash for Eclot, surplus amounts realistically. Oh, and Youngster's lost his kneecap. Tries to limp off. And in come the T's. Kriaz will shut him down. Interesting as well to see, like, one of the AWPers that always springs to mind for me when it comes to, like, B apps aggression was always Oscar, who, of course, is also famously Czech.
Yep. So
it's cool to see that FaZe's, you know, like, maybe been inspired by watching Oscar over the years. Oscar, of course, in Sinners. A lot of Czech representation at the RMRs.
Oh, yeah.
Feels like Czech CS is back.
Tons of talent from the region, man. Obviously, a lot of domestic competition as well, so they kind of learn each other's tendencies. It's very fun to watch. Explosive CS, very heads-up sort of stuff. And the thing is, you think about Eclot as well, like we talk about the fact they grind an awful lot of games. It's put into perspective, 38 maps played on Mirage in the last 3 months. It's a crazy number, right? Nearly 40 games of Mirage, man, grinding them out in officials. Positive win rate, though, as well, 61%, so it bodes well. Only caveat is, right, it's not exactly the tallest opposition you're playing against. Not really anyone inside of the top 20 outside of, ironically, Sinners being the only team that's in there. I think that was a 13-9 that they beat Sinners on this map.
That's right. That was earlier this month as well. The only other team that you'd maybe look at, actually have a couple of wins against Sinners, is also they had a game against BetBoom back at Yalla Compass. They lost that 13-9. But that's about it. As you say, most of it is either Czech teams or it's like tier 2, tier 3 teams. Great shot to kick things off for LNZ though. Maybe a way to try and salvage this round yet. On the side of Sangal. 2 players up on ramp as well, but they're giving up the connector control for the time being. They're going to have to deal with that one, and it looks like LNZ is the man for the job as he goes back into jungle.
Thing is, this is one of these awkward rounds. They could actually find a way to be able to pick up. I mean, you've got all 3 of the players there grouped up on short side going up. One man phasing through the smoke, but look at the close grouping. They're right underneath him. It's Kriaz. He tucks in towards the wall. Oh, Jota. They back into the corner. Oh, they're right on top of each other, hugging each other here, Vince. The smoke's going to dissipate, but it's the AK of Kriaz that gets away with 2. Oh, dear, oh, dear. Minimap's not going to give the game away on that one. Thought he was in the close cubby, didn't realize. And if they did have any likelihood of maybe finding 1 or 2 picks, making the round look a bit more doable if they converted into the AKs, well, that's dead and buried. It's 1 kill onto Blitz, and that's probably all you're going to get out of it. Youngster can grab the AK, is a bit of a prize to save. But 5 rounds already on the T-side campaign for Eclot.
I don't want to be too harsh, but like you're on the staircase, you can look at the minimap and see where you are lined up compared to it. There's no way you can get blocked there. I'm so surprised he didn't take some shots.
I guess it just threw him off because he thought it was close enough. Maybe again, like, you know, the stress of the moment, but yeah. Bit of an awkward one.
Yes, I don't want to be too harsh because like the pressure's on and like you've got 100 things running through your head. It's easy for us to sit here and like scrutinize that, but oh, it just wouldn't. I think it's a disappointment if you're Sangal realizing you're on the brink of making these pistols work, and that kill kind of shifted everything.
Yeah, it seemed like there was a way, and that was taken off of them. And the roads have led us to a 5-2. Oh, first frag with the Eagle was really clean as well, so it's a shame. And this is where it all went so wrong. Kriaz just able to farm, really. We're back into it, though. Round 8. Samay with the AWP. It's X-Flag that goes out fast towards window. He can be a bit of a beast on his CT side of Mirage, but at the minute, he's been a moot point. He hasn't been able to activate whatsoever, yet to get off the starting block. 0 and 7, which bodes a real rough picture. Battle of the AWPs kicks off. LNZ activating. And Sumay back at the bomb site towards triple. Doesn't matter, he doesn't get the frag because you've done enough damage. Kriaz is only on 1 health, so Youngster seizes the initiative, but they've already found the trade, and it's Detour, full health, 1v1. Youngster's running for it. Bombs dropped out on mid side. A little bit of time's going to be wasted, but there's so much on the clock, he can grab the bomb. How does he play this one, though? You've gone for the full rotation, whole way round. Through spawn, group back up, play inside of the ramp. If he goes back on A, there's a world he can win this.
I love everything about this play that Youngster just did. It is such a Youngster play to push the Molotov like that. And then he went all the way around the world, but Detour realizes, right, if he's not top mid, if he's not on the chair, there's a good chance he's gone for a rotation. But he's not sure if he's coming from A or B, and now he's been spotted. The spray comes through, Youngster snatches at the opportunity, anticipates he's gone into apps. Not the case. Detour's down and nails him. Oh, the 50-50 guess from Youngster. You know why he's gone for it, because he's such low HP. Once he'd given his position away, he had to fully commit, fully send. But he guessed wrong.
You love the play, right? Like, it's sick to see. It was so close to working out. So unfortunate as well, the spray. Like, the actual tag he gets off when he sees a bit of skin. Oh, mate, camaraderie is there telling me it's okay, nice try, and it was. Like, hell of an attempt.
Yeah.
The difference those nades would have made as well, how low he was. Like, 40 was inside of the apps. Doesn't work out because of it. Already scrapping here as well. Straight into the knife. Everyone's dealing damage against one another. Far weaker investment. MP9, Scouts. Only the one M4 and LNZ. But they've found weakness at middle. A couple of low players on that T side, and it's getting worse the longer it goes on. So Youngster actually could be a key man again.
Oh, and you know, if given a chance, he is going to run and gun. Oh, get singed by the Molotov. They know he's up close now. Takes a tick. And that sound cue alerts Eclot to his presence, so he has to fall back. I love that the vibe check is really good as well for Sangal. Like, they lose that round, everyone's giving high five straight away.
Yeah.
Obviously, Youngsters is devastated because he nearly pulled off a really nice play. But you're a map down, 2-6 down. That'd be a lot of players that would be mega tilted right now. So it's good to hear that Sangal are still in good spirits. We'll see how long that lasts for. 45 seconds, and Eclot have really slowed down the pace.
I want to see if Sangal go for an info play. If they'll peek out, give you an opening. Ton of players down towards mid. Oh, Sumay might actually take this straight to the back of the head as well. It's going to bounce off the bench. Ooh. Close to him being blown out of the server. But Youngster, he's been booming on this one. Again, here finds impact. LNZ stays alive, but he's got to tuck in. There's a follow-up nade. Softens him up, but he's still breathing. Jota comes sprinting out through jungle. The machete of the team chops up one. Has he got room for more? Bombs drop, Vince. Time's going to be tight. 5 seconds on the clock. Wins the duel, but can't go for the plant. Round's gone. Sumay's so miles away. They've got it.
Purely off timing, and it's on the approach. I think it's LNZ that's behind default position, nails a headshot. Jota then goes for the wide swing and just cleans up the rest. Slices and dices him with the MP9. Bomb gets in the middle of no man's land in jungle, and the round's over. And I'm talking about how much they slowed down the pace. It seems like it was too slow. It's stalled out. And there you go, they get the kill, but there's 3 seconds left. They can't teleport on the site.
Nice!
Huge. Huge moment potentially in this match.
Sangal finding small opportunities to win rounds, but grabbing them with both hands where they can. If xFlow comes online as well and can assist the rest of the squad, they can still have a good half ahead of them here. Show us that there's signs of life on Mirage. They can reset things. They've got so much map control early, though. You're inside a connector instantly. Good read. Incendiary's out. It forces the smoke back up, so it's going to burn time off the clock. Again, chip damage is great. Everyone's getting painted with bullets. They get a read onto xFlow, nade onto his position. He's down to 42. Even with him taking damage, though, Vince, don't count them out, because this team, they somehow just flip the script. It's what they seem to be doing every time.
There you go, LNZ. Tons of impact, but Blitz through the wooden panel is going to shut him down. Oh, xCloud's woes continue. He's 0-9 with 35 ADR. He's having a tumble and a fumble on this map. But Youngster from the same position that Jota punished him in the previous round comes out again, and the bomb's been put down on the deck. Kriaz on 2 HP. No real hope or endeavor of getting this one done, and the HG from Downtown connects. And you nailed it, Jackie. You said they may be low, but don't count them out. And they survive with 3 players.
Huge round. And yeah, it's weird, right? Because obviously, like, for me, the mental thing is with xCloud not playing well is usually it seems like this was his bread and butter. Towards the A bomb site, he was the one that was performing massively previously. I think it was up against Cloud9. We saw them coming out, hitting him heavy, right, with some of the faster plays. He was able to deal so much damage. He was good for multi-frags time and time again. Had smart positioning, good crosshair control. So it feels odd that he's getting so unlucky in so many of these rounds where he goes for a call, goes for an advanced position, and it's just the timing of it. He's eating nades, he's always being softened up. On this one, it was a walk-in versus Kriaz. And Sumay kind of saves that as well with the backstab out from short side. Assists the team at just the right time. So good signs of life. They're coming back into it. First half could be closer than we first thought. 6-4. Weapons to play with for either team. And FaZe's back on the AWP.
An alarming sign, though, for xCloud starting this poorly is on the T side, he normally has a ton of impact. And that is still yet to come. As you mentioned, though, Eclot could have ran away with this half, and Sangal are digging in. Sumay, solid shot in the approach, but Nuke had a flurry of a first map. Then stepping back up, hit double digits. Kriaz also makes his impact felt with the AK, and although Flash comes over, it's not going to stop the plant, and FaZe was watching CT. Youngster, who was the standout performer in the first map and really has been here on the second. His life being deemed forfeit means this round is a done deal, and xCloud still unable to grace us on the scoreboard. Remains at 0 as he just tries to save.
That's all he can really do. There's nothing left in this round for him. Carry over the Kevlar, A1S, the kit and the smoke. But damn, man. Again, Youngster, with some of the fast plays he's been going for, he kind of makes you believe he's going to pull off something really heroic. But FaZe dialed in on the angle. It was the one crosshair that was prepared. He doesn't miss the shot. Ooh, xCloud, can he stay alive? Yes. He gets that gun into the next. And that's the hero rifle. That's really all they've got to play with going into this one.
It's like a really small detail, but I actually love that as soon as xCloud hits the headshot, he starts jumping. Because he knows there's a second left, and he knows the crosshair is going to be head height, so he's like throwing them off to survive. That's a really cool little small detail.
Freak him out a bit.
Yeah, exactly. And you absolutely nailed it as well. Like they even went for that flash to facilitate Youngster's peak. And FaZe was just locked in on ramp, shielded from the flash. xCloud, though, now, he's tasted a little bit of success, and he likes it. He wants more. Second kill comes in. They have lost Youngster after posting up the 1 kill, but LNZ is here to put a smoke down and deny the plant for the time being and slow down the pace.
Yeah, the nade set's good to delay. So heads up play from LMZ. Blitz looked like he wanted to break that open and take the fight back in as well. HE goes a bit wide, so he peppers some bullets in. Timeline there, well, maybe if he goes for the jump spot and you break the smoke at just the right time, could have got another pick back in and opened up the avenue of the B-bomb site, but it's not the one we're living in. Here on the 12th, there's just under a minute left on the clock. It's an advantage for Sangal on the CT side. Blitz, Nuke, and FaZe all out towards mid. Oh, no, it's actually the wrap around the back through T-spawn as well, with Nuke finding the flick up onto window. So now it's an equal situation to work with. And that's the man with the bomb. So they get some info on this. Jota looks to slip back round towards ramp and play a bit more aggressive as well. xCloud, he's really got a tall task on this one. He's got his first 2 kills of the game. If he can double up here, find some huge impact, it could be massive. Reaction was good for the spam down, but it's not enough to convert, but Jota's still breathing. The advanced angle on ramp was unchecked. They're giving him the 1v1s, but he just gets beheaded on the drive-by by Nuke. And LNZ's all that remains.
Well, he's through the smoke as well. They're going to bump into each other. Oh, neither of them have an idea. FaZe does actually just turn around, though.
Oh.
And his position is completely unknown. He can play possum. LNZ's never going to expect him behind. Never, ever in a million years. He's looking every angle apart from behind him. And FaZe's just big chilling. Now, the bomb's not planted for him, but he played that so well. So patiently. Cool, calm, and collected, man. A lot of players would have just... they'd have snatched at the chance. 8-4 halftime score, though, man. Like, oh, Eclot are in such a good spot right now.
Oh, damn, dude. It kind of paints the picture of how the half went as well with that last round. Down to, like, small instances, 1v2, scrappy rounds. All a bit scary. And like you say, though, fair play to him, man. You know, sometimes you can get a little bit antsy in those positions. As soon as he gets the first frag with the MP9 through the smoke, if you just turn, fire up a warning shot, MP9, if you miss the opening shot with the AWP, you could be mullered and then it's gone. He plays it patient, knows there's no reason he's going to clear the smoke because he already walked through it. And then shuts it down. And again, Nuke today. Like the entries he's finding to open up bomb sites late round as well. Really crisp, dude. Just driving in with the AK. Doesn't need to stop moving, Vince.
No, I mean, I think it was Jota that was on Tetris, and he just instantly headshot him around the corner.
Yeah, just blap.
Just such a slick shot. And although he was weakened, it doesn't matter. AK's an insta-kill regardless. Really nicely done. And I think it just goes to show as well, like, how cool of a customer FaZe is. When you think that there's elimination, the Major's on the line, I think a lot of players would have overthought that one, but he just locked in. Eclot now on the CT side now, a pretty damning, concerning statistic here for Sangal, by the way. I just looked into this. They have a 42% win rate on their T half. So they're going to have to get off to a good start, you feel, with this pistol. A 1-for-1 trade is good for the post plant. A real opportunity here to get started in the best possible way.
Bomb has been planted.
Down to the late round retake then from Eclot. They got a kit and a smoke on Blitz. So it could be beneficial late on, but it's about trying to find your way in through short. They're clearing out all the angles. Footsteps heard. Samay waiting. Oh, goodbye, Nuke. He keeps it going. The assassin with the USP makes the incision on the bomb site, and he's doing it all by himself. Blitz finally takes a stab in the back. Time's ticking away. He's got the kit. They've got to get the pick up, sprint towards the bomb. He can jump on it. It's going to be close, Vince. But I think they've got this one.
Oh, yes, they got it with a second to go. But Nuke again. What is it with this guy in insta headshots round corners?
He looks so sick, dude. It's really cool to watch. I think it's like 15 kills as well. Like, he's activating massively.
Dude, it's filthy. This is what it feels like every time I play Premier matchmaking, by the way. Everyone is a Nuke. Doesn't matter where I am, just get instantly popped round corners every single round.
Just getting Nuke 24/7. It's a good term, actually. It does sound kind of like a verb, doesn't it?
I've been Nuked.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like Wazded.
Yeah.
We're going to bring Wazded back. To be fair, that's kind of how he's been playing. Like, he's just running in. Nuke is the new Wazda.
15 frags as well. I mean, he had a great first map. Now he's here again.
Oh.
X-Flower with one, but instantly traded back. First map, 87 ADR for Nuke with 19 kills. Already up to 15. I don't even know how you play against that, in all honesty. Like, you just peek and die. Samay, though, with the deagle. Giving them a chance. The spray's good from Blitz, but still a 2-on-2. Able to retrieve a couple of weapons as well. And Sangal have more than enough time for the post plants.
Try and bait him in, tap the bomb once, come straight off it, of course, with the A1S in his hands, and they've been able to find the other one as well. So LNZ scavenges the weapon, but it's Nuke. Again, goes in, leaves LNZ black and blue on the floor. Detour with the MP9, hearing all the footsteps as he phases through the smoke. Jota turns, wants to go back in towards the site. 1v1 now. Nuke, have you got the stock in the round to close it? Slow walks up, takes the peek on the right-hand side, jump up. Oh, spam through the box as well, he's so low. Jota, 14 HP, peeking in. First shots are there, Vince, but he can't close it.
Picks up the kit, gets the defuse in, and who else but Nuke to clutch out. He had full confidence as well. Didn't try and reload the M4. He's like, nah, I've nailed him through these blocks. He has to be low.
Yeah.
Really nice effort, though, from Sangal. Like, you've got double deagles in play. You put both of them to use. Blitz with a very important double there. And then Nuke in the one-on-one comes out clutch by the slimmest of margins.
Nice try. All good. Good fucking echo. Nice shot, Chota. Let's fucking go.
Still really good vibes.
Yeah.
Oh, man. I'm not sure who that is that's saying it, but credit to you, sir.
No, exactly. You're trying to keep their heads in it, right? Because fair enough, that's the position you're in. You could still get back into this game. Hype up Jota where you can. He's a bit frustrated in his own individual plays. Sometimes for some players, just get it out of your system. Little desk slam, it's gone. It's in the past. You're back in the present here in the 15th. 6 rounds behind, though. And Kriaz, smoked out, flashed out, spamming in the smoke, does the damage as he hits the head of Youngster. That's a big scalp to shut down early for Sangal. They've got themselves onto the bomb site at least. Smoke walls up as well, so affording them some time. This retake's going to be coming though, and one by one, damage done. Equal trades every single time. Favors the CT so much more, and it's just LNZ. It's got to be monstrous, Vince. He needs to go absolutely ballistic here.
Oh, there's so many angles, and he's got no real utility. I'm not even sure if the bomb's planted for the ramp side, or it's been planted safe. There's the first headshot, though. It is. It's planted out in the open. So it is a doable task, but I was going to say MBQQ again. No, we'll give him the respect of Nuke. He gets the headshot for an 18th kill once again on the swing. And the dreams being dashed against the rocks once more for Sangal. Like you said, they're able to get up there, they're able to get the bomb plant into position, but one thing that has been a consistent, very impressive to me, is Eclot's avenging kills on CT and T side are so on point. You saw this multiple times on Anubis. One player goes down, there's always the counteractive kill, every single time.
Feels like they're on the schoolyard with Pokemon cards, mate. Just always trading. It's mad. Like, it's so clean how consistently they get them off to put themselves back into an advantage. Oh, it's a horrible one to have to lose as well. Could have been a game where you're feeling like, yeah, the scoreline's not that far bloated. We can still bring it back and get in a bit of a groove in our T side. But now all the pressure's on you. Eclot already 1 map up in the series. 13-10 back on Anubis. Here on Mirage. Close this. And it's Sangal eliminated from the perfect world. European RMR A.
Nuke on 123 ADR with 18 kills and 6 multi-frags. A stellar performance. It was Kriaz in the first map that really captured the plaudits, and now it will be Nuke, Veto, and the meanwhile, though, doesn't want to be overshadowed as he comes in with 2. And that could be Sangal's last roll of the dice at the RMRs. 8 match points in favor of Eclot.
Last opportunity to do anything. Whatever you've got up your sleeve. Can't hold on to it. Lose this round, it's over. RMR run is finished and you are eliminated. Last chance for Jumpy to instill his knowledge, see if there's anything they can really do. He's darting over the strap book, focus on the crosshair, get back in, come out swinging. It just feels so brutal because even when they have had chances, when they've had stock into these rounds, right, it still goes the same way with Eclot closing it, Eclot getting them around the board. But on this one, it was just a massacre. Just could not get out onto the site. Firepower did no favors for them. And here it's pretty broken as well. I mean, Galil's in play. The utility's the sour point though, Vince. That's the one that stings, right? 2 smokes, 3 flashes. Smokes are out instantly. Block that off towards window side, short side. Run out on mid. They go a bit quicker with it. I mean, fair play, you've got to do something with the nade set you brought into the round. And Jota, if he finds the second, it would have been a brilliant way to start things off. But Xfloud, up close and personal. Forzy caught between 2 angles. He's dead. There's the reply, though. Nuke, always good for a fadeaway kill.
It's crazy how consistent he is with these opening picks, man. Like, time after time. You need an impact frag. Look no further than Nuke. Kriaz trades out once again for Detour. Nuke with a Molotov over onto Firebox, drawing out into the open LNZ, but he's still able to neutralize. And Sangal, even if their utility was rough, even if their situation is rocky, they're still in the fight. They're still trying their damnedest to stay alive.
And it's a heads-up call. They knew everything they had going into that round. 2 smokes, 3 flashes, use it for the control of mid, get up short. Jota, nice entries. And Youngster as well, assisting on the push-up. So still, the story continues. You've got no room for error. Facing elimination point in and out every single round. It's all Eclot's game to lose right now here in the second map.
It's very true. Is this where the pressure, though, gets the better of them? Some teams, notoriously, especially when they've had a huge step up in level at RMRs or top-tier events, they find it difficult to close it out. They get a little bit of a block, stumble and trip towards the finish line. You'd have to assume they'll make the most of one of the next 7 opportunities. But if they were to lose this round, they would be into eco territory. And Sangal could start to make a bit of a comeback. That's, of course, assuming that they can bypass this round and there's going to be 3 players stacked over onto the B side of the map. 45 seconds left and Sangal need to make a decision. It looks like they're going to try and make an incision through on connector. But MBQQ, aka Nuke himself, is here laid in wait with the sandwich position. Oh, this could be huge. If he goes unchecked, he could be in for a flurry of frags.
Oh, the SMG tries to sing on first contact, but Samay with the adjustment shot puts him down in the dirt. And for Eclot, really, with how much of a buffer they've got and their cash not being in the best spot, you could afford to give this one up just off the back of the single kill there. Let the round tick over. Give them a 6. It's not going to be the end of the world for you. It'd be far better for your buy going into the next. And they are posturing out. FaZe, though, just holding it round towards the murder hole. So he gets one out of the hands of Jota.
Very important shot as well if they want to try and hold on to as many of the rifles as possible with the AWP. FaZe going down there would have probably given a gateway for Sangal to go for the jugular and try and swarm the rest of the CTs. Nuke didn't really get an opportunity with the MP9. The AK is always going to prevail. So 1 more round saved. And yeah, because of the really poor economy, really the reason why Eclot called the save so quickly. Makes a lot of sense. Allows them to dip back in again here. A match pause. Hopefully no tech issues. It would be a horrible time for that to happen.
Yeah, especially with Sangal starting to finally get themselves a bit of momentum. If they can get to 8, then maybe there's room. Maybe I'd start believing, thinking that they can still bring this one back. 12-6 at the minute, so you need 6 uncontested rounds on their T side. You can see with the game timeline here, it was the pistol on the second half for Eclot. You convert the following rounds, they're able to squeeze out the first 4. Finally 2 back-to-back for Sangal. But they could not drop the ball even once. And with some of the individuals on Eclot having some great performances, it makes it scary to think that's the lifeline you got dangling over you. Even if Nuke doesn't have these show-stopping rounds, he's got backup. He's got bodyguards that can do the damage as well, right? Like FaZe on the AWP, we know CT side, he can be a bit of a beast. Kriaz has been coming alive. Blitz is a name that we were saying tons last time we saw them. And Detour, that man just gets away with unthinkable plays.
No, 100%. Like, it has been a real collective effort. And I mean, I kind of touched on this just before with Kriaz being the MVP probably in the first map, even though Nuke got more kills. Kriaz had 103 ADR. He was beasting and feasting and having a good time. So it seems like the players getting themselves ready to jump back into the action. Will Nuke get a drop from anybody? Are they just happy to, and pretty much going to be tapping out of this one. Playing off firepower. I mean, it does give them the freedom of maybe going for like a gamble stack with their rifles and their AWP, try and bodyguard for FaZe to stay alive. And they haven't really put too much in terms of utility into this round. You see Kriaz and Blitz picking up a little bit. FaZe's just got a smoke as well. It makes a lot of sense, right? Like, I think if you're in a situation where this is a super close scoreline, you probably do go all in. You've got such a buffer of rounds, you don't need to force the issue.
No, of course. They can just play for the long con. As long as they close it, that's all they're thinking about, right? Let the cash build up a little bit more, have a hefty buy where you can close the game, or maybe just do it right here, right now. It looks like that's the way it's going. Eclot. They want to knock Sangal out of the RMRs, and with each and every depth, they get one step closer. Confirmed now, 2-0. They take it, stay alive in the elimination best of 3. They still fight on at the European RMRs.
Well, they didn't need the utility. They didn't need the extra firepower. They had everything under control. And we were fearing for Sangal. The way that they've played this tournament so far, after a pretty rough first map, we thought the 2-0 was looking like it was on the cards. I think that's a very bitterly disappointing performance if you're Sangal. Not just this match, the overall RMRs. I mean, I don't think we ever saw them get to that top flight level that some people were expecting. Some people thought that they would be the surprising team element to actually qualify through to the next stage.
Yeah.
They've comprehensively been beaten here in this best of 3.
No, 100%. They were kind of the dark horse upset team that, you know, a lot of people were looking at to come in, show up at the RMRs, take some big scalps, be able to prove what they're made of. In the end, though, it's not the Cinderella story for them. And weirdly enough, it is quite poetic that it's Eclot that knocked them out, because I feel like Eclot are the team that are starting to get a lot of that kind of, you know, energy behind them, where you're looking at them and thinking, you know what, if you can take Falcons close, if you can have some tight results, if you're able to hold your own elimination games, well, I mean, there's certainly a chance they could still make it.
The other interesting thing as well, you know, we're talking about Czech Counter-Strike and all those different facets. I know that Cloud9 are playing Sinners right now. I'm assuming Cloud9 win that game. That could put both of them into a 2-2 bracket. You could actually see a Czech standoff in that 2-2 matchup, which would, of course, mean that you would guaranteed have some Czech players at the major. But then it would also mean some of them would be going home.
It's an interesting one with how things are panning out. It's kind of felt like the EU RMRs have been all of the expected results, not too many upsets. This one, again, I would say is a bit more of an upset in terms of the statistics when you look at it. Like Eclot being able to pick up the win here versus Sangal is huge for them, though. And it's a clean 2-0, Vince. They did it with absolute authority as well. Like even Anubis being a 13-10, they'd struggled to close their Anubises in the past. This time around, lop it off, go into this map. The only reason it even was a bit of a comeback is because they were playing for the healthy bye just to close the game.
Yeah, I think realistically, coming into this matchup, I did have Eclot as a slight favorite. Just a tiny bit, like a 55-45 maybe split. After the veto, though, especially considering the last map would have been Dust 2, which I also think Eclot would have won.
Yeah.
That's where things started to spiral out of control. And then we saw in that first map, it's like Sangal, they had glimpses, but that was it. But this is the main man. Nuke, I think, is the MVP of the entire best of 3 as far as I'm concerned, because he was up there in the first map, but this second map in particular, man, 22 kills, and it felt like every single damn one of them was vastly impactful. 7 multi-kill rounds with nearly 120 ADR. This guy was unbelievable. He was just straight up carrying.
Yeah, he was going wild. Like the entry frags, the defensive plays, running in, just felt like he kind of had plot armor, like he never needed to stop. He's hitting shots with the AK, some great moves with the pistol as well. Nubik really did look sick, so it's wonderful to see him popping off there. And overall, this is the result confirmed. The 13-10 first map into a 13-6 second on Mirage, and that means that Sangal are unfortunately eliminated from the RMRs, no longer in the runnings to make it to the Shanghai Major, but that story continues for Eclot.
It does. They move into the 2-2 matchup now. They'll be waiting in the wings to see who they'll be facing off against. Obviously, this is only the first game of many today, and we have 2 streams going on simultaneously. But like, massive congrats to Eclot, commiserations to Sangal, but realistically, they just didn't show up this tournament at all.
No, yeah, it feels like it was a bit of a flat run for them. It's unfortunate, it really is. But like Vince said, there's so much Counter-Strike today on both of the streams. So don't go anywhere. Make sure you've cleared your schedule bright and early in the morning. Keep it locked here for the Perfect World RMRs. We'll see you in a little while.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
On to the next one.
Good morning. Hello. How we doing?
We're doing great.
Nice.
Harry.
That was quite an upbeat opener, right?
You going to take it anywhere? I thought you were going to give us a good morning.
It's kind of my new. It's kind of my new style.
Yeah.
Is I start the desk in a very abrupt and horrible fashion, and it sets the tone for the rest of the day.
There were a lot of people there just tabbed out. You know, they had the break music on. You just woke them up, Harry. They're locked
Exactly.
in now.
Well, it's about damn time to wake up. We just been sat on a little pause because that first series was super quick, and now we have more.
We have more, Harry. It keeps coming. It doesn't stop. 1-2 games here on the B stream as we look to Team BB and Nemiga, and then later Falcons and GamerLegion. Kind of good games. I actually like these. I think there's narratively rich, if you will. We have the CIS squads in the first matchup. We have Simple later versus the mix of GamerLegion that, as an organization, have attended many majors. We'll give them the caveat of Copenhagen in there as well, but there's no sneaking in to the Shanghai Major, Harry. You need a visa for that.
Yeah, so that means you got to earn your spot here and now. Yeah, so as we get ready for our little neck of the woods to open up, right? I think one where I don't... So, like, both these squads have struggled a hell of a lot. Why are you smiling at me? Right? It's the classic. Like, I'm trying to bring that horrible vibe.
Okay.
You know, I think I'm very good at it.
You're doing great.
You know, so...
Both these squads have struggled, Harry.
Yeah, they have. And Nemiga were able to pick up their first win just yesterday in that extremely lengthy, you know, I think it was like 5-hour Rebels game where it's many overtimes. They fight their way through. And credit to them, you know, for earning that in the BO3s. Sure. On the other side of things, I think the one win that they have was over Unity. And so... I want to know, you know, is the win in the BO3s in your mind, like, is that going to help Nemiga out here? Is that a nice push in the right direction for them playing now an elimination BO3?
That's a good question, because I agree. I think it's
a good question, everyone. It's a horrible vibe, but a good question.
I think it's great because... Firstly, they've warmed in now, right? Like, there's no question like, I'm not feeling it, guys. We haven't had enough. You know, you look at Team BB, they've had a couple of stomps in there, a winning stomp, a losing stomp. They had a close game v Fnatic.
Yeah, but they won in like their BO1, and so they've only played BO1.
So, whereas on the other side, Nemiga, they've got the ring rust off. They're here. They know what it's like. They've played a lot of Counter-Strike yesterday.
They basically played 2 BO3s in 1 BO3.
They played more than anyone should have played to make it to the major. But they're still not even close, Harry. They're going to get 2 more BO3 wins if they want to go through. Both these teams in that position. And remember, there's still all those deciding matches at the end of today, at the end of tomorrow, these seeding games that do matter in terms of where are you going. It won't really affect these teams as much, right? It's more for the upper echelons of this region, or at least of this group A and the EU RMR. But yeah, there's no question Nemiga are hopefully shaken off any nerves at this point. They've played a crazy amount of CS. Now they have to play Team BB, a team they've beaten, but albeit, you know, 4-5 months ago in an online qualifier, and in fact with different rosters to some degree. We've had an upgrade on Team BB since, and we've also had, you could call it a side grade, but bordering on upgrade on Nemiga, because they had Flamus in the team, who's now on GamerLegion, and now he's been replaced by Zwei, a very young player who actually, for me, has been the most impressive piece of this Nemiga team so far in the tournament. So I'm excited to see what Zwei can bring again today. Can he show me the Zwei? Or is it going to be going all the Zwei home? You like that?
You can't use the same joke
I definitely
that close together.
You can't stop me. And we won't stop you from watching this game because it's on right now. BB team taking on Nemiga in a BO3 for elimination. 1-2 here in the EU RMR.
That's right.
Those are the stakes. And they're pretty well done, Harry.
Pistol round is rip-roaring in the opener. Oh, Siren trading up. Never mind. Dead to the player late out through door. Nafany and Chiron left on for the retake here. And they've got Leah trapped inside of the site. They've already dealt with that player over at Rampant, so now Leah's going to have to do this all alone. Chiron, the one to beat.
Headshot.
And he will get tagged down low. Ooh. Closes in the distance now. He runs at him on the reload. So quick work from Chiron.
I think we're going to see a lot of this today. I think we're going to see some crazy CS, a lot of re-peeking, a lot of rushing on anti-ecos. Like, that's a pistol. You just run. You know, a lot of teams, they like to play it slow. They like to feel out the map. I don't think you're going to get that today. You're going to get aggressive CS. You're going to get re-peeking in post-spots. You're going to get things that, if you lose it, you look at it and you go, that was a mistake.
I love
that was
that
a risk.
for us.
But that's exactly what we got yesterday in that Rebels matchup. And I think more of that is the name of the game, Harry.
Yeah, I think, you know, that's what you want to see. That's what you're expecting. I mean, like, okay, I always wanted to see more from Chiron because I remember, you know, but prior to the whole joining up and linking up with James situation, we used to love watching him play in like the Academy League.
Yeah, he was a young talent. He was one on the radar. There's a reason he got picked up into. At the time, BP were actually a really solid team.
Yeah,
and they weren't.
And James, like multiple years in a row, had picked him as like a player to watch.
Bro, they put Chiron in this roster. Oh my god! After winning the major, they just kicked Norbert. They were just straight up looking for the quick change. Look at this plant, though. Nafany could have jumped the gun there. He didn't. Oh, I think Siren was trying to pick up the nade that Nafany dropped. Maybe he gave him a flash. He's lost it. Lost completely. No kit. They've got a smoke, but you can't win this off of a stick. You need the kills because it's donut post plant.
Wait.
Are they going all the way around, though? Zway's going to stay here.
It's a risky bomb. Let's see what he can do. Zway spamming through the donut smoke. Or onto the bomb, rather.
The stick.
Nafany tries his hand at the stick. And it's Zway to lock it in.
All right. Immediately off to the 4-spy win with a little A explosion from Nemiga. But yeah, to go back to that Chiron point, like, it was a crazy move at the time. And a risky move, in everyone's opinion. And it didn't pay off, did it? They kicked him mid-RMR in a scene that has never happened before. Getting benched mid-tournament and flying in Norbert, only just to still get eliminated back in the Paris RMR. So he's trying to rewrite his story. He's trying to redeem himself. And I guess redemption is kind of the angle for a lot of these BB players.
Yeah.
They're the offcuts, Harry. They're the rejects. The things that Butcher didn't want. He couldn't sell them. But put together, maybe it makes a mighty fine beef stew.
Yeah, I mean, that's sort of the nature of a beef stew.
Yeah, you can just use any old meat. It doesn't even have to be beef. Nobody knows what the mystery meat is. We got the bone broth. That's what BB stands for, I think. They're in a 5v4.
Anyone going cave on a round you know your opponent is 4-spying makes me nervous.
Yeah. High risk. It's a good kill. Zorty's just playing the bait for all these positions. We still have Nafany tucked in the cave. Ready to go A, bombs B.
Bob, man, don't do it.
Oh, didn't need to swing out there for the kill. That is the mistake of the round, but Siren gets the bomb.
And now they're ready for the red flank. Oh, nice and easy for Zorty. It's just risky bomb. Tap on the bomb. It's spammed out. And so BB immediately answer back.
I think BB make the biggest mistake of the round, and they still win the round in pushing cave there. So that works perfectly. Nemiga very split up. Oh, that was an insane kill. Full spam. And yeah, going cave on anti, very risky. Another force back. Nemiga is stuck in this whirlwind of rebuying. Lurk smoke on B gives room for Xanta. He's moved all the way in. They know it though. Oh, if he swung there, he would have had a kill. Instead, reflash over the smoke. And Nemiga bail.
away. Oh.
I think he deserved to die for his charm there. I don't know if you saw it.
For the first time in a while, I wasn't looking.
Oh, the charm was not good. The charm was on top of the deagle. Oh, Zorty knows.
Playing with fire here. That's how you make the stew. Chef is cooking. Zorty, nice little double up. And BB win the Force by Wars.
Arguably at his peak, the most firepower part of this stew, Harry, on BB is Zorty, right? Like, we saw him in fours for a couple of years, play alongside Jerry, had a great RMR run individually, had a great Pro League run around that time, I think season 17. This was an AWPing prodigy for a while that Fours actually decided to put on the transfer list, just decided to get rid of, asked for someone please buy him out, and BB answered the call. Oh, Zorty, he's got a lot to do right now, but it's fine to give up this site because we've got a flank.
Yeah, even throws himself into the fights there out of spawn just to give the best chances to that flank. So, you know, it kind of looks crazy from Zorty when he's fighting 5 guys with Glocks and looking a bit nervous, but really it's just to allow that flank to come through. Now, I've always jokingly called him mayonnaise, so I'm going to have a very hard time not doing that.
It's right there, to be fair. So is Mango. Interesting you went the kind of condiment angle there, not the fruit angle.
Yeah, it's just, I could say, you know, that looks like someone out there has probably spelt mayonnaise like that throughout history.
I believe that.
Surely just based on statistics, that's happened.
Not his name, though, sadly.
No.
Would be really cool if it was. There's still time. Magna Jez. Trying to get up heaven right now. That means aggressive in cave. He's baiting for Siren. Oh, he's going to die for him as well, but they're not ready for the corner pause. 2 kills from Siren. Zorty spotted, swings out. Xanta finds him, and now we have the B site from Nemiga. Good util here. They need to cut off some more sight lines. Get a re-smoke down and spawn would be massive. Oh. Chiron risking it all. Nice.
Gonna play through this.
Ooh,
oh, that slowed him down as well, taking the pace out of it.
What a panic.
The Jez just runs on through, and Risky Bob is giving them the fights from the ramp.
That's so confusing for Xanta. He spends the whole... I guess he realized he walked into someone, but like he spends the whole time in the smoke, pulls out, and still just panic sprays. Like, Blood, you've still got the smoke in front of you. You still got cover. You're still advantaged in this cross. And they're not spamming you. Like, that's best case scenario. I feel like he really panicked there. That could have gone a lot better in the post-plant once they killed a flank. Ugly round for Nemiga. As BetBoom are fielding a fantastic CT side on their opponent's pick, no less.
I do love the angle you took of the offcuts for Cloud9 though, because that is Cloud9 for BB. That is very much like what this project is. You have Nafany. You know, from that Cloud9, like, Gambit squad.
Yeah, I mean,
as, like, the one to try and draw it all together, and he knows what it's like to get left on the extremities there.
Yeah, it's the RMR we were talking about, the Paris RMR where Chiron gets cut mid-event.
Yeah.
That's the same RMR that Nafany, you know, you kind of saw the death of Cloud9 in that event because they didn't make it through the final match against FaZe. You know, we have Shiro crying in the cams. People questioning Nafany as a leader. He was trying to reinvent himself with this roster. And with a, you know, young team with a lot of firepower as well. ironically, one of the most experienced players is Siren, who at least made it to a major semi-final with Team Spirit. So, you know, on paper, the pieces here are really nice for BB Team. That's awkward drop for Xantis.
I mean, even again in Rio, right?
True. Into the quarters.
Yeah. So like 2 playoff runs for Siren at Majors.
Yeah.
Anthony on that rotate over. This round is already looking done for Nemiga. Unless Lear can do something crazy.
I mean, he's got the cutoff, but I feel like they'll clear this. If they don't, Zorti should be good to trade. And they're very cautious. He realizes it's too quiet. Goes for the swing. Bit of a panic peek. And now they have B before Khan can get here. Chiron playing his flank timing is nice. Doesn't jump the gun. And Zorti should have this. Okay, missed shot. Not the end of the world. Khan looking for more. Zorti has the cross. This is the only plant available right now. But it's not available. That's the surprise. Siren swinging in, and BB onto 6 right now, running the board. With the exception of round 2 Force, it's been all BB.
How would we classify Magnajez? Because he was in the Spirit Academy squad, which obviously is like, you know, where you've had some straight up killers come from over the time.
Yeah.
Donk being perhaps the most well known. And Magnajez was sort of talked about as like
Donk's
right
hand.
Yeah, like someone who could be on that type of level.
I mean, he's the only change in this roster since its inception. So it was a firepower upgrade attempted. I feel like he's been maybe a little underwhelming to what we expected. But if you put him in the conversation of Donk, he's not Donk, right? So it's hard to live up to anything there. From what I've seen from this guy, I think he's just a very vocal player with a good mind for the game, right? When he's pugging, when he's playing with some of these top CIS players. But he's still also very early in his career, so kind of guy you maybe need to give some more time to. Definitely an upgrade from Danis, but yet to see, I think, the peak of what this guy can accomplish. I mean, to be honest, the one thing about BB is they haven't really accomplished anything in this roster. Some placings, couple of legit wins on LAN against decent teams, but they've not made any crazy run. I guess they made the EPL playoffs, but they beat Falcons, they beat M80, then they lost to M80 in playoffs there. So, you know, that's what I mean when I say a couple of legit LAN wins, but we haven't yet seen this team go on a crazy run. This could be the event, though, if they can keep it up. Magno's taken Zorti's AWP, he's put it to use. And it's a reset through spawn. Nemiga going for an A split. Magno has read it well. He got that cave kill. He's immediately mobile with the AWP, locking down tempo. Oh, will that change anything?
Oh,
it's too late. They have to go into the stack.
Yeah, 20 seconds, and you're going into the AWP and rifle combo. Magno's AWP fires past.
Oh.
Chiron's run down. Khan picking up Magnajez. Leaves it just on Siren. And no song to be sung here. He's going to sprint on out of there. So Nemiga, finally, back on the board.
Finally. And that's a very difficult round to win as well. It felt like BB had the read, they had the positions, but both players missing their chances. Chiron and Donut.
I mean, you feel like he was like in the best position to succeed there.
Yeah, changed his mind last second, tried to go to the back of Donut. Still got caught. And even that push for Anthony, it's coming in because he knows where they're going. It still shouldn't be the end of the round. BB had ample opportunity. Nemiga have to make something of this, though. Wallbangs have been good. Xanta's already had a kill through this. Nafni, as many in-game leaders often are, deep in the cave. A good swing position where you can get a lot of information. Talking of which, Jump Spot gets exactly that. But he keeps the pressure on.
And I mean, the fact he's able to get all those presents delivered in one night is even more impressive.
He's a busy guy.
When you think about the fact that here he is as well trying to get to the major.
I'll give you that.
Nemiga have picked up 2 kills here. Magno and Siren both out of the round. Zorp still floats over towards B, and Nafany's there with him. So won't be plain sailing for Nemiga if they commit to this. Zorti even trying to get aggressive here. Now, if you can strike one out of the round, 40 seconds left, and you do have this lurk from Risky Bob over on A, he's going to confirm that that side of the map is empty. But you go and grab the bomb, and to rotate that away in through middle, there's still some uncertainty there. You're going to have to be very, very quick, and Zorti would have loved to commit to that push once he hears these footsteps. The molly is big to deny that. So now they are just going to link up with Risky Bob. And this is their round.
Nice rotate, yeah. Nemiga keep 4 outside B the whole time that's happening because they need options open. If Risky Bob dies, maybe sees the AWP or 2A, he's going to cool it off. They're just going to hit the B bomb site. They're keeping on the pressure, though, to keep BB stacked in the wrong place. And then Nemiga rotate very late. I think just keep 5 here, right? They want to do some damage on the way out, and they will. Some ugly shots for Zorti. Chiron in trouble, in hot water, grabs that AWP after 1. And that's a, well, I was going to say trade, but they just kill him flat out. All the exits for Nemiga with only 1 death. That's economy right there. It's 1 out by the T. And we have BB calling it a pause because their money is in dire straits. They're going to have 1 more buy.
This is starting to get stressful, though, for BB, right? Like, they were on that big 5-round streak. Things were looking really good. You let them in for that 1 round where, sure, you had chances, but you wanted to immediately build back into this, and that's now not happened. Nemiga are getting closer to breaking through the money of Team BB. And so suddenly this would go from being, like, a great first half to just an okay first half. But more importantly, you don't want to feel like you've let your opponent back in. So I think it's very important here that they're able to offer up something in the way of resistance before this comes crashing down around them.
Definitely.
Because losing this round, they have no money left. That's what that noise means. Apparently.
Oh, through the mid-smoke. We'll commit for a second. Magnajez gets out with 1. Nemiga walking in main like they wanted to go. Is the 1-man fake of B going to be enough? Doesn't look like it. They're unconvinced. Nafany dying could be a big problem. He's trapped in front of the Molotov right now in B as well. Meanwhile, Nemiga take A space. The AWP in the wrong position right now. It's a weird setup. And BB don't like what they don't see. They actually decide to regroup and hit middle. This now makes this round either a save or a retake. And Xanta can decide that by getting a kill on any timing now. They won't go through middle. They are going to group CT. Nemiga take the site. This is a very hard round right now for BB. Good break.
Oh, and Siren and Magno are both able to pick up the kills. Khan left up in this all alone as that flank connects onto Xanta. Gonna try break that. Any damage? Khan moves up.
Oh.
Shot sails on past, and so Magnajez steps up big time.
I think you just, when you're Nemiga there, you get the site for free, you see no one, there's not even a player spotting CT, and you think it's too good to be true. Where are they? In Donut, they go for the clear, and as they walk Donut, the nade break comes in. It was well timed for BB, when in reality, Nemiga could have just planted wide, and that's, yeah, you're kicking yourself. That was your round right there. Instead, BB are back in the game. Zorti's made a lot of moves, but he's also missed even more shots. Surprised he's 8-5, to be honest. Need him to warm up into this series.
And this is starting to get really stressful for Nemiga. It's their map pick. They're on their better side. They're on the better side. And they're left trailing behind, but they might be onto a winner here. Chiron. No one's watching Made. And Risky Bob calls his bluff, walks straight in. Nafany deserves some credit here over towards the cave. In these last few rounds, he's been finding good impact. Good timings there as he catches Xanta. Oh, that's the bomb on Khan.
Knows he can cut off the bomb.
Khan seems aware of this.
I think they called it from Donut. They heard the steps. He doesn't want to run. This is still very risky. He's just standing still waiting. If he
Are they going to wait for Lear to come and help?
Doesn't look like he's in a hurry, though. This is such a strange round. The bomb could just move in right now. They want more kills. They don't want to play 4v4. They lost it last time. And in fact, it's making BB doubt it. They have no info B. They're going to rotate back. Now Lear starts to move, and Nafany catches him in the open.
Siren arrives inside of Spawn, and the rest of the gang for BB are right there alongside him. Ooh, Zwei and Risky Bob have made this interesting, though. Quick turnaround from Zwei to find Nafany on that flank. 2 out through the Spawn side. Zorti quick with it on the swing. Leaves it just on Zwei. They know where he is. They've got a smoke to work with on Zorti as well. Zwei will have to carve a path here, have to fly solo in this 1v2. Spam connects, Magno dead, but there's the reply from Zorti. And there's an 8th round, the dominance continuing for BB. Nemiga felt like they had all the positioning, all the chances. They had the info about the mid push. They have a flank coming in onto Nafany in middle. But all those swing moments, those swing kills come up in favor of BB.
Such a crazy freeze for Nemiga. They just have nothing. They have no info, none of the map, and BB are just walking around, not into crosshairs. Nafany, high impact, but Zorti even more so. Called him out, got to give him credit there. Hits that crucial entry in the 2v2 and gets the trade in a very difficult smoke spam. That's impact late in the half. It might turn this half into a stomp. Nemiga might be feeling desperate, looking for the early B contact. That's more like it. When in doubt.
Still, you look on the board, you see that Nafany's still alive. You know he's going to be over towards the cave, and Zwei, quick work made of him. Jez spams out Risky Bob through that smoke. Nemiga just can't seem to hold on to these advantages, man, and it's not through lack of trying. They do some spam damage back the other way.
They never had the bomb.
Yeah.
They didn't have the bomb.
Now I guess you could say like their best option might be to leave. Zwei is locked down this side of the map, but this introduces a potential problem in this round. Firstly, BB have a chance to isolate Xanta over on B, but on top of that, if Zwei dies, you've given up all the positioning.
He has to get a kill.
For nothing, so Zwei has to deliver here. Spot Zorti going red room.
Poison Chalice.
Plays up close.
Bomb has been planted.
Plant in over towards A. Chiron, will he check this? Seems aware. Zwei, I think he's been spotted there on that jiggle. Chiron gets rid of him. And Nemiga, it's the worst thing. They up and leave that B site. They try to meet their man over in A. Backstabbing for Zorti. Khan is on borrowed time, and there it is. Team BB with a dominant CT side. They start this series off strong on Nemiga's map pick. They win it out heavily on the CT half.
I've got to say, it's beautiful CS from BB. They played some really slow rounds. They didn't panic. There were rounds where Nemiga were waiting in 4v4s for BB to walk into their crosshairs, and they wouldn't give them anything. They were also completely fine with giving up bomb sites entirely and playing 4v4 retakes, which are really not that easy. On top of that, I think grenade usage was excellent. Having HEs on smokes constantly, keeping the pressure on. Nemiga could not get comfortable. Like you said in that round, they can't hold advantages. And I've never seen a team get so many good flanks on T-side Ancient and get nothing from them. That's a heartbreaking half for Nemiga. A question of what it could have been.
Бля, как я двоих прочитал? Бля, я сука умный, пиздец. Молодец.
As this CIS team of rejects rejects the moniker. They want to take this in two. Winning their opponent's map pick this dominantly would certainly open that conversation. We've got a big pistol round now. Can BB just slam the gauntlet? Drop the blade on Nemiga's head. Patience will pay off. Santa pushing down ramp, but they're waiting to do this B hit right now. They've already got Cave. Panic.
Zorti and Nafany blinded some openers over towards ramp, and Lear now relegated to playing retake, waiting for his teammates to move in. He is smoked out, hoping that something connects on the spam, but that's really what this comes down to now for Nemiga. Just a hope. Dooley is even pushing them in. MagnaJez runs him down, and Lear... Chiron, come on, not going to win any awards for that, is he? I guess you've already won the pistol, so like anything, it's all just a bit of fun at the end of the day there for Chiron. Siren with the backstab, and Team BB, they pick up right where they left off, winning the pistol now in this second half. I think, when you look at this one, there is like a disparity in terms of the experience on these squads. Sure, you have some fresher faces in Team BB, like MagnaJez, the latest edition. And I guess you can say Chiron as well, where like he has played some LAN games and way bigger LAN matches than anyone on Nemiga. But still not as many as, the likes of your Nafanys, your Sirens, your Zortis. But there's just, there's like between those three names, they dwarf the experience and like LAN matches attended by the likes of Nemiga.
It's not even close. It's a shame. I thought Nemiga would come in, with a little bit more fight, just considering their recent results. They've grinded a lot online. They won that Res LAN recently, beating decent teams on LAN. And even after their marathon of a matchup yesterday, they come in here cold. Oh god, Cave Rush, good flash to be honest, but it's not gonna save this full eco. It will still be a sweep. One kill from Khan, and he cannot, as BB get rid of those pistols. Nemiga one buy to save this entire map, their pick. And they've had nothing to show for it. And I'd say, scoreboard isn't too indicative right now because I think BB have just called a great game. I think Nafany's put his pieces in the right place. The rotates have been really solid. He was a safe pair of hands towards Cave, but good to see MagnaJez 17-7, putting up big numbers. Zorti, a couple of high impact rounds on the AWP, 14-5. Getting the firepower pieces, your star rifler, your star AWPer performing is indicative of this scoreline. And they can afford to run through them all.
Oh, nice mow down for Zwei at least. You just don't want to give up around like this. So just, you've been handed a nice little double on the opener, some good util to put a stop to it. Nemiga at this point just want to feel like they're able to get a little bit more activated down the tail end of Ancient, especially with Mirage coming up next. Liz here on the backstab, hoping to keep Zorti contained, and he'll manage that. So there's a fourth arriving, but pulling up very, very late for Nemiga in this first map.
Yeah, that's BB just, throwing themselves round a corner through a Molotov. Could have bailed, stubborn not to. They wouldn't have done that at 11-11. But at 11-3, you feel a bit of levity.
Also, I was just doing the quick maths on like LAN game head-to-heads, and it's like Zorti, Nafany, and Siron, and almost Chiron. I just said Siron. Siren and almost Chiron. Individually have played more matches on LAN than all of Nemiga combined.
Wow. Each of them?
Yeah, like as individuals. Yeah.
Okay.
Nafany over double.
Wow.
Zorti over, Siren over, and Chiron coming in at like, he's like 8 games behind.
Yeah, so no surprise.
There is a massive, you know, difference in the experience of dealing with these sorts of pressures.
Yeah, they're dealing with it very well right now. A game that BB should be confident in, and they're displaying that. They go back to the A site, and they find 3 entries, but this time they don't commit. They bail. And they might even recommit back to A. They're going to let Nafany fake it out. He runs into B. He spots 1. At that point, they could just go A right now. It's max 3-on-1. It's honestly good odds, but they want to split it instead, go through middle, leave Zorti in main. This will give time for Nemiga to right their wrongs and get back in better positions. But again, they're down a man. They're going to gamble, and it's not right. A roll of the dice. He's just selling it.
See, like, they fired off over here towards A, and Khan has rotated over.
I'm not worried yet.
Risky Bob's making a move as well.
Yeah.
Wanted to see if he got the angle onto the planter. See, a lot of teams there would just live and die by the stack. But Nemiga, out of desperation, want to give this a go. However, that can end up costing them everything. Siren plays it to perfection. And honestly, I wish Nemiga didn't attempt that retake, but they throw their hat in the ring. You know, exactly at 11-4 down. You're just hoping.
You're coping, really, more than anything.
And now it's left them with nothing here, heading into the last round of Ancient.
Some well-called T rounds for Nafany in this game, right? Keeping it pretty simple. Just what they need, I think. Their players are popping off, feeling good. Let your AWPer go for this boost pick. Again, like, Zorti's 15-7, but like when the eye test doesn't say that. He's had impactful rounds, but he's also had grave whiffs. But it's not the end of the world, Harry. Just the end of this round.
Yeah, this was supposed to be over, especially after losing everything at the end of the last round, but crazy little 5-7 push down the ramp.
Chiron. 1v5.
Oh, okay, we're fine. Everything's fine.
I do wonder if his confidence has been like killed since that VP outing. I feel like he's very aggressive, very confident. Even in that team at the beginning, obviously we didn't know what was going on internally, but he was a bit off the leash in that team.
Yeah.
He made his own moves. He made a lot of risky plays.
Like, I think you could always envision that, like, it would have been a weird matchup for him, because knowing how he used to play, like, back in the Academy League, he was mental.
Yeah, you just swing everything.
Actually mental, like, would just run at the opponents. You'd see him motor mouthing in the camera, like, he was high energy, talking a lot, and then you join a team.
Couldn't be more opposite.
Like, it was no secret that they liked a slow round, let's say.
One way of putting it.
Oh, Zorti. I love that, but wasn't ready for risky Bob.
It's 12-5 play right there. You hope you just get the free sight. You hope that Nemiga are stacked out in middle. And I mean, no round is unwinnable at this point in the game. The Risky Bob lines him up and knocks him down. Well played on the spray. Nemiga trying to fight back, but it feels too late. Let's see if it is.
We want the old Chiron. The in their spawn with like in 20 seconds type guy, you know? Not this sitting behind the door smoke, respecting the util. Clear. Good timing on this push out through the cave, and that's cleanly done up against the pistols. So Nemiga are doing exactly what they wanted, which was to at least like make this competitive. Feel like your individuals have switched on a little bit at the end of the half. Like, BB can win this still. They should be able to win it quite easily with a good few buy rounds before now in the end. Or at least that's what you're telling yourselves with how this game went. But I think already, in a sense, Nemiga have found something here in that they're not going into that second map if it does roll around, feeling like, God, like none of us are hitting, nothing's working, we just can't beat these guys. You know, you've actually got your second win, but a B-pop now, real test, because this one's got some firepower behind it. BB ran at them with the Glocks last time, this time upgraded guns, utility to boot, missed nades for Risky Bob. This is not how it all comes undone, surely. Nemiga, two players trying to retake the lane. Spam coming in from Zwei, hoping to keep the attention away, but Zorti, you've seen him play through these smokes once already, tries it again, this time they're holding for it. These could be very tricky rounds. I love that BB threw this in. I love that BB went for something like this. They didn't fully commit to the buy. They tried to run it home. They tried to run it home over a B, but Nemiga stick the landing on that retake. Easier said than done.
Oh, just the micro detail there, and Zorti getting team flash. He called for a flash. They threw it down ramp, but it fully blinded him, and they didn't blind a single CT on the ramp. So I think if he plays later, he might win the round, but he wants to help his teammate from a position outside of the site. It's so awkward. I agree with you, though. Really nice try. Going for a B-pop on a half buy when they could have justified full. Kind of Furia-esque. You can absolutely win those rounds on Tech 9 armor, and the levity it gives you to play loose and to play a rush and to not care is so powerful. It also allows a full buy here with everything with the AWP. And to be honest, this game should have been ended on that 12-3 anti-eco, 12-4 anti-eco, when Zorti had an AWP ramp and it was all 5-7s. So let's see if BB can make up for it before they start giving Nemiga a reason to believe. So right now that's building. Mid pop. Bounce nades in, I like that. They won't do anything off of it. And in fact, Nemiga not even playing middle. They're heavy A main. Trying to play a little off meta, trying to catch them off guard. Really pushing the boat out here. This is dangerous. Zorti's in position.
Catching Zwei, and a quick trade onto Risky Bob. It's a good thing Siren's there. That's nearly the collateral, but it just sails past. That could have been Nemiga keeping the game alive. Instead, it's the domino to fall that lets in Team BB. Siren does have to cross out main with the bomb, and he is alone in that, but the Molly in Temple gets rid of Xanta. And Magna Jez posted on this smoke. Nafany arriving late from middle has cleared everything out, so they know where Nemiga are coming from. They know they've got the game right here, right now, and so eventually Team BB walk this one over the line. They steal away Nemiga's map pick. Nemiga now one map away from elimination, and it's not a home map, it's the map pick of this BB team. It's a pretty somber vibe in the Nemiga camp. But one thing, you know, that we were saying is at least you did build back in to that opening map, and you were making some aggressive moves. They didn't always work, sure, but you've got to play your own game a little bit more. You've got to get those individuals switched online. And I think by all measures for Team BB, that's something that they really didn't want to happen, right? You didn't want your opponent to feel like that was ever doable at any point in time.
I still feel like that angle is even cope here for Nemiga because they got absolutely blown out of the T side of their map pick. They had some really good opportunities to have a decent T side, to get multiple rounds, and they botched them every single time. And at this point in the competition, Harry, 1-2, elimination on the line.
Oh, you just reminded me how ugly the first half was.
I don't care about your warm-up. I don't care about you getting a couple of anti-ecos. Oh, you want a pistol round by pushing them on ramp. None of this matters. You're going home if you don't sharpen up right here, right now. We now go to a map that is not good for Nemiga, at least not as good as it is for BB. BB have been struggling on Ancient recently, and they just absolutely swept them. There's no angle in this for Nemiga right now. The experience, the inexperience, the beef stew, the offcuts of meat, it's making a delicious protein-filled meal, and I'm loving what I'm seeing from BB. Stars aligning, even with a couple of slips in the mud, Harry. They got back up, they brushed it off. They're continuing their long walk to the major.
Thank you for that reality check, Hugo.
Yeah, I think you needed it.
I did. I don't know why I was... You're right. When you're right, you're right.
I was one-sided.
It's as simple as that. It was one-sided. It was one-sided. We were all there for it. Magnajez showing why he was the right man to be brought into this BB team. Yeah, topping the charts.
Yeah.
Very good day in the office to open up for this guy.
It definitely also didn't feel like a one-man army or anything, or just like a couple of players popping off. I think everyone played in their role really nicely on the T side. They were covering for each other. They were grouping a lot on CT, playing retakes really, really well. I think the communication was super fluid for this BB side. And so I would, Magnajez put up a great game, but this was a team game for BB on Ancient.
So we head to Mirage next. One that BB, unlike their Ancient, where you'll get on, they have been struggling. This has been a far better map for them.
Too.
So,
and historically for Zorti as well, very good map. Chiron, very good map. So Magnajez will have played it a lot. I think BB are going to be very happy where this series is going right now. And unfortunately, Nemiga showing little signs of life so far.
Yeah, especially after there was like a reason to be a bit excited about them because they're coming in as one of these teams that have been like farming online, finding a lot of success there, but it just doesn't feel like that's translated across on their run with them only besting a sort of similarly, like a team in a similar situation in that Rebels game the other day.
It's a bunch of 20-year-olds that, they won a smallish, studio-ish LAN recently, but it is a bunch of 20-year-olds who have never played with this kind of pressure on the line. And, BB are only a couple of years older for the most part. Zorti is like the experienced guy, 26. But like you said, when you compare the LAN maps, when you compare what this team have accomplished all as individuals in different rosters playing in high-stakes matches, they're not going to be stressing about this game. They know their favorites.
And like Nafany is someone himself who knows that good results online take a while to actually translate across into that LAN environment. Well, we got Mirage. That's our next map. And that's coming up in a minute. So don't go anywhere. Or do.
Don't. She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
Yeah. Look, I know my man's going crazy. I gotta break on myself. I amaze me.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one.
Nemiga are one map away from going home. A terrifying place to be.
Yeah. Yeah, it is, Harry, especially with what's on the line. The major.
You love me. I
love being
I
at home.
always like doing the intro
Yeah,
because
you troll it a little bit.
Yeah, just a tad.
It's good fun though, isn't it? It's not like that ancient, not for Nemiga. That wasn't fun, Harry. They're sitting there twiddling their thumbs because I'm twiddling their thumbs for a bit.
Dramatic effect.
Yeah, kind of. That was just disappointing, wasn't it? That was just a bit sad. They managed to take Rebels all the way yesterday in a blockbuster affair. In that it's going out of fashion, but I don't. Something like
no, that's good.
But BB are built different. They are bigger. They are better. They are stronger.
Yeah.
They are more experienced.
This
they
is
have more
fast building
firepower.
to be a rather sizable BBW.
Yeah. A win, that being. A big and a beautiful win.
Because they're having tons of fun.
That game looked pretty fun. Not for Zorti. I wanna go watch Zorti's demo.
Stop! Right,
I don't get it.
He got the kill.
He went like 50.
You miss every shot you don't take. So he just takes a lot of shots.
But he missed a lot of shots he did take.
Well, yeah, that's going to happen sometimes when you're firing
But
10
the numbers
shots
were great.
around.
The numbers were great, but like every time we were on a POV, it's like, oh, he's whiffed again. I don't know how he did it. Got to give it to him. Still put up a good game, presumably, because they won, didn't they? How's that happened? And they won pretty easily, Harry, if I say so myself.
Well, check out what he's going to do here on
I have a
Mirage,
lot more
because
faith.
This is, a map he's always found a bit of comfort on.
A Jerry home classic.
Yeah.
I remember a Jerry Mirage. Why are you looking at me like that? You're like #1 Jerry fan.
I am.
This is Jerry's.
Even coming into this event, I sent you a little photo of Jerry.
Yeah, you were like, I miss him dearly.
It's not what I said.
You said, come back, Jerry.
I said.
Unbench yourself. Where is Jerry?
I can't actually say what I said. But
No, don't say it. Jerry.
It was positive.
If you're watching, we miss you, Jerry. We'll see you, hopefully, at some point.
Yeah.
This is, Zorti is Jerry's wonder child in a way. Like, he brought this guy up a couple of years on fours, put up some great games on LAN, made some runs to a major. Zorti's legit. I want to see that here on Mirage. I think we can.
Yeah, I think we can too. But let's find out together. Let's brave this Mirage map once and for all, guys. We're in this together. And so let's see who's going home. Team BB versus Nemiga is about to begin.
Got a little B rush for BB. Got supportive flashes for Nafany. Quick smoke dropped out. We've got a bench player as well. 2 in the site. No one on short. So Nemiga are ready for this play. How are they going to fare? Running in through the window. Good chase for Carney. Hits 2 headshots in transition. Chiron clears the smoke. But they don't know Zwei got out behind the site. They have no idea.
Oh, there's the backstab for Zwei, and Nafany cut down as well.
Could have committed.
Zwei makes the magic happen. And so there's a pistol round for Nemiga.
It's a good sign. One step in the right direction, starting stronger than before.
First pistol round picked up for Nemiga.
Yep.
So a chance to build up here and make something happen.
But I don't want to get too ahead of myself because BB on a force buy with a bomb plant. There's always that to worry.
No, it's true. It's a fair enough point. I mean, BB even learned that themselves in the first map where they secure a pistol, but then there's the immediate reply from Nemiga. Now, in that situation, BB actually went on to win out the force buy wars. But a BB force with an idea behind it, you know right now, Nafany is cooking. I think beef stew's on the menu the last I heard.
Yeah, it's delicious. The mystery meat is definitely worth getting. Oh, the B-rush. Off the back of mid-util did nothing to pull Nemiga out of the bomb site. They're still very strong here. And Xanta delivers 2. He reins him in, my dear. 2 on 3. Magnajez with a big flank. But the bomb is committed into the site. I don't know if it can get out. Maybe on short. Can it try? As Mango makes it work. A sweet treat in the window. It's only Zorti calling for support.
Magno unchained right now. Khan, 1-on-2.
He doesn't know.
Oh, wait. But Magno just didn't quite see him yet.
Just wait.
Oh, there's the flick around.
Sick flank.
Not supposed to do that, Jez, but he makes it happen. You know you're not supposed to do it.
Really nice round. Like, he throws in the mid util to fake. It does nothing. Nemiga still have a really strong hold. But then a couple of well-placed pistol shots and a huge flank for Magnajez. Maybe some forced engagements there for Nemiga. And that's why I said don't get ahead of yourself, Harry. A pistol round is temporary. 4 spies are forever. Up and connect it again. It's the same round. They go B-Rush into a 4-man stack. This could be a disaster, but they've cleaned up the first 2 with ease. Checking the boost, surely. When you see 3B, you always look for 4. BB like what they see. A flawless round where the flank isn't even required. Ouch. BB. On the money right now, 2-1, forcing full eco. Classic pug strat. Flash on the cat push. But there are Mac 10s here.
Yeah, very cleanly done.
Ouch.
Liv finished off, unable to make a dent, and that there. Team BB bringing the pain. Nemiga gonna have the guns coming back out now. But
the question towards the end of the last map was like, maybe they're warmed up, maybe they're feeling a bit better. To me, BB are the ones looking warmed up. They're looking like they're locked in.
It's an astute observation there. Magnajez keeping up his strong form from the first map as well. 6-1 to open here. I think what really matters for Nemiga, if you want this one to be competitive, if you remember, like, they had chances to start Ancient on a far better footing. And it's like, if that first half was even a little closer, and then they go on to like replicate the same sort of success in the second half, suddenly I think you'd be looking at that game going, yeah, that's all right. And one of the things we said was, yeah, they keep getting these man advantage spots, but they can't hold on to it. They can't capitalize. And so we need to see them get on the board early. If they don't, I worry Team BB are just going to run right through them. Already opener found, but there's Khan with the... Oh, Nafany, love that. Here's the reload, chases the trade down. Risky Bob, risky move. Up and over into the crosshair of Chiron. And here's the backstab for Xanta.
Too late. Better wait till next year.
Well, hang on, yeah. Xanta.
It's already January 1st. He has no kit. This ain't happening. And they're thinking about it as well. He needs to get out. Great cover for Chiron. That's a fantastic read of the situation. Has to flick up to stop that climb. Risky Bob trying to throw the round into disarray by stopping the bomb plant. BB don't allow it. An explosive A executes with only a smoke spam and nothing more for Nemiga. M4 with pistols. Not a lot to do in this round. Just have to hope the M4's on the right side. Right now it is. Another quad B stack. BB might walk into this. being a little bit more methodical this time around. Molotov clears pistol position. Smoke will be enough for BB to say no thank you. And they'll wait for their split.
Zancer and Khan making a case for this round. They have swiftly dealt with the cat play. Magda Jez, though, heavy hitter, still in the picture. Will get dealt with, crunched on. Zwei lends a helping hand, and with 45 seconds left, Siren on a timer here. Nades not able to find that man inside of the site for now. Lear is still a factor. The boost up, nice way that they're able to just keep on challenging. Keep on fighting, and they lock them out of middle. The crunch through Khan is well timed. That boost quickly assembled. A well put together round for Nemiga, sure. BB, thanks to this hot streak start, aren't feeling that pressure yet.
Yeah, spacing's not the best there. But not the end of the world. Alright, Nemiga playing a little more active, fighting in middle, breaking the smokes. They found an early kill, and BB react quickly by trying to suffocate this A site. Nemiga took a deep breath though. They've got 4 players here in an instant, leaving mid very quickly, hitting some shots, and icing BB out of a full buy round. Bit by bit, trying to break this money open. Zorti just trying to survive right now with a minute on the clock.
Yeah, but it becomes a kind of survival game for Zorti here, but there's no crafting. And no surviving either. Xanta able to find him, able to remove that AWP from play. God, even though you've picked up these last few rounds, look at the cash for Team BB. A straight Wonga. And you know what, Hugo? Maybe you were right about Zorti.
Yeah.
1 on 5 here to open up.
That's not what I was saying.
Oh, let's see what he can do. Boost up over in middle. You want to have this AWP finding its impact early. Looking for the opener. Nemiga aggressive down the ramp side, and Siren is holding there, waiting for this exact move. That is a free opener located for the BB squad. The rest of them out here in middle. Anglerjez gonna line up the window smoke. But they make the conscious decision to not smoke off the connector, so it feels like they want to fight for this. Looking like it's going to be an A split here on the cards for Team BB. Khan hits his shot. AWP good for the first. There's one back from Zorti dealing with the AWP. Nafany, now's the time to backstab. He gets activated. Lear's out on an island, and they know about Risky Bob back here in the spawn. Xanta might have to be the difference maker. Playing it in through jungle. Clean flick up on a Siren. Chiron needs him run back, but he's not able to deal with him.
Weird drop.
This smoke over in the connector, and Nafany bomb plant in, but a 1v2 rolled out in front of him. Knows where both players are. How does he want to break up these fights? Right now, Risky Bob is trapped behind the smoke in spawn. He goes looking for Xanta. Able to deal with him, but low on health. Risky Bob teed up for the win. As Nemiga leveled the playing field, they clamp down on the BB A take.
Yeah, nice fake steps there for Risky Bob. Baits Nafany completely with that and then walks back the other way. Simple clutch to keep Nemiga in this game in a big way. Trading out rounds now, back 4-4. That's when BB had a significant advantage in that round, but some insane shooting. And move tech for Xanta. Can't blame Chiron for missing that. He just drops in the middle of Con.
It would be more forgivable if, like, you didn't hear him the whole time.
he
Like,
knew it was
to me, that's what makes it a bit more of a... Yeah. Sometimes the sound represents things better than the word.
I get you. Slower pace this time. BB come from lower. Top mid, or rather window smoke. And Nemiga playing very heavy on this A site in a lot of these rounds. Zorti's already been tagged. So it's not easy for him. And oh, I like the setup for Nemiga, especially if Khan gets up into ticket in time. Risky Bob drawing them in, but it's double under Balk and they're open season. No way, that's a big mistake. Way no one takes that kill and Risky Bob pays the price. You have double under Dark. What are they watching? Through the Molotov. Magno takes one more and Chiron burns out Khan. That is a house of cards that falls thanks to the Underbalk players. I think Zwei was tucked. I think it was his teammate. But I don't know where he would have been looking. Maybe at ramp. Very confusing round. They kill Risky Bob. Yeah. Dear, oh dear.
Nice! Хорош, блядь!
Alright, money on the line for Nemiga.
Then margin there for Zorti as he tried his hand at the opening pick over in ramp. Khan's taking the AWP over in middle, but this might leave him in a nice spot to try and lend a helping hand in the A plate. BB have battled their way through out on the ramp side and won that skirmish. Oh, Magno, here's the rotates. Wow. There's the backstab onto Khan. He knows they've just up and left B entirely. Lee, last man standing. And Nafany makes quick work of him from the Palace.
Splits are really nice right now for BB. They are just trapping Nemiga. Even though they've walked into a couple of stacks in this T side, they've won them both. Just able to trade contact and overwhelm Nemiga. Those comms must be frantic on the CT side.
I think even for like BB, you know, we all know it. There's nothing quite like that feeling of walking into the stack. You get to the end of the round, you realize all 5 players were there or making their way over, and you still get out with a dominant round win. It's like, even if you do play right into the hands of your opponent, the individuals are enough to get you through it.
And this is another round where that is the case. Obviously, pistols out, but 4 here, and I have absolutely no worry with USP's limited problems. And they're very efficient at clearing these angles. 2v5. Good shot for Leah. Just baiting for Khan with a Zeus. But Chiron clears his corners very well.
Love that move from Chiron.
He's loving it.
He loves the jungle position, man. Like that. I always remember that one time when we were watching him, and he was mad at jungle.
Just sending it.
Yeah, and he full sends it there. And I love that he threw the AK back. So it's like, if I die, I give them a Mac 10, and if I kill them both, I make $1,200. So he did the maths, and that's maths with an F.
2 Fs.
But right now, it might be Nemiga with that L.
Damn.
That's what they're worried about. Calling it a timeout here to try and save themselves.
Yeah, this is them trying to avoid 8-4 half, which would be a monstrous T side. Akin to last map, to be honest. A big gulp for Nemiga before they get back in to the most important round.
Tried to drink as quietly
of this RMR.
There, guys. Sorry. Here we are. Leah out into the top of middle as Nemiga try and fight for this. They want to come for the mid control. But Chiron lurks there, waiting on the side of this top mid smoke. Meanwhile, Magnajez.
Oh, there's no way you're ready for this.
Xanta Fires off, Chiron dead in middle, and Xanta swings onto Magno's AWP.
Pretty crazy. Now what?
Well, this is awkward for Team BB. They let the whole map go quiet. They completely concede this A control, and they look to group with Zorti over in the apartments. This is a nice mid-round move for Nemiga. They were leaning heavy over towards A, and in the man advantage, they're going to try and press the issue a little bit here. Get the info that A is clear, and that helps them build a far better picture of how this round is panning out.
Xanta's in the open right now. It's a crazy off angle. It should be good if an AWP walks in, but if a rifle swings, okay, good stuff. Crouch peek. Xanta hits his. Now this last round of the half looks to come up for Nemiga unless the split does something. Nafany running out of time right now. Orb makes it in. Big entry kill. There's an ugly spray for Nafany. He needed the frag, and it's all on Zorti, who has to hunt down this backside play, but he has time to do so and can't denies it. That was a clutch cooking for Zorti, not meant to be. And Nemiga, I won't say it's a good half, but it is enough.
Yeah, I mean, 5 rounds down the stretch for Nemiga here. That's on the CT side. Now moving over to the T half. Like, the problem for them with Ancient was they never had, like, the room to have any errors, any mistakes in that first half, in the second half with how the first half went. And they certainly had chances to make it sweeter. Well, here they've at least capitalized on some of those. I think something that's going to hurt no matter how you slice it for Nemiga is, like, they could have won this half out, right? They win the pistol, but then they go on to lose versus the Force. If they stuck the landing on that conversion, suddenly this is like a winning half for Nemiga. But you can't think about that now. You've still managed to pick up more here on your CT side than you managed back on that opening map. It felt like a more competitive game here on Mirage as well. So they do still have fight left in them. Right now it's Xanta leading the charge for Nemiga. If they can find a pistol here and then actually stick the landing on the conversions,
right?
Which, don't get me wrong, it's a big question mark. They won their first pistol of the entire series to open up this map and couldn't capitalize. But what I'm saying is Sky feels like the limit then. So let's see what they cook up here in this all-important pistol round to decide who gets this early control over Mirage. Magnajez punished for the push into Palace. Playing with confidence, sure, but he's fed the beast. Nemiga try to run it up through connectors. Zorti, some clean taps here of Thin the Herd. Risky Bob made it up in the ladder room. Is that info BB have? Yes, it is. Zorti gets the spot. So that advanced bit of positioning that Nemiga had will not help them here.
It's like one of those freezes on Ancient where it's like they're begging for a peek, but BB are playing this really smart. They have all the info. They don't need to force these kills. The Glocks have got to come to them.
Trying to take CT away. It's not a favored fight here for Nemiga. Zway's dual Berettas 1v4. He spends 100 years putting the mags back in it, but they run him down. And so pistol secured for Team BB.
And no plant, so that Force you talk about the other way, I don't think is going to come through. I've been very impressed at BB on CT sides, knowing when to stop, right? Just knowing when to call a freeze and play their positions. After Zorti gets these kills, he has all the info. He knows one window, one jungle, the other made it up con. They know exactly where everyone is. And so BB don't try and rush Nemiga, who are playing patient. They make them come to them, and Nemiga just get put in a box, Harry. There's no breathing holes in this box. They're gasping.
Straight suffocating. Nafany farms the money. Up against the pistols here, it was always meant to be a clean round. That is exactly what transpires. This is where, putting in that extra work in the first half here has helped Nemiga out. When they were at this point to open up the series, they lose pistol. And
feels like game.
It felt like the game was over. At least now, couple of chances here on the T side. It's not one rifle round and the whole game's over. It's 2 rifle rounds.
Zorti's bought an orb on the bonus, which is a risky maneuver, but it shows the mental state of BB right now. They want to just end this.
And Wavar.
Didn't know what you were saying.
Just trying to say maneuver even fancier than you did.
French.
Siren. Punished by Xanta. He's been a naughty boy this year.
Coal in the stocking for Siren. That's not your house, that's Weber's house. Get out. Naughty rotates and Nemiga being very loud, being almost too obvious. Like, oh, we're not 4 here. We wouldn't do this if we were 4 here. But we're actually 4 here. Still on their default though. Big gaps apparently. Chiron's checking his flank. They have no mid or window control. Meanwhile, Nemiga throw this A fake in. Multiple smokes on the A site. Will that be enough to drag BB out of their positions? Oh, what a headshot will do is all Zorti now.
Oh, that shot just sails right past, and on the back of that missing, probably best for him to just run for the hills, right? Buys the AWP up very early on in the game. I think a save here is more than justified for Team BB, but that means Nemiga are going to start closing the gap.
Okay.
And honestly, I think they did a really good job of, you touched upon the kind of like mind game play there, the whole idea of making B look so much like a fake.
Yeah, they made it look like a really bad fake before they
like the worst fake you've ever seen, and I think BB bit down on that. They were like,
maybe
not fully, but like that 1 second of Chiron pulling back in a market, and then he left the angle in absence. Now suddenly he's the guy kind of swinging a little later back in on an awkward timing.
Yeah, it wasn't a confident peak like their fake.
No, he's almost like peeking just for the info in that situation.
And they
wasn't ready for a fight, and they were.
Big entry from Zwei. And Nemiga just trying to hang on to the monkey bars right now, Harry. They're dangling in this game. Can they reach out and grab one more rung? It's again just another B. This time way earlier. And we're way less mustard. Just sending it. Good spam from short. There's the headshot from Siren. Suddenly Nemiga are regretting ever having tried. 3 on 5.
Oh, Magnajez even on a fast flank here, but he might not be needed. The rest of BB have all poured into the bomb site. Magnajez now arriving, but he's just a safe pair of hands here. Lear's been spotted in at the truck. And so walking in, Magnajez, it's nice, it's easy, and the speed of that backstab really drives home the fact that BB were ready for that. Nemiga handed no free pick on a Siren this time over in the apartments. He's not playing up close with the SMG. It's a more standard looking round over inside of that B site for BB.
It just feels like such a desperate call for Nemiga to just want to pop B after you win a round like that, such a slow round, and then with a fake in there, and then you go, yeah, let's just B rush now. Like, it could be based off of a read, off of a demo, off of something they like to do, but you're just so at the whim of those opening couple of kills.
Yeah, it's just like a very jarring time for the pace change as well.
Seems like desperate.
Yeah.
They just gave themselves a lifeline, and then they got the scissors out. Like, we don't need this.
They can cut the guide rope. Like.
Yeah. They just popped the inflatable. I feel like it's a waste.
Oh, now they're really strapped for cash.
Yeah.
They bought up here, but like if they lose this, the game's basically over. So The worst part is you kind of did this to yourself as well. Like,
I think it just shows little faith. Like, this is what, you know, it's them being the underdog. It's them feeling the pressure and not believing they can win that round with a slower default.
I think that's I think it's a good point. It's like you've decided to hinge it all on like doing something
like,
crazy instead of
if this works. We're gonna break them.
Instead of, you know, like having faith in the fundamentals, which rather ironically was where they looked better in the round prior. It's a risky bob.
Oh,
Nemiga managed to get a lot of bodies up through the connector though.
4 in con, that's a shot. Maybe some horror. Magno though sprays them as they come through the smoke. And filtering into the site now, it's very obvious, but they're dropping, falling like flies. Wings clipped, and BB 11-6. Never worried in this match. Nemiga have not given them a reason to be scared. And 2 more, and Nemiga are eliminated from the running to the major.
Just down to pistols now. This means Nemiga are tasked with having to win 6 straight when those rifles come out, and they've struggled at putting any streaks on the board in both maps. So not a lot of hope left for this fledgling team trying to bridge that gap between a potent squad online, maybe out of their depth in the high pressure, high stakes LAN environment here for the RMRs.
A place they've never been to, and a pressure they've certainly never felt of this magnitude for Nemiga. For BB,
of this magnitude,
yeah, he is putting on a lot of pressure. 16-7. BB have been around the block, Harry. They've seen plenty. They know what it's like, and right now they're looking to just get within touching distance of that major qualification. It's right there, it's available.
For a group of players who were deemed surplus to requirement in many of their respective squads.
Replaceable.
They're eyeing up a major appearance, even just to say, I told you so. They would need 1 more BO3 win to do it. As you say, touching distance in an all-or-nothing game. That would be coming up next for BB. Nemiga, meanwhile, a series win over the Rebels with some pretty tough opposition faced along the way. Still with a journey required to leave an impression in Counter-Strike. Zorti, quick shot down on a risky bob. Man advantage secured here for BB. And Siren, when he's not getting aggressive, when he's allowed to sit back and play passive, he has been nothing but a problem inside of this B site. Hard to get past, never for free. Always got to pay that Siren tax. But they managed to get past Chiron. Zorti's AWP has had some swings and misses today. Let's see if he can be that piece to put a ring on this for BB. Nafany moving up through the short side. His teammate now arriving. Who wants to play first here? It is that AWP striking. Zorti getting rid of Xanta. The man who's really been trying to keep Nemiga in Mirage is found first. It falls to Khan. Damage done. Zorti has to hit the instant kill and he can't manage it. So for 1 more round, Nemiga get to compete. Khan wins it out in the clutch. But it's such a long road still to walk.
Yeah, 5 rounds away, and they don't even get the reward of winning that 1v1. They are broke. They have very little money. Just a saved AWP and a few AKs. Even util's going to be a problem. Kind of forces them to keep it simple. And it's those rounds where we've seen BB absolutely overwhelm them. Galil's to allow for some grenades. And more of a spread round here for Nemiga. as they try and live to fight another map. Risky Bob, big entry on ramp. Grenade is perfect. MagnusJez swings out. Blink and you miss it from favored to fated to be eliminated in just a moment. Is there any stopping this BB squad from 2-0ing Nemiga?
Oh, the timing on this is so awkward. Lear, that one's free. Zorti gonna try and swing out here by the looks of things, but there's a lot of eyeballs eyeing up the connector. MagnusJez been spotted in ladder room, but Siren making a move. That could have been a lot more. Both players on Cat weren't looking at him, and they know that Magno's here, but they're still walking into him. The Orb of Khan holds the line.
Oh,
and life is made very awkward for Magno in the window room.
Does feel like the end of Ancient again, where BB, they just want to make it a bit interesting. They just want to give Nemiga a way back in. A red carpet, perhaps. Had their chances to close this easily. Maybe they have to work for it now. Oh.
Considering you start that, 4-on-3, you really did think that was the end if you're both of these squads, but Nemiga able to battle back in. I think, there are just times where it feels like Chiron is left out on an island a little. No, I don't know if it's him voluntarily going to the island or being left out on one, but something is odd because the interplay over towards A was really nice between the three pieces they had. Even though they lost Nafany early, there was the nade out from Zorti floating over towards the stairs coupled with the re-swing. It all looked very tight and very put together. But then on the B side of the map, Siren and Chiron were not on the same page at all in terms of what was happening there.
Oh no, they're going to do it again, Harry.
No.
This could be disaster.
No, surely they don't rush B, because it didn't work out last time. It was horrible last time. Come on.
This is how they fall.
Just
5-on-4.
Just to remember, I'm not, it's not a game from 12 years ago. It was just a couple of rounds ago. And so they call it off.
Yeah.
But already that's a pretty dismal way for this to open.
Well, it's also told them, oh god, they have a double AWP now, so we have to run an execute because if MagnusJez is AWPing a B pick, that means Zorti's almost certainly got one as well. So that makes life very difficult. They've got to be quite intelligent about their util usage now. And they have but one smoke.
Yeah, that's a huge problem.
Round boosting for the AWP. They miss it. It's fine. It's fine. They're out mid. Got the window smoke. MagnusJez is here.
You would have just loved to have this extra util, knowing you're running into the double AWP. MagnusJez, impact found. Second AWP, rises to the top, baby. And there's the killing blow. Team BB lock it in and eliminate Nemiga, putting an end to their RMR run, sending them packing at 1-3, and Team BB get to keep on fighting. A potent double AWP as well. It felt like MagnusJez, whenever he got to don it, would never be shy of the impact. And he sends them home, sends them packing with a big multi-kill round to close.
Yeah, my eyes are on BB right now. That didn't even feel like they were playing at 100%. There were definitely some missed opportunities, a few missed shots. I think BB could, if they keep improving every game, I think this is a team that could absolutely make it through. There's no guarantees right now, Harry. It's not even like the 3-2 necessarily qualifies you. We have those 4th place deciders or 7th place deciders. There's only 7 spots in each group of the EU RMR, so nothing is guaranteed, nothing is sacred right now. All we know is Nemiga are going home. What do you take away for this team?
I think for Nemiga, it was always going to be an uphill battle coming to something like this. You were going to be the underdog, and I know that you're emboldened a little bit by the fact that you play a lot of these online matches. You've had recent success at one of the only LANs attended for this specific team. But, you were very much coming in, never as favorites, always as underdogs. And I think in moments, that shone through in all the wrong ways for Nemiga, right?
Yeah.
They would leave it to these crazy Hail Marys, but you're taking gargantuan risks for oftentimes not even some great reward. You know, I think they'll have to take this as a learning experience. Hopefully they come away from this event with a better idea of kind of the identity they want to build around this team, and they leave it to chance a little less, because sure, maybe in the halls of online Counter-Strike you can do that a little more, but when you get to LAN, when you're playing a very experienced, maybe not like a super experienced team, but very experienced individuals all linking together in a squad like BB or like in some of the other matches Nemiga have fallen down in, it's a whole different story. It's a whole different ball game. There were some nice pieces, though, I have to say. I liked Xanta and I liked Zwei. Those were two names that have at least left a bit of an impression here individually in the RMR.
And on the flip side, Magnajez is the real deal. He's doing it on LAN. He's doing high-pressure games. He's performing with the AWP, with the M4, with the AK. He's doing it where it matters, and he top frags both maps of these 13-8s here in the series.
Pair of crazy 8s.
Crazy
13-8s.
Whatever that means. What's a crazy 8? Is that a poker thing?
I don't know.
Oh, no, he's got the crazy 8.
Look out, he's playing the crazy 8.
I don't play poker.
And Pirates now.
We got one more BO3 for you.
Yeah, so that's the end of Nemiga's run. You can see them down there, eliminated.
Yes.
Falling out 0-2 to Team BB. But yes, Magnajez, real deal, and I do like that. It's very exciting. It's a team of more experienced players. They bring in someone who's been touted as a young star and spoken about, coming from the same place as Donk in that Team Spirit Academy squad, and he is looking very legit. Coming into a team where you are dwarfed in terms of the experience by everyone else on the roster, and yet you're still the one that we're talking about at the end of the day. That is a very promising sign.
That is a very good point. I mean, how can you not, a part of your, humans love underdogs, and how can you not root a little bit for this BB team in the...
All these guys were deemed not good enough.
You're gone. Siren was the lowest rated player in the challenger stage of Antwerp, the major that he made top 4, sorry, the lowest rated on Spirit at the time. On a major he made top 4, and he also did it again in Rio, just a major later into the quarterfinals. So I think there's some people who feel like they need to redeem themselves maybe.
Everyone has something to prove in this BB team.
Yeah, and they've already done it. They're 2-2 now, Harry. They're just potentially
with the big BBW.
1 or 2 matches.
The dogs are out.
The dogs are out, Harry. Flip off them slippers.
Yeah.
We'll be back with Falcons GamerLegion in about an hour.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
Yeah. Look, I know my man's going crazy. I gotta break on myself, I amaze me. Like I'm back in the 80s.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one.
If you love teams getting eliminated, then you are in the right place. We got the dogs out here over on the B stream. Huge Byron with me. And this next one's pretty exciting. It's the Falcons taking on the Legion of Gamers.
That is true, Harry. Both these teams sitting at 1 and 2 right now in a very uncomfortable position where you wonder what the hell is going on, right? Falcons with Simple in question mark. And the answer is yes, Simple is in Falcons, replacing Sun Pius for the time being. And we're getting a bit of a taste test to see how that is going right now, Harry. It's not started too strong. They've only beat Eclot. In fact, if we look at the last 18 games that the Falcons have played, they've won 2 of them.
Yes.
2 of
One of those
2.
is here versus Eclot.
Who?
And they just barely beat them.
And
I think it's important to bear that in mind.
And it took Simple jumping at 11-11 to actually win them that game. Jumping, a 1v2 jumping around Anubis Heaven. So it's, you know, Simple adds a lot of spice, a lot of aura, a lot of reasons to watch this team. You want to see if he's going to come back in good form. But obviously, even for someone as, even for the GOAT, let's just lay it out how it is.
Dude, but it's just,
even
like
for the GOAT.
he was our GOAT. He was the GOAT.
He is the GOAT, but he's taking some time to get adjusted to CS2. It's just some of his first officials. He needs a bit more time. We'll go with that angle right now. But you know what time it is, Harry? It's time for Falcons to survive because they're playing GamerLegion. A new look GamerLegion. Sure, a GamerLegion that has brand value, org value, but it's a very young team. There's a 9-year age gap between the average ages of these two teams. And let's not even talk about the experience because GamerLegion just don't have it. Not in comparison to this Falcons roster. Does that mean Falcons are going to win? Absolutely not. But they kind of have to.
Yeah. Well, you can see the veto coming in. Falcons picking into Vertigo. Nuke, the GamerLegion pick. And then the decider is Mirage, by the way.
Interesting to see them starting to play Vertigo with Simple as well, because considering his history, this was never a...
Navi never played.
It was never a go-to map for Simple, so they're not making him the most welcome right now. Obviously, I'm sure he's part of that decision at the time being, but you know, Simple.
You'd hope so.
You'd hope so.
Yeah.
You'd presume you'd hear him out at least. But Nuke as well coming in. What was the third map?
Mirage.
Okay. It's really hard to know what we're going to get because I actually really enjoyed listening to or reading Flamus's interview coming into today because he's a very confident young man, Harry, of 20 years of age. Very confident guy, bringing a lot of energy, talking about the change, moving from a CIS squad of Nemiga over to this team and how he's brought a lot of energy and a lot of confidence to some similarly inexperienced younger players. And as a result, they're hoping to make the O2 reverse sweep. Let me give you a nugget, Harry. A nugget. Back at the Paris opening stage, the Contenders Challenger stage, the opening stage, the very major that GamerLegion, this organization, went to the final. They started 0-2 in the opening stage. They lost 2 Inferno BO1s, and then they reverse swept and they went all the way to the final. Here, at this RMR, they went 0-2 on 2 Inferno games. Okay. Now, I'm not saying that they're going to be in the grand final major. Obviously, that's not what I'm saying. But would be kind of a cool story
for the
they reverse swept again.
For the org, you know, they've got their good luck charm, I guess.
But none of the players, obviously, from that time, it's a very new look roster.
No, I guess you could say the closest link to that Paris major would be having Vault, but he was not on this team. No. He found a lot of success with the ITB boys at that major.
Exactly. What have you made of this GamerLegion team, though? Because we've seen a couple of their games already. We saw that Inferno choke to Eclot, if you remember that one.
So something that scares me is I think that, like, what that Eclot game proved to me is that even though this team tries to have good ideas, they can just get overwhelmed by brute force. And I feel like surely Falcons can do that. Hopefully, right?
I don't know what I'm...
It's such a weird one because, like, Falcons on paper, like, bro, if you'd assembled this team in, like, 2020, you'd be like, oh, whoa, you know, like the meme. But nowadays, like, you watch it and you go,
They're definitely favorites. That's the one thing we can't, you know, beat around the bush with. They are overwhelming favorites in this game from name value. From
but I feel like, but that's where it comes from. Them being favorites is just the name value. Like if you go off of any sort of data ever, it's like, yeah, they've won like twice.
Yeah, the grind hasn't been good, Harry. The grind has not been good for the Falcons.
Not been kind to the Falcons.
But, you know, you got to stay grinding. That's Counter-Strike. You can't stop. You have to keep going. And maybe, eventually, it will pay off. We'll have to see if Falcons can win this game and go to that 2-2 matchup to see if they can survive in Shanghai. Otherwise, it's GamerLegion looking to reach heights akin to the past with a very new-look team with a lot of firepower, but with questions on experience. It really is the young buck v. the old doe, in a way. And I have no idea who's taking this series.
For the old doe, it just might be an exercise that's only about making bread. Magisk holding the line, him and Madden, couple of kills apiece in the pistol. Ooh. All right, Magisk, let's go! Oh. The Dooley's coming swinging, he's got Dupree with him. And it's all Danes in the pistol.
He's got that simple shake
and
on
Madden.
him.
Yeah, love that.
Yeah.
Pistol round secured for the Falcons. As they get off to a good start there.
Absolutely.
GamerLegion kept it very simple. They got the map control over towards ramp. They tried to run it down with an A exec. But when you've got Magisk looking like that, playing ahead of the smokes, you had to get past him. You had to trade him. And they did not.
Exactly. Pistols out. Deeg for Flammus. It's been one of the more reliable players on this team. Been here a few months.
I heard that Thorson looked a little bit tilted the other day.
Yeah, apparently he's getting some frustration stations, Harry. He is the one Dane against the 3 Danes. He's outnumbered. GamerLegion, of course, getting a win over Unity, who were the lowest ranked team in the entire EU RMR. And it wasn't a clean win for GamerLegion, right? They took 3 maps, got caught off guard on Anubis, barely won on Ancient. So it's been a pretty fruitless RMR so far for GamerLegion, but this would be a huge scalp to find if they can survive these birds of prey. Not in this round, though. The Predators feast.
Yeah, thus far, it's all about Dupree and Magisk. They're starting this series off strong, and that's a good look for Falcons. But thus far, they've only been fighting against pistols. Now that the guns come out for GamerLegion, maybe this is where they're able to bring the heat, turn it up a little bit. Roast Falcon. Anyone?
There's plenty of people doing that online, don't worry.
Oh, he's sharp with it. He's slick with it. And so's Magisk. Good nade damage onto Thorson.
Double mid setup is naughty, I think is the official term. This is, usually see it on the left palette, but playing it up close for the MP9. NTR, very close at B. Magisk. Firing shots down range, does some damage, pushes GamerLegion away from this site. Right now, it's still heavy stacked. And if anything, Falcons don't actually have info on A. GamerLegion could start to scale silently if they want. It's a passive setup for Falcons. Molly from the mid, from Vault. And there's Simple finally getting picked. He waited all round in this position, but he's dead first.
Whoa! Oh, ZTR walks to that ramp and no one's looking. Dupree decides against the spam. Oh, we'll get given one for free. Mid lurk here from Vol. He's going to have to taper off. You don't want to give Falcons a reason to go for this. No way that dynamic duo is still alive. So for now, Dupree and Magisk relegated to the save as GamerLegion bring out the guns.
Strange to see them pull the boost up so late in the round, right? Like they maybe expected GamerLegion to announce their ramp presence, but they actually just walked all the way into the site. And boost is a little bit delayed. Very delayed. At the end of the world.
Terrorists win.
They can sustain the loss with a couple of guns saved. Falcons will rebuy. I could see a reality where Dupree even drops the AWP here. Let's see if he makes that so. Yeah. Dupree throwing over that big green. And let's see what Simple's got on the sniper to start this series. Oh, bit of trolling in spawn. Magisk. He'll make it. Well, thankfully, no rushes.
I really want to see a good showing from Simple here.
Yeah.
Throughout his long and tenured career within Na'Vi, only achieved a less than 1.0 rating twice, and those were both right at the start of his time in the Na'Vi jersey.
Wow.
He's already managed that twice within this Falcon squad. So hopefully we can see a bit of an uptick from the GOAT.
Yeah, his last 3 months have been almost as good statistically as some Pius, but you're expecting him to overtake that, I think, in this team. And also definitely adds more in terms of outlook than just the damage. Talking of which, Spray on the smoke will get nothing. GamerLegion get over the top of B with an entry to Magisk. It's a free site. Madden goes through the smoke, but that essentially ends the round for Falcons, unless they get tempted by a pick on the A side. GamerLegion have thrown away a couple of post-plant kills, but never enough to entice Falcons. This one certainly could. However, Snappy, nothing to do with it. And that molly will seal the deal. GamerLegion up to 2.
This is already a very good look for GamerLegion. Immediately leveling the playing field, but now taking control of the money. And so Falcons, one thing you thought they had gets stripped away from them right at the start of this game.
Very defaulty rounds right now with a lot of focus on utility, getting early nade damage, doing the gap molly from mid-window, mid-ladder rather, just trying to deny information. Say, slow and steady T side we're seeing from GamerLegion. Kind of what we expect from ZTR. Calling up a storm. Simple Zorp saved, gets another go.
Yeah, I think there's been times at the event so far for GamerLegion where you can tell ZTR is very bogged down in the tactics, in the minutiae of the rounds, and sometimes I think that impacts his ability to perform, especially when like the pressure gets applied, but thus far it's been plain sailing. Flamus tries to control the spray, but can't quite get a beat on Simple. That was a chance at the double opener. Instead, one and done for Flammerson at the top of ramp. GamerLegion up and leave now. They go to regroup outside of this B site, hoping that they've cut the info flow off for the Falcons, but they have not. Snappy immediately re-aggressed out through gap. And so Falcons know that ramp is clear. With that comes the overlean in towards this B site. Dupree loses that fight in middle. Mag is gone to fellow Dane on the other side in Torsen, but a quick trade from Simple Zorb. He now enters the field, does that simple AWP, 2 kills found. And scares GamerLegion out of the commitment into this B play for now.
Oh, that's not good. That's big info for Simple. He's going to catch the headshot as well.
No, why not? Go on, Simple. 3 kills, 1
dead.
HP, but dead to the nade. ZTR. There he is. We always say nerd for the util, bro. It's the thing he's got in spades. Volt cuts down Snappy on the rotate. So for a long time, Dupree and Magisk, they were on the team that really set up the modern standard of how we think about util in Counter-Strike. ZTR from that next generation with tricks up his sleeve, able to safeguard that round and put a stop to Simple's reign of terror on the AWP.
Couple of examples of where GamerLegion get a kill and they want more and they get a bit eager, right? Flammer's going for the spray control on 2. And that entry up on B onto Dupree or Magisk. And he swings around the corner without waiting for a teammate or a flash. These little things not being punished just yet. But you gotta watch out, you don't get over eager. In this round it's okay, they can bloodlust on that B-bomb site. GamerLegion double entry, that's the round. But I hope Falcons are ready for GamerLegion's pace, their velocity. Because they seem very keen to finish what they start. 4 kills for Torsen on the anti-eco.
And with this Falcon squad, even though there's like this feeling looking in of like it's sort of a dead team walking for GamerLegion and for Torsen in particular, the chance to go up against the 2 of the most decorated players from your country and now be besting them in head-to-heads, I don't think that's ever not going to be a good feeling. True. And so when you're Torsen here, entering up into the B site, the first guy you best is Magisk, then you follow it up onto Dupree. I think that hits like nothing else for this guy. And I feel like that's going to fire him up, which is scary because I think, you know, when you look at kind of their results from other events, Torsen has been someone that you should be keeping an eye on. And I don't think we've necessarily seen that here at the RMR.
Yeah, he had that in that Inferno Eclot game. He had a really strong start. He was performing extremely well on CT side with some rock solid B holds on Inferno, but then we swapped half and he had similarly, or differently, no impact rather. Completely fell off a cliff.
Like Torsen is 19 years old. At the start of like the Astralis era, he would have been 13. And so there is a good chance that he was sitting around watching them from home on their meteoric rise to the unbeatable squad that we all grew to know. And
yes,
now he gets to play up against them here with a shot to eliminate them in the RMR. I think that's a pretty unbeatable feeling as far as it goes.
Yeah, and that's why a strong start like this for GamerLegion is worth its weight in gold right now. Get a bit of momentum, have Flammers telling you you're better, get that confidence going early, and Zonic trying to inspire literally any of that into his team in a must-win matchup for a roster that has more than struggled this year. It's also even just a bit worrying looking at the veto for this series with, sure, Falcons picking Nuke. They picked into that map a lot. But...
GamerLegion.
Sorry, GamerLegion picked Nuke.
They picked Vertigo. And a bit of damage for Torsen. There's the openings! Catches Snappy. He really needed that trade. Torsen was not looking his way. He's out there isolated, all on his lonesome. Madge is found over towards B. This is falling apart. Falcons don't even know where to look. It could be A, it could be B. They've made the right read at least, and they've got a 2-on-3 right now, but players lost in the backline. GamerLegion can try and snipe this down, so the retake never gets to take shape here for Falcons. And even now, they're being hunted.
I think this is a prerequisite to a save, though. Simple has not really been in the position to win any of these rounds. There have been a lot of B executes right now. He swings back for a kill. They punish him. Just trying to get warmed into this game, but GamerLegion disallow it yet again.
Terrorists win.
Yeah, typically you see an AWPer always involved in the action in a map like Vertigo because you're going to be playing more rotational positions, you're going to be starting middle, you're going to be supporting your team with flashes, trying to trade out when the bomb site hit comes in. But Simple's been cut off by a lot of utility in this map so far. And these anchors have just been getting picked. Another B executed. Dupree with a one rifle is overwhelmed immediately.
Oh, man.
These are brutal pops for GamerLegion.
And it's all, every time, spearheaded by Torsen. Iterations of these teams have matched up once already. And there, it was an easy win for Falcons. That was with Sampire still in the roster. And that was GamerLegion without Torsen. But right now, Torsen is looking like an X-Factor. And I think you have to look at it at the idea of, I think a part of him putting such a strong foot forward is he's had a strugglesome time in the RMR so far. But a game like this gets you focused, gets you driven, gets you determined.
Terrorists win.
Playing versus, very likely, 3 of the 5 names that were really responsible behind you getting into Counter-Strike. And so he is keen to beat them. He is keen to show them what he's made of, and he is showing them right now.
Torsen, yeah, second player there. This time he's not ready for it. No supportive flash. These Falcons find a 5-on-4, finally. An untraded advantage for the Falcons. GamerLegion going to up the pace, up the ante towards A. Kept honest by Util, but Madden won't overcommit. Could have found a frag behind that smoke. He will, in fact, right through it instead. Flamus again in this jump-up position, but Simple awaits on the sandbags. His timing could be awkward. He's going to play off of Madden, but he gets spotted on the edge, and Flamus finds a brutal entry. This time he won't overcommit. The map goes quiet. GamerLegion do their best to fake out a B hit.
Oh. I think that would have sold much here. It's going to come down to Flamus. If he's able to get the openings, create the space, Slend in there alongside him. Flamus, the one to keep an eye on, though, leads the charge in. They're not ready for Madden, tucked in at the sandbags. And if Slend tries to plant this bomb, Madden not able to put a stop to it. Plants for CT. And now they get the spot as well. They know they've got Madden boxed out in the open here. Slend chance in the clutch, but Dupree's spam has saved the day.
I do like how GamerLegion route in that round, though. They hit all the gaps, all the timings. Flamus getting around spawn. They were cognizant sandbags could have been taken by Falcons. And it's just Madden coming in with a big flick to find Flamus, pushing back in off of Catwalk. Very important round for Falcons to stay in this first half. Simple, essentially no impact in this game as of yet, despite having a couple of AWPs contained at the sandbags. And GamerLegion call a timeout.
All right, Hugo, while we're in this, clarify the...
I also got...
It was my bad.
No, it's fine. The graphics said one thing. I got clarification. The veto is, in fact, this is GamerLegion's pick, and Falcons had gone for Nuke. And the reason I said that coming in was they've been picking Nuke a lot. You know, Falcons have gone for a lot of Nuke picks in their time, but they are 1-9 on this map in the last 3 months. 1 win over BB and 9 losses. Fair, there are some big teams in there. There's FaZe, there's Spirit. But still, despite Falcons picking this map repeatedly, they've had no success. That's why there's pressure on winning Vertigo right now and starting this series off on the right foot. Slend trading Dupree. This round, Falcons go for the same opening move. GamerLegion are aware. They are wary. They trade out that kill. Simple alone at B. That inspires some confidence that Falcons can play heavier numbers on A. But they've already made noise, GamerLegion, dropping a smoke by accident and scoping in. They're just going to start to reveal their position as they explode into the site.
Oh, Madden. Chance spam. Torsen cut down. That's a serious piece removed. The bomb stripped away as well. And Volt run through by Snappy. This is looking like a clean hold for the Falcons. Right pieces in the right place here. You're dead on about that simple AWP, freeing up space for Falcons to lean a little heavier over towards this A site. And for Slendon at the end here, nothing left to do but die as Madden puts on a nice little show there over towards the top site. I think most critically, dealing with Torsen, someone who's caused you nothing but issues on these site hits. Getting him out of the picture early on is a serious tool removed from the cabinet of GamerLegion.
Symbol's got a B spawn this time. He might actually go for an opening pick. We've seen a lot of tussling back and forth at the start of rounds on B. Simple looks for his. Of course, delayed for GamerLegion. Back-to-back rounds we've had opening kills taken from Falcons here. So instead they use this AWP to push Magisk down to a nice aggressive angle. Torsen low early. Has to back out. Repeat is dangerous. Simple learns. And Magisk is clotheslined as well. Hung out to dry.
Vol actually just runs straight through the util over here in middle. Now they displace Madden, but he goes fighting forward.
Oh no.
Snappy wins his fight over towards the B site. For GamerLegion, B's where they found the bulk of their successes.
Second
Can
bird.
ZTR cook something up here? Later in through mid, he's not needed. Slen knocks down Madden and Snappy as they try to assemble behind that smoke. And that gnarly little transfer there has sealed the deal. GamerLegion teed up for a 7th.
I thought ZTR was there to win the round, but maybe he calmed that. I don't know if Slen saw the boost happening, but maybe ZTR called. He hears the steps going towards that boost position because he sprayed it like he knew they were there. Aiming at the top of the boost immediately. So that's a huge double entry in an almost choked 5v3. Falcons make the right rotation very quickly. They commit to it. But there's nothing they can do when they're knocked off the top.
Terrorists win.
Free saves his gun. That's something here as we enter the final round of the half. They can get an AWP, they can get everything they need.
I flash behind you once, Marta. Training mid one.
Surprised to see Simple re-peek there. I mean, maybe I shouldn't be stubborn on that peak, but Magisk was waiting. He had the cover. Didn't feel required for Falcons, but they're getting desperate as GamerLegion have already fielded a 7-round T-side.
Under the cover of this slender AWP, they've all walked up the left-hand side here. Ramp control taken. Falcons 3 strong inside of the A site. Once again, I think that's largely due to Simple AWP being present over here in mid, holding that long sight line. Frees up an extra man to go and rotate around. They've got some faith in Magis to anchor down over towards B.
Lurk timing is important here, but it can't come too soon. They need a bit more space on A. Paying out a lot of util. Missed opportunity for Dupree. There's Simple holding on. Catches his kill. GamerLegion going through the smoke.
ZTR managed to win a round like this before, calling the bluff on the ramp push. Once again, Madden's able to slow them down, able to buy a bit of time for the Falcons.
Simple's here.
Makes it over on that AWP. Looking to make that first incision. Nade will be good. Damage done onto Volt really softens up that plant. A backstab for Flammer. Steals a lot of damage and he will pick up Simple.
Time.
But he's low on health. Time is of the essence. GamerLegion have got to get a move on. They've got Madden isolated and Slen finds him on the AWP, but they are both so wounded. Magisk, a couple of seconds left. Doesn't swing out. Could have stopped the plant, but picks it up in the clutch. Magisk soars up onto double digits, and that 1v2 secures a 5th to close out this first half for the Falcons.
Oh, so impactful. It felt like Falcons absolutely dropped the ball in that bomb site, giving a lot of ways in, letting GamerLegion really slow it down off of the entries and let that AWP work. Slend had a chance to stop that clutch in a 1v1, but he missed his one shot with the AWP, and Magisk makes him regret it. Sigh of relief for Falcons as they find 5 on the CT side. But this is anything but a comfortable game right now. I'd still say GamerLegion put up a fantastic T-half. Definitely isolated the weakness on that B-bomb site with a lot of executes. Catching Magisk and Simple off numerous times.
Nice. Did you heard that it's a bit?
I thought someone will have at some point.
Nice boys. I was just waiting a bit.
Well, maybe someone will help here as Magisk has also started to rise up the board alongside Madden now. Out of the two that were trying to get everything done in that first half for the Falcons. GamerLegion, though, they do move on to their preferred side here. And they put Falcons on the harder of the two. T-side starts off with this ramp control getting taken. And a heavy lean inside of A for GamerLegion. They've got all their players here, with the exception of Flamus.
Oh, we're blind. We're very blind as they flash peek back in. That is a brutal pistol. Blink and you miss it. 5 dead in a 9-man battle on ramp. What happened there?
I mean, GamerLegion tricks up their sleeve, right?
It's great.
Well timed on like this util swing as well.
Yeah.
Flashes knocked like half of the Falcons out of even fighting there.
That's the energy that Flamus is bringing, right? That's what we were talking about. He said he will not allow his team to be afraid today. They are not allowed to play scared. He will inject that energy, whether they like it or not. And right now, GamerLegion are doing exactly that, fighting with focus, fighting with brute force, and absolutely executing Falcons on this A attack. That's the kind of gameplay you want to see from GamerLegion, playing with bravado. It's only eco, but it's a sign of what's to come.
Yeah, they should be feeling right at home here moving into this second half. Falcons, we've seen T-side woes for this squad.
Absolutely.
And so it's very important that as these rifles make their first appearance, that they're able to hit the ground running themselves. You don't want GamerLegion to open up with this tear in a game they were already running away with. That gap is going to start to widen very, very quickly, unless you find a way to break through sooner rather than later.
Madden through the smoke. He's looking for an opening kill here. The nade lands a little bit further. He has good timing right now, but ZTR's contact will allow Slen to play. There's no Molotov because it's the first buy round. They have limited util, and they have no chance. 2 players turn. Slen takes both, and they still can't get him out of this position. He has no reason to move. Oh.
Death delivered to Dupree as Slend tucks himself in, steals himself away at the sandbags and makes life very easy for his team. A lovely little mow down, then teeing up ZTR to swing out late and check the ramp. GamerLegion dominate that first rifle round. Falcons never in a position to even make it close. They get churned up trying to appear on the ramp side. And it does feel good, right? Because while Flamus has very much been kind of one of the guys you're looking towards for this GamerLegion squad, one of the guys who's really tried across the RMR to keep them in these games, Torsen and Slend, I think, have both punched a little below their weight, what we know they're capable of, and they're both bringing it to the table here in this matchup. Crazy dig for Magis to open.
He has been the only, he has been the top performer, right? The most impactful player. I want to say the only guy we can rely on. Madden had a couple of nice rounds in A.
Yeah, I think it's just been like, in that first half, it was, you had one guy able to hold their own on each side of the map.
Yeah.
Like, and Magisk is still giving it all he's got. Deeg opener in this round as he looks for a little bit more, but when you hear that smoke in at the bottom of ramp, Falcons are kind of forced to commit to this B play.
Ooh, they've put the gun to use, so look at the damage done. It's a lot, but it's not enough to finish the job. Volt has to do everything here. He has no support. Inbound, they come. 3 pushed in. Volt lines up a double, and the pistol's out as ZTR provides cover from above. It's only Madden. 1v3. Nate is perfect. Slam dunk. GamerLegion 11-5. This game comes down to a single rifle round for the Falcons.
And I think that's the thing that's going to be so wild here if this is how it goes. Like, this was never even close. Another timeout called in for Falcons.
Yeah, it's not like there's even been all these clutches that Falcons have just lost, these really close rounds where you go, one thing different and they could have won it. They got absolutely destroyed on the pistol. 5 alive in a 5v4 and a great gamble call for GamerLegion. They've had some nice reads in this map.
I mean, even with that first half, I know they started picking up some rounds towards the end where they finally, pieced together how they wanted to start to kind of align their players better to withstand the GamerLegion hits, but that huge rung of rounds in the middle where GamerLegion went on a 6-round streak where it was just a bunch of these crazy B hits, and it's not even close. Like, Torsten's got the double opener, and that's it. You're just saving from the get-go, like the round's over. Those were ludicrously dominant, and it took the Falcons so long to even figure out how they wanted to solve this problem. Now in this round, double aggro over here in middle from the side of GamerLegion is about to clash with the Falcons. Missed shot from the Slend AWP. Volt falls after one. Slend can't afford to go down here with nothing. Opting out is an option after Volt goes 1-for-1, and it might be the best option available.
What?
Flamus, crazy shot on a Magisk who nades that smoke open, but seemingly wasn't ready for the fight.
I wasn't ready for a player right in front of the smoke, that's for sure. You're trying to get a deep pick there, someone on double or default. Flamus absolutely catches Magisk by surprise. And that was really all Falcons had in the round. Some B control. Even that's gone now. Flamus has pushed down. Flamus is flanking. Flamus does not respect the Falcons. And Slend, one shot is all he needs. The re-swing off his contact. We're still waiting on this big flank. Flamus is saying, wait. I've got the round. And to be fair, he's got a point. GamerLegion just trying to stall out this hit at the moment as Flamus puts them in a box.
There's that backstab. And Flamus makes it so. Very well put together from Flamus.
I can't believe they let the AWP leave as well. They had 3 players. They could have just swung and overwhelmed. Like, what can the AWP do there? It's going to get one more. You're going to trade it out. If you're T-side Vertigo, you're taking the 3-on-3. You're suddenly going quiet. You're playing the map. But they just let it escape completely. It was in a very committed position up close. Falcons looking shell-shocked right now. Facing elimination. I think they spotted Flamus jump up there. The AWP headshot as well. Double
Magisk and Madden, it's them two again, trying to do everything they can to keep Falcons in this. Has at least kept them going for one more round.
That's more of what we saw from, you know, GamerLegion's T-side, just kind of walking in as a group and hitting a bomb site. Going for a quick execute. Awkward timing for Flamus trying to jump up close. And then the AWP at a predictable angle, Magisk reads it well. Not much Falcons can do about getting these guns gone. GamerLegion will save 2 AKs and will be able to full buy in the next. Those 2 AK saves are huge, allowing everyone to be armed, even an AWP if they want. Nice shot, Magisk.
Stairs, B. Out. Yeah, I'm pushing it. Almost minus 1 goodness.
Didn't have a chance. GamerLegion call a pause early. I really like this decision as well. 12-6. They're not close yet. They've won every round on this half until that point. So Ash just trying to end it before it even begins. Don't let Falcons wake up or warm into this series. There's still a second map. This is GamerLegion's pick, and they look to end it with ease.
I mean, these rounds have been very steamrolly.
Yeah.
And opening kills have been weighted super heavily. 12-6 in favor of GamerLegion, mirroring the scoreline of this game. Oftentimes, whoever's won that first fight has gone on to win the round. And so, wouldn't you know it, isn't it bad news that Snappy is the first to fall for the Falcons? GamerLegion take the early 5-on-4. They take that early advantage. They now need 4 kills to lock in this map. That's all that separates them. a map away at that point from knocking Falcons out of the RMR.
Yeah. With only a single win over Eclot, getting destroyed by Saw, and FaZe with an overtime sweep. Close but not quite will continue to be the story, or maybe not even close. GamerLegion 5v4, 6 rounds up, and Falcons have to pull out a miracle round right now. We got Slend on the AWP in the right place. Simple. Oh, but he unscopes. Moving back into the angle. He's given away his position. Simple flashed off. Slend owns it. Will Simple dry peek it? That would be crazy. And he falls at the first hurdle. Slend gonna jump up now. He's ready to end this map, kick Falcons down, and take us to Nuke. And there's nothing Falcons can do. They get absolutely iced out on Vertigo.
Yeah, no contest either. GamerLegion put up an impressive Vertigo CT side, complemented beautifully by that middle run of 6 rounds straight on their T-half. Torsen versus 2 legends from his region. He was 13 years old when that Astralis era took shape, and here he is, annihilating them on LAN for elimination at the RMR.
Yeah, we talked about Glory Run in Paris for the GamerLegion organization. Of course, no players remaining, but it began in the opening stage with 0-2 in that stage. 2 BO1s lost on Inferno. GamerLegion started this RMR the exact same way, and now they want to make that full reverse sweep happen. We doubted them on day one. They choked that game on Inferno against Unity. But this was a far better looking GamerLegion here in this opening map. It makes you worry for Falcons' 10% win rate Nuke, which is up next.
Yeah, it really does. I mean, you know, when we look at that, you said it yourself, like there are a lot of kind of top opposition in the mix there.
Not entirely. There is some, sure. I'm giving them a bit of benefit of the doubt, but at the end of the day, if your map pick is a 10% win rate map and you've lost 16 out of the last 18 matches you've played, with the vast majority of them on LAN, where your players should be experienced and should be playing better, even with a LAN debut for Simple before this very RMR in Katowice, where they go out 0-2 in the group, there's nothing good to take away for the Falcons. I don't need to tell you that. It's as clear as day.
Yeah, this was a huge dub for GamerLegion, though. And it was great to see this kind of triple threat, right? Slend looking good on the AWP. Felt like he had Simple's number time and time again. Simple pretty obsessed with the re-peeking and dry peeking into angles, and Slend was licking his lips every time he was given that opportunity.
And it's kind of surprising. You don't always get AWP head-to-heads. I actually think Vertigo is one of the maps where you do get a lot more AWP head-to-heads, even though they want the traditional ones here. You get those deep peaks on ramp a lot of the time. You know, sometimes get B ramp or B stairs to default as well. These were very atypical AWP head-to-heads, and Slend probably won all of them, I think. At least in that last round, the repeat on B that you're talking about. The fact that Slend is out-AWPing Simple is a statement in and of itself.
Yeah, you know, and then thinking ahead to Nuke, I don't know if that fight gets any better for Simple there.
I think it will, because like we prefaced coming into this game, this is not a map that Simple ever played, really, Vertigo. Like, he never played it in Na'Vi. This was their ban. It was never one that he was talked about keenly. And now we go to Nuke, which at his peak, Simple was the best. This was his best map. He was probably the best player in the world on his map, on this map, as he was on many. And I think hopefully he's in the same spots. I don't see why I wouldn't, as being an AWP player.
Yeah,
playing very rotational on the CT side, getting to pick his fights. But it is a different game now, Harry.
Yeah,
it's a different game. It's a young man's game.
There were times that you just felt that, you know, watching this one. Yeah, you know, I hope Magic and Madden can keep up the appearances. They were like the only guys. Felt like they were really trying to make that competitive, but honestly, that was just very flat from the Falcons. And very well handled from GamerLegion, especially when, you know, you think about that interview with Flabbers that you keep touching on, how he wants them to play confident. You don't want to go out from the RMRs feeling like you didn't even play your best game and you were scared and you were in your own head. And I think there was kind of no better team for you to get to match up against, where you get the feeling of like taking down some big names, but this is not a team that's in its prime. This is very much a team in decline.
Yeah, I don't think it gets much better for Falcons. You couldn't inspire more confidence than a win like that. Not a scrappy win, not a game with a bunch of clutches, just a flat-out smacking from GamerLegion. And to me, given what I've seen from the Falcons the past few months, given what everyone's seen, I think Nuke either has to be the simple show and he has to just go absolutely hog wild and roll back the years and give us his best game in the Falcons jersey. We haven't seen any star-studded performances. We've seen him look decent, we've seen him look better than the rest of his team, but that doesn't mean much. It kind of, to me, has to be the simple show or Falcons are going home.
All right, then. Well, we'll find out if it will be that simple show in just a moment.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
Yeah. Look, all of my men's going crazy. I gotta break on myself, I amaze me. Like I'm back in the 80s.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one.
Well, for Falcons, they're staring down the barrel of elimination. For GamerLegion, it's elation, as this would be a pretty sick win to try and lock in for a GamerLegion where you've seen games get away from them. They've had their own fears, their own concerns that they're not playing their brand of Counter-Strike, maybe succumbing to the pressure a little bit, but trying to deal with that now. And as we get ready to head to Falcons' map pick of Nuke, this is where the Falcons are going to have to hope it all turns around.
Yeah, but there's not really any signs of that happening right now unless they have a shocking reset coming into this game. I mean, what would need to happen, Harry, in your mind, for Falcons to actually be able to pick this up and take it to 3?
Based on the numbers,
yeah,
they would have to have opening kills every single round to win the game.
Jesus, why?
Because, okay, so out of all the teams here, they have hands down the worst 4v5 percentage. They win something like 10% of rounds where they don't get the opening kill, which pretty dire, doesn't speak volumes to a good protocol. That's also simultaneously while having of the non-eliminated teams the second worst opening kill percentage.
So you kind of
it's kind of
angle.
No struggle, struggle wondering how they've arrived at this position. And you even feel that when you're watching them play. It's like, if they don't get the opener, if they can't just steamroll the site down, the round kind of grinds to a very jarring halt. And even if you go back and go compare that to Snappy's time in like the Ent squad, for example,
yeah,
they used to pull like a 45-50% sort of turnaround rate on those 4v5s. So he used to be someone who had a lot of systems in place to turn around man disadvantage moments. There would always be ideas for how to salvage the round. That's speaking the volumes in one of two ways. Either you don't have those protocols for a slower round where you do lose the opening pick and there's no way to trade it, or the trades just aren't there, and so you're never leveling the playing field, and you're always playing from a big disadvantage. This whole team feels disjointed.
That's such a great point, because what was crazy about Snappy's Ents is the ability to call fast rounds on money-breaking rounds and to catch you off guard. They would run slow defaults, but every now and then Snappy would call this big pace change, and it would absolutely catch you off guard. You would steamroll a site and you'd win it off of momentum entirely. Think about Nuke, think about Anubis, think about how good they were at exploding into bomb sites. Where are these calls from Snappy now? Do his teammates not believe in them? Does he not have the confidence in his teammates to be the star players, to find fast entry rounds? Snappy is under the microscope right now. The calling for this team has been horrendous. The T sides have been lackluster, and when you put the numbers on it like that, with the 4v5% being as bad as they are, with the complete lack of opening kills for this team, it is no wonder they're getting absolutely smoked as of late.
If you can't win a game any round 4v5 and you simultaneously cannot get the opening, you are going to lose.
This is what it looks like. Like I said, 16 games out of the last 18 matches lost by Falcons.
And maybe this even ties in, you know, it's like a harder stat to try and use, but I'll throw it out there anyway. In terms of flash assists, they are so like embarrassingly beneath everyone else bottom of the board. So there's like no util to help in getting the massively required opener. Very often they're just not blinding people at all. I feel like you don't even really see them use a lot of that offensive util. Like compare just on a feeling in that last game when we're talking about the good utility, all the credit was going to GamerLegion. They were getting good nade kills, they were throwing good flashes to set up guys like Torsen on the B hits. Meanwhile for Falcons, it's like, oh, they've thrown a smoke, and now they're all dead as in come GamerLegion.
And weirdly enough, I feel like we had a couple of nice rounds.
Just feels like a team that's checked out.
Yeah. The couple of nice rounds for Falcons on the T side were actually the B pops. They did a couple of B pops that worked, and then they go back to these slower rounds, and we don't really see any life inside of this team. So I don't know. It's sad to watch because of the amount of legends on this server on one team, and now we see Simple join the fray. And not to say that Simple is like right now the solution. He was feeding into being part of the problem in that map at least.
But mate, like when this whole project started to get put together, it was so, like, there was a part of it where it's like, oh, this is really cool. Like, Snappy, the guy who throughout his whole career had always played like second fiddle to every, and he never had the money or the resources. And so then he comes in here and he gets given all the money and all the resources. He gets to link up with Zonic, the most decorated coach in Counter-Strike. You get to work with some of the most major, winningest pros. You get some Pius coming over, and now replaced by Simple. You've taken like 2 legendary sniping players who admittedly, like, you know, Simple way ahead in terms of that discussion, but some Pius was like on a heater still, and like, what's it all for? They've done nothing.
And this is after the Ents team that, look at Cologne 2023.
They were still on a meteoric rise when that team, like, started to fall apart. Sure, like, maybe you weren't reaching, like, grand finals in Cologne anymore. You were kind of petering out in the playoffs, but you were still making playoffs. You were still winning games. They win nothing.
They can't win a big.
They might lose to GamerLegion. What's happening?
I mean, got to give it to GamerLegion in a sense of, like, coming in confident, coming in playing balls to the wall CS, absolutely disrespecting their opponents, playing aggressive, playing to win, playing to punish. And that's the CS I wish that the most decorated Counter-Strike Go players of all time would show us in the server today, or any day. Literally one day, maybe one day, but not today, Harry, because right now they are sitting 13 rounds away from being eliminated with the only win in this RMR over Eclot, a team that no one even expected to be here.
Bro, most people don't even know who they are. Like, if you want to really, you know, if you want to be honest, like, if you said to anyone who's just kind of a casual fan of Counter-Strike, oh, Eclot, like, you heard of them? They'd go, who the hell are they?
All right, Falcons, time to lock the hell in, because GamerLegion are breathing down your neck, and their breath is not what you want to feel right now, not what you want to smell. It's musky, it's dirty, it's working wonderfully. GamerLegion trying to reverse sweep the RMR from 0-2 down in the BO1s into BO3 team, and they sit a map away from eliminating the Falcons. Quick pick on ramp, fly up the ladder, send him into B, into Flammers.
Now already dropped down lower, right place, right time for Flammers, but will he be able to put a stop to this? Snappy has fallen early. Torsen makes his presence known over here in Decon, and Dupree looks to give chase. Simple. And Magisk Captain boxed in.
Nice.
The push back out into double is good, but Magisk is very, very low. GamerLegion 2v1. And just Magisk left to beat, but he's doing all he can. 3 kills deep. Magisk wants this. Just something to hold on to. And he calls Torsen's bluff, lands the dink as well, and now won't feel that urge to go re-peeking. Magisk has done it, putting a pistol round on the board early for the Falcons. A big 4K, a 1-on-3 clutch from Magisk to open, and he's like the one guy you can look to buy into right now.
Yeah, has without a doubt been the most reliable piece of this RMR and of the recent matches for Falcons, so that's something. And something is more than nothing. Big pistol round for the Falcons. Especially when you consider some of these T-side woes we've been talking about, right? Good energy in the room there on the player cams. Falcons need T-side start. They need a strong beginning to this series. GamerLegion do not want to let go of the baton. They've got MP9s and they're close to the lobby. They're about to erupt, explode. From this upper site, from this ramp room, GamerLegion about to crunch Falcons. Good entries. That's an open runway. That's a path to B. Magisk is just not letting it happen. He refuses to go down without a fight.
Leaving more of an impression here off the rip are the Falcons. Slen trying to make this expensive. One more kill would be sick. But not likely to happen. Madden's just stalling, and Slen will fall to that bomb either way. So well handled there for Falcons to stop it. getting too expensive, as now it is just the pistols for GamerLegion.
And breathe. It's a BO3 for a reason. Set up for a top pop. That would be the remedy right now. There's no one here. Only a couple of players on A. P250s. Madam make sure he's spotted outside before he resets. Third rotates upper from the ramp. And then goes back, so... I mean, Falcons, this should be fine. Just trading out on upper. Got the weapon advantage. Util to block main. A flash to make it even prettier. Look into the light. And no stress in this round. How's he done that? How's he done that? Just Flamus now coming through the smoke.
Terrorists win.
And Magisk 7-0. Whatever it takes, he says.
Now we get to see what's on offer from GamerLegion here. Slend with that AWP takes it straight out into the yard. It's just a lob in that deep molly, and he'll go set himself up over in heaven, playing that rotate.
Ooh, nade stack. These usually go silo. On A. Backside? No, it is silo. No connection. Falcons look for a pick though, and Magisk provides. Vault dead at the back of the site. And this is a perfect now beginning to a round for Falcons. They do a wall outside as well. Madden fakes it with utility. Flamus is coming through. And he's found that kill. He's cleared out entirely. They can now stack ramp or stack upper. Depending on what they're feeling. They've gone for the top site. Giving up B entirely. If Falcons don't doubt themselves, they can just walk down lower right now. Flamus has made that vent rotation happen. And Falcons, they don't like what they see. They go back to lobby and avoid the B stack entirely. Hook, line, and sinker. GamerLegion fall for the bait.
Oh, Slend makes it up the vent.
Whoa.
Miss shot, Snappy finds him. ZTR hop into the site, slows him down, buys a bit of time here, and gets Torsen up through the vent as the attention's pulled away. Yeah. Snappy, it's just a plant as he can't hold on. GamerLegion, don't make us wait long before getting up on the board.
Yeah, there was a window, there was a time where Falcons kind of just had to go a little bit quicker on that top site, but they want to let Magisk fake first, and he just dies. At that point, full rotate for GamerLegion, flying back up the vent. Warning system of Slend. And Flamus making a huge information play to confirm what they already knew.
Nice! Good job.
Nice! I'm saving now.
Think about this.
Stays calm. Here we go. Another rifle round. GamerLegion fighting outside. It's a good read that Falcons will go back to yard. It is a traditional position on the T side of Nuke. Try and find your opening kills here. Flamus swings outside as well. Gets caught, bogged down in a fight. Dupree with 2 on the ramp. This should be a trade for GamerLegion at worst case. That's exactly what they do.
There's a series of 1v1s all across the map here, and Flamus was like the least expected to win his out in the yard. Low on health, out in the open, but he delivers the goods. And now they don't know about Torsten, who's pushed all the way up into the hut, and he just held that angle the entire round, but he should get cleared by Magisk, although
they know
he's moved out at just the right time to elude capture for the time being. Simple's giving chase with the bomb here. 40 seconds left. He picks up Torsten. That AWP of Flamus moves into main and catches the leg onto Simple. A 2v1. ZTR, captain for GamerLegion, left up in the clutch, and Magisk will not let that happen. 9-1 on Magisk. And the lead held onto by the Falcons.
Yeah, Simple and Magisk in a 2v3. That's the two I want to watch right there. Try and claw back around. They spotted Torsten inside the hut. They saw him push lobby. So that's why Simple's chasing. But my god, that's a high-risk move. He almost loses it. I think Magisk got the spot on that main player as well from the back of the site. So Simple's able to re-peek with confidence onto that AWP. Looking a little bit more warmed up now is Simple on the rifle after that round. GamerLegion, money broken onto a half buy. Just trying to keep a bit of pressure on with these MP9s and this M4. Former removed. Flamus. That's a bit early for that peak, it feels. Oh, he almost made it. He got stuck. All right. Are Falcons back?
Magisk is certainly back. Put him on a map he knows well, nice and comfortable on, and he's having a great time.
This is a map where the experienced team should be shining, right? Oh, they can wallbang him. He's stepping. Oh, Falcons just want to trade this kill out. Still a Rafters player, but can Torsten do this? Essentially 1v4. They're going to clear it. He gets one, but Falcons put a lid on it. 11-1 for Magisk, 5-1 for Falcons. GamerLegion with a pause.
Yeah, for GamerLegion here, I think a lot of this is just got to be keeping your nerves in check, right? I think you're always going to be in for a bit of a harder time come Nuke, just because of the reps that Falcons have put in here, and the individual pieces make it exciting. So don't start freaking out yet. And no doubt that we'll have some ideas, some tricks up their sleeve. Let's see what Ashenko
I keep it. Okay.
Let's see what Ashenko brought to the table here. Has been a strugglesome map for GamerLegion, at least in recent times. 4 loss streak coming into today's game. So maybe not the highest of heights in terms of the confidence here. Madden, it's a nice move. Smoke naded open.
Ooh. Uses that nade to get vents. Flamus. Oh, they've wrapped in main, but they're making steps. There being no surprise about it. Falcon's going to try to wrap around the world. Flamus happy to fight that, happy to chase that. Magisk not given any room or respect. Slend on the AWP. He's been solid in this series. He was top performer in map 1, and they're coming his way. One player sits out. He still hits his shot. Knows there might be more. ZTR can help him out as well. Snappy's holding this angle, but ZTR goes for info, and he's got it. Doesn't need to force this kill. Or bearing down upon him. Slend low. Snappy stuck alone with the bomb. Slend goes wide and ZTR can't trade. That is a big mistake for GamerLegion. They're going to pay the price.
Are they ready for the deep flank out in the yard? Because Flamus is making a move that could be the thing that wins the round, or it could hand over a 2v2. Reopen this up to the Falcons. They're not prepared. They're not considering that push.
It goes again.
So flame on for Flamus, GamerLegion. Tussle back and forth with Falcons here, finding a lot of success out in the yard, did Flamus, and he just kept pressing the issue.
He's talked the talk, but today he's walked the walk. It's not like he had a star-studded performance on that first map, but he's playing like he is. Always recommitting, always re-swinging, keeping the pressure on. You see the energy he's bringing on those player cams. Definitely not afraid of his opponent. And that can be so suffocating when you expect a bit of respect. Flamus ain't going to give it to you. Falcons first tack. They've had a solid T side so far. Question.
I mean, it's so much of it right now, spearheaded by that sort of duo that have been looking to open up a lot of these rounds in Madden and Magisk. Namely Magisk, but Madden starting to find his impact over the last few. 8 and 4 up there on the board behind him. And so, you know, if between the two of them, they're able to kind of crack open these rounds, Magisk then left up off in a clutch. He could be onto something. But he falls first, Dupree alongside him. And Madden's not long for this world either. Once again, it's this duo of Snappy and Simple having to try and clutch up 2-on-3.
Simple
Pretty similar position to last time. Difference is they're not having to worry about a yard flank. So there is more of the map open. They are less pressed. They still have 1 minute and 10 seconds left to work with. So time is also on their side here.
Snappy tried to line up a flash. Simple just says, no, I'm going. Out ramp, down B. 2v1 in the site. And no Molotov to repause ZTR. He takes fights where and when he wants. Oh no, Snappy. The next beat could be fatal. You've got to close one of the doors, right? Can't be comfortable. He actually sticks it with the cover. CTR still unrevealed. Snappy enters single and Simple sits on the clock awaiting GamerLegion. I think they just group. They've got to trade out Simple in the site. They don't even know where he is.
That's a big fight for Snappy to win. So now Simple. Well, Snappy is drawing the attention away. They were hoping he could hold the line. Instead, it's going to fall to Falcons captain. Low on HP, but low on time at GamerLegion, and Snappy locks in the round for the Falcons. And they even realized as they dropped in there, they just didn't have the time to win it anyway. GamerLegion take too long posturing. The kit gets away from them when Snappy finds Torsten, and from that point on in, it was feeling like a done deal.
Yeah, really nice play from Snappy individually. Not something we've seen a lot in this team. He has been a bit of a liability when it comes to individual fights. But winning at a clutch like that, high impact. I think GamerLegion misplayed that completely though. Just grouping on ZTR where they have the control in double. They can all go out together. They can trade out as a pack. That felt like a perfect setup for GamerLegion to win the round. Otherwise, ZTR, him playing passive does nothing for them. He lets them into the site, but then they don't have the manpower to trade out in B. Would have loved to just see 3 players strut out of window and door, trade Simple, smoke the bomb, and stick it. I think Snappy has no chance at that point.
Yeah, the routing with how they played it, I just went and had a look on like the replay of it, and they kill Simple as fast as they physically can with how long it takes them to get to the window. And since Torsten takes his fight, and from that moment onwards, there just already wasn't time. Like, Snappy had already won the round just from essentially not like running into the site and dying. So Yeah, a bit of a rough one for GamerLegion. Gonna leave a mark here in terms of how the CT side shapes up.
That's a swing round, right? That's the round you have to win to get back in and suddenly look to win the half or level the half. Now they're underdogs in this map. We're looking at a big T side for Falcons on their pick. And so under the dirt of Vertigo, a series emerges between Falcons and GamerLegion. So cheeky.
Snappy wants to try and move through on this. He's got a lot of bodies there to back him up. CTR gets the spot, drops out of there, but ramp room taken for Falcons. Getting a lot of info from all the footsteps, at least, is ZTR. Going to be able to better direct the GamerLegion squad here. Slen's already made his way down towards this lower side of the map. CTR needs something here. Can't fall, getting nothing done. Magisk out of the round first. Molotov dropped in. Snappy plays through it and chases for that trade. Backstab in for Madden in the meantime out in the yard. Here's that player that dropped down earlier. Flamus now fighting with him. They don't go together. Flamus waiting for this plant. They line up.
They know about the vents.
One man in the site, and they know that Madden's coming in on a backstab. Gonna try and reroute, join up with Simple, but Simple falls. Flamus is just charging through the Falcons, and there simply isn't time for Madden.
Oh, this guy. Remember the name. Flamus playing with insane bravado in this map.
4 in the name, 4 in the game. A big round for him there. And dude, it's a really, in the same way that that last round felt like the swing round of the game, well, picking this one up is a huge sigh of relief. You came into it on a low buy, low econ after having that previous round get away from you in like a really ugly fashion, a round that you definitely could have looked to win. And so you head into the next one, you pick it up, you get out, heads held high, you kind of make amends for falling short in that last retake down of lower by successfully stopping the bomb plant, cutting off the money of the Falcons. Now you've broken them. They're the ones force buying up. And so if ZTR, that little multi-kill goes a long way in helping out GamerLegion now. If they're able to win this, suddenly you can shoot for a split half. You can shoot for a 6-6. It felt like just maybe they'd missed the window. But it seems like they've just about caught it here.
I mean, ZTR getting 2 kills there when caught in the open is impressive. They smoke for the plant. Simple's going to cover. Torsen won't play as passive as his captain did last time, and he'll pay the price. Volt going to push out. He could stop the bomb. There was actually no cover on that position, but he doesn't know it. Simple now sitting above him in the clock. And Dupree hits a beautiful shot, follows up with a dink on the Volt. 99-1 means this round is done. Falcons win it right back on pistols.
Playing fast, playing loose. You thought that ZTR's double had done enough for GamerLegion?
No telling where this game goes, but it's looking really good for Falcons right now after a dismal Vertigo. They've absolutely shaken themselves off. Snappy's put on some impactful kills. Magisk started this game astoundingly well.
Also good, but Peter
GamerLegion once again bottomed out on the money, just saving 2 weapons. Have nothing in this one. We're looking at 8-4-9-3.
And now I think, like, while we were singing their praises for kind of saving themselves on the side of GamerLegion with that, like, crazy low econ round that they pick up, now it's like right back into the hurt locker again, because you could have, feasibly, you could have even won this half out in like 2 swing moments. You kind of drop the ball if you're GamerLegion.
Yeah.
Even there in that lower site hold, like it's a lot of individual duels, right? ZTR feels like he's done more than enough for his team, going 2 for 1 in the ramp hold. There's 1 M4 retrieved for the opposition. It's Tech9s on the others. Torsen, is kind of towing the line. He's trying to be both, passive but also watchful. He falls with no one there to help him. There are just moments where I feel like if they'd peeled off and played together, something they looked so good at doing on Vertigo could have been a very different story.
That's a classic snappy call right there. That's a little top bust on a anti-eco. Dorp even tried to go for the door pick off of the hut roof. But that molly is the warning for Falcons. That's a far better call. That's Snappy reading the game there. Knowing what he can get away with, knowing what GamerLegion don't have. They're going to find every single one, it seems. Just Volt left in CT spawn. Snappy's momentum call puts Falcons on 8. It's not a bad T-side on Nuke. It's a bloody good one, actually.
Oh, and Volt's just having a mare in this game. Yeah. Not fun for him. 1 and 8. And it's not like he should be getting super unlucky or anything like that. He's certainly been in positions to have impact. Is yet to find anything.
Falcons are also avoiding Flamus massively by not playing Yard, where he's running around at red. He's looking.
I mean, it's keeping them out of the firing line of Flamus and Slend, right? Who's often kind of floating around over towards the heavens. You've had a couple of rounds where he's tried to mix up where he's starting.
Here we go, though. Symbol's got the orb. We haven't seen this on the T side. Flamus, again, another push right below the silo. They can't really clear this. Good grenade as well. Symbol has a check. He learns the hard way. Flamus is here to play. Flamus looking for a second. They're supporting the Yard. 2 more players from GamerLegion. They don't want to let this go down without a fight. Done a lot of damage already. Smoke wall leaves GamerLegion uncertain as to what goes down B. But this is a perfect time to just call the bluff and stay heavy top. Torsen will drop. He knows no one's crossed past him. But that does weaken the A-side defense. Maybe they crunch and they meet in the Yard. Slen looks curious. As the smokes are faded, Falcons are going to try cross late. This could be dangerous. Oh, the misinfo. The molly gives it away, though. Ugh. Oh no.
CTR unable to reel them in, and Torsen can hear them rotating away. The bomb is the thing at the back. Oh, Magisk dead. That's the bomb away. Falcons have to go back and get it. Dupree tries to run straight for the bomb, but Torsen's already on the line. Now it's just Madden. He's wounded, but he has retrieved that bomb. Maybe a chance here. Madden waits for a fight, but time is quickly getting away from him. There's 10 seconds left. Torsen gonna try and walk in on this, and Madden makes the right decision, holds the line. That is a risky move, but he makes it work.
That's such a patient play for Madden. I can't believe it. It's 9 seconds.
A solid read, knowing that Torsen, right, in like the looming final 10 seconds of the round, is going to be keen to close the gap and take the space. Worried maybe about the vent drop down to B. Worried that he's already gone backside with the bomb. That the nerves are seeping in for Torsen.
Madden shouldn't stay there, which is exactly what he does. Everything in Torsen's head is that he's going to reposition with the bomb. Really nice clutch for Madden. That almost goes so wrong. But Falcons suddenly looking like a team with energy, with vigor, with pep in their step. Some nice ramp hits through smokes, a couple of top busts, and a delayed post-smoke Yard take. They kind of win on all fronts. Fantastic first half. looking like enough to keep them in this series. Especially with how it seems that there's no one to rely on right now but Flammer. Sure, ZTR's score is good, but he's just been kind of sitting back on ramp. Oh, Volt got shot in the back of the head when they break the windows.
And he's thinking to himself...
And then they miss their smoke. This game is cooked. Mirage, up next. All right, this whole round is cooked from the get-go for GamerLegion. Team damage, miss utility. Now they just got a freestyle. No lyrics. This is a vent lurk smoke. And they're going to break door, but it's all about ramp. Madden's already cleared that position out. They know.
Clean stuff. Snappy run through, but there's the rotate in for Dupree. Simple even fires off with the dual Berettas. Flammus tries to get cute out through the hut. And Simple will not let him have that space. Magisk very low, doesn't matter. Clean. Top of the charts right now is Magisk. 18 and 7. Leaving his mark here on Nuke.
Winnable.
Now it's just Torsen, charged at by the dualies. So Simple even finally gets his name up in the lights there with a nice double on the dual Berettas. A pistol round secured for Falcons as they charge towards the finish line here. The wheels having kind of fallen off the cart for GamerLegion.
Yeah, it might not be much map left for Simple CT Nuke. That's kind of the best half for him in the game, or at least it was.
One goes right there.
GamerLegion need to chill. Like, I think in that first half, a lot of rounds, it was their eagerness to try and end it that actually hurt them a hell of a lot. And now you're seeing them getting really frustrated in the player cams, and they're missing util, the one thing that this team like always has and is always good at, and we're always singing their praises for. It's all reaching a bit of a fever pitch to GamerLegion, but it's like, you know, if you want to long this out in a third, if you want to take it the distance and right your wrongs, you can't all be jittery and upset with each other. So this is more like it. Top sight hit comes through. A bit slower off the top, lending a bit of time to the lurking through main. And that is a done deal. 2 kills, all it takes.
Nice luck for Torsen. Puts that AK in a very risky position, but comes in through Mini. And they have a hit set up off his contact. Rifle saves mean Falcons still have a shot in the next round.
Terrorists win.
Volt's still 1 and 10. Send at 0.5 KD. It's not been a lot to love except for ZTR and Flammus in this game, but maybe Torsen getting activated on a T side, cracking open some bomb sites could be a far better look here for GamerLegion. Smoke's going out for ZTR. Torsen looking to do seemingly the same move. It's double lower. Torsen walks through the wall of smokes into CT. That's beautiful.
Having all these kind of different variants, endpoints of the round is a very good look for GamerLegion. It means that Falcons aren't ready for like a one-note play out of these smokes. Sometimes Torsen's going to walk main, sometimes there's no one there, sometimes everyone's there, but in this round, Torsen has walked through and taken away ramp, opening up the runway for GamerLegion to secure this round. Adden drops down lower, but it seems like the rest of the gang are saving, so it's essentially 1v5 here is Madden.
I hope we get the chance to see a few more of these outside takes from GamerLegion to display exactly what you're talking about, right? Some of these different variants of XX, the paces, the routing. Because in just 2 rounds, we've already seen some great ingenuity from ZTR. Like, that's like the Eternal Fire and Anubis B bomb side move, right? Like putting a wall of smokes, walking through the center. Obviously, the risk is there. Someone could break the smokes, you're screwed. And in this round, Falcons actually started double lower, so they had no outside info. Magic just gets shot in the back of the head. But the idea is a very cool one. I want to see if it works versus the rifles.
I also think that's why they're doing like the 3 in this exact pattern. Is I imagine it's harder to break the smokes with how they're landing. Like, because oftentimes when you're doing the sort of wall to do these plays with, you actually throw it like on more of a diagonal, and you can then, you know, that variation not only opens up more options, like for you to cross in a garage, for you to cross in a main, and to cross down secret. But it looks like it would be harder to nade open as well to gather that free info. Not sure on that, so we'll have to wait and see. But yeah, the excitement behind these sort of variants that are possible from the outside smokes that they're throwing is very intriguing. And so I'm glad that we get to see a little bit more of GamerLegion's T side. Even feels like their nerves have calmed a little. See Sonic having some words there with the crew.
Yeah, it's not panic stations just yet for Falcons. A couple of saves means more money, means more buy rounds, but GamerLegion have started off well considering they lost the pistol. Falcons going to take 1 eco.
Different variant of the outside smokes this time. Getting lined up by ZTR and Slend.
Yeah, this time a bit more control. 2 players moving outside. Feels like they're going to cross secret here and just do a more traditional round and have a ramp crunch, but actually ZTR lurks while Torsen crosses secret. They've got options open now. Simple, is he ready for this? He swung into hell, nice shot. Simple with an important kill, but they don't know that Torsen also made it down B, and just dies at the ramp, opening a runway for Flamus' double kill. Meanwhile, Falcons think they can rotate safe. They don't know. Torsen was here all along. Second player comes swinging through the Molotov, and a 3-on-2 ensues. GamerLegion still have the manpower to commit B.
On numbers alone, Falcons look to save. And so it's more versatility out of these outside smokes. And now they're getting real tricky with it because they're playing 2 out in the yard early, but they're both having different end goals kind of split off from these smokes. Always keeping a lot of options open to GamerLegion. Falcons know they have to solve this problem. Falcons are aware that they can't keep letting GamerLegion use these smokes out in the yard. It's part of the mind games that's going on, but I think soon you're going to see the Falcons' adaptation. You're going to see someone start down secret, someone trying to take that line and actually fight for the yard control. But that's where it plays into this idea that GamerLegion sometimes might throw those smokes and then do nothing with it.
It does feel like a back garage player would solve a lot of these problems. You can just play reactive on B. It wouldn't surprise me if GamerLegion eventually do a round where they walk 4 or 5 players down secret behind the smokes, hoping that that is the adaptation. These mind games are great.
I just heard, I'm going secret. So let's listen, let's see.
Or was he
in the background of Simple's mic?
I think that was during the round, though. I wasn't sure. Maybe it's a mid-round rotation.
Yeah, actually, I have no bearing for
that was during the round because he reacted to his death. Either way, top pop coming through. GamerLegion catch you off guard. They catch everyone. Dupree up top. Great double kill while blind as well, with a spam through the smoke reveals position, and Snappy's overwhelmed. GamerLegion, they have you think about these smokes. They have us think about these smokes. Suddenly, they explode. And Falcons are caught completely by surprise. despite a double for Dupree. It may not be enough. Magisk looks interested though. Could do a very late play. What are you cooking? Oh wow, that's an angle. Simple.
Peek back box.
Yeah, behind the box, but no one there. GamerLegion playing fast, playing loose, and playing rent-free in Falcons on this T side. This is suddenly a very different game. Where it's starting to turn into a puzzle. The Falcons have the pieces.
It really is, and it's super sick to watch. Like, this whole T side is started by some cool smoke usage out in the yard. And now it's built to this point where you're able to play the mind games with Falcons. Because right as we were talking about, well, they have to solve it. How do they solve it? They play 2 players out in the yard. That's where you get the fast topside play. And so if you focus too much on one problem, new problems appear. It's a game of plugging holes now for Falcons. They need to try and get ahead of this.
They still have some very strong individuals in this game. Magisk is putting on a show. Snappy has held his own. Madden, good score. Dupree, impactful round. And Simple's AWP, which we are still waiting for to fire off. He's back in hell. Or heaven, rather.
Okay, they're actually about to get the kind of answer they're looking for.
Falcons aren't falling for this.
Yeah, Snappy starts down secret. Dropped vent right at the start. The outside smokes combined with the molly has actually scared him from going any further. So he won't get the info ahead of time, but it's still allowed for more players over towards this top site because they have their early warning system down at B. 3 strong in A, 1 from Madden. Dupree, though, can't hold the line. Nothing done by Dupree. It's Simple's AWP. That third man up in the heavens that might make all the difference.
Snappy's come up the vent. They have no idea he's made a step. He's got to wait for his team now as Flash comes in for the Rafters push. Magisk as well. Second Flash is perfection. And it's all ZTR in the middle of the site in an unwinnable clutch. Surely they surround him. ZTR finds a second and he might be on for the money as Magisk is in the Rafters. He saves the round from devastation for Falcons.
These are such thin margins. Simple, what a time to show up. He had been a non-factor here for the Falcons. That double teased them up for a retake. It lets Snappy get up through the vents, and then the flashes to send Magisk out into the open. ZTR 1 kill short of a ludicrous clutch on the other side of things. That round had it all.
I'm shocked GamerLegion even get in there. Falcons had the players, they had 3 upper. But they had great Molotovs that completely forced repositions from the Falcons. Still, they hold on to that top side just enough. Just enough. AWP out for Slend, also been unimpactful on Nuke, despite a fantastic Vertigo. Break on the smoke, Torsen crosses post, and he goes back to his garage lurk. Oh, they line up. Simple picks him out the sky, but Torsen through the smoke, same result. 4v4. Options open for GamerLegion. Where do they want to go with this? They reset. Bomb going back to the lobby. Meanwhile, Falcons getting curious. This is a great move for Falcons. Crunching lobby as 3.
What can Flammers do here? All alone and trying to hold the lobby position. Snappy found first, but here's where the trade is meant to come through. Madden fast on his feet. ZTR dead in the back of lobby, and that's the bomb away from GamerLegion. Torsen won't bail them out, won't save them today. Slender's got to fly solo versus the might of the Falcons. Moving in. Bomb at his feet, sure, conceded. Control given away, but cautiously so by the Falcons squad. They lurk in the corners of lobby. They lurk in the shadows in lobby. Slender's got to check every single corner. Dupree up first, and he nails it. Falcons with the late lobby take as they've wrestled for control of this second half. They now have control over the game. They now have dominion over GamerLegion. And only 1 round between them and a 3rd map.
And hey, Falcons, they've not had a great run on Nuke as of late. It's been absolutely dire. 7 losses in a row on this map, but they pick it every time regardless.
Nice!
And
Good job, boys.
we're starting to see that reason why. We're starting to see the comfort come through for Falcons. Great reaction in the mid-round. Despite ZTR's interesting ideas at the start of this half, it doesn't seem to be enough, and he also doesn't have the players fragging behind it. Volt, 1 kill. Slend, 6.
Yeah, you know, and there's kind of no ignoring that. There's early on, it felt like maybe Volt could have looked to pick up this performance, but he's continued to do nothing for the entirety of this game for GamerLegion, making them feel like they're playing 4v5. Slend hasn't been able to accomplish much on the AWPs, donning the most expensive gun in the game, and like even there, that's like meant to be the freest of openings. That would have been an untradeable 5v4. Instead, it's left to Torsen, a skirmish out in the yard, and he falls. The only man who's been able to do anything that's left in the round now for GamerLegion is Flamus, and he's already wounded. He's coming into this as damaged goods. Confidence on the other two at record lows. And so Falcons look to long this one out, look to settle the score on Mirage. GamerLegion, some nice ideas in this second half, but they didn't have the manpower to back it up. Falcons take us the distance, and scores will be settled. Elimination on the line on that third and final map of Mirage.
That's honestly a very reassuring look for the Falcons in a series it felt like had died at arrival on Vertigo. They had nothing to show for us. Some great reactions here on the CT side, dealing with some problems poised by ZTR from GamerLegion. And also on top of all of that, Magisk put on an absolute show here on Nuke. I think 21-9 by the end of things. That start on the T side lifted Falcons up to a beautiful first half, and he was rock solid on the defense as well. Couple of important anchoring kills for Dupree. And it wasn't really the simple show like prophesized, but it didn't need to be.
No, you know, I think for Falcons there, the thing that makes it feel more legit is that they were able to kind of solve the puzzle that GamerLegion had put to them in that second half, right? Like, GamerLegion did start to have some nice ideas. ZTR had some nice calls there to try and salvage a T-side where you don't have your AWPer switched online, you're missing one of your rifling pieces. And so there's only 3 players that are finding impact, and they go on that streak by posing the interesting question of those yard smokes to the Falcons, and they were able to solve it. All starting with that sick little Magisk clutch up, where he denies ZTR on his way to the 1v3.
I wonder what would have happened if ZTR got that game, that round rather. That would have been suddenly a huge momentum shifter in the series at 10-7. It would have kept them with ample room to make more mistakes and still have something to fall back on. It was a really nice try from GamerLegion, but too slow to start and too little from too many.
Yeah. I think that's, if anything, like a finer, you know, like larger point here is, don't get me wrong, it was really good stuff from Madden and Magisk on the other side. But for GamerLegion, like, look at that scoreboard. Slend, you want your AWPer to call his plays, you want him to feel confident, kind of in the flow of reading the game and finding impact on their AWP. And he certainly had chances. My word, did he have chances, but just so many swings and misses. And then for Volt, 2 kills, but that second kill was in like the final moments of the game. Really, it's a 1-kill match from Volt, where anything had any impact or any meaning. And you could feel that in how he was playing. Like, it's not like he has this huge repertoire of experience to draw on or to find other ways of having impact. It felt like he kind of was in his head a lot there, was playing very cautious, always kind of playing to avoid dying, which like isn't a good space to have one of your riflers
I think
in.
if you have a bad first half on CT side Nuke, you don't get filled with confidence going into the T side, where a lot of what you're doing is going to be defaulting, especially with the systems CTR's calling and sitting in lobby and playing reaction and just grouping for bulk hits on ramp or upper. It's not in a confidence-inspiring half.
No.
Side Nuke.
ZTR was kind of found himself there as like the pilot of a plane that had now lost both engines, and he's having to like try and glide it in, right? And the odds were very much stacked against him. And then towards the end, you know, the landing gear's like giving out. So even as you've kind of salvaged something, it's all in vain ultimately, because there just wasn't enough. He didn't have access to enough to ever turn that game around. So this ends up now on Mirage. Both teams taking their map picks. Mirage is our decider. Falcons showing a far better face there on Nuke. For GamerLegion, I think the big question now is on Volt and Slen's ability to reset and carry themselves better into this third map.
Yeah, Falcons managed to do it after a dismal Vertigo, so who's to say that GamerLegion can't do the same? I think Mirage is a great place to end it, and that's exactly where you'll see us in just a few minutes.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
Yeah. Look, all of my men's going crazy. I gotta brag on myself, I amaze me. I'm dope like I'm back in the 80s.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one.
And in about 1 hour's time, we're going to be saying goodbye to one of these teams, Falcons or GamerLegion. And after a weird series, right? Like, GamerLegion come out the gate swinging. Falcons look a little bit sleepy, as they have done for a while. And then Nuke fairly dominantly goes in favor of the Falcons with, like, a caveat that Vault was having the worst of times. Not the best of times, the worst of times. Slend as well, so not a lot of tools available there on Nuke. Now that we head to Mirage as the decider, Hugo, how are you feel? Like, how do we try and rationalize? Is this one where we look at the other two maps in this series, or are we kind of treating this now like a BO1?
It's a BO1, isn't it? And this is where you would. It's weird because on one hand, if it was actually a BO1, I'd come in and I'd say GamerLegion, this is the map they grind on. This is a 17 maps played in the last 3 months. They're online all the time. They've got plenty of experience. They know what they're doing. They've got good numbers on it. Falcons obviously have bad numbers on every map, so I'm not going to look to it too heavily and go, oh, they lost to VP the last 2 times they played it. Like, that really matters at this point. It depends on whether Falcons can reset. Knowing the experience of this team, knowing how legendary these players are, how many majors they've attended and won, and who is in the server, you should look at Falcons. You should go, they've got the momentum of the last map. They know what it's like to be in this position when it's all on the line. They should absolutely keep it going, put up, shut up, and end this series right here and now. But GamerLegion's form recently and experience on this map as a unit is also worth talking about. So I think predictions out the window at this point. I almost want to put it in favor of the Falcons just because of who we have on the server. But at the same time, if we get the, Flamus and Torsen that we got on Vertigo on a very loose map where your individuals can kind of pop off, I feel like maybe they felt somewhat constricted by the style we saw on Nuke, and just that's the way that Nuke plays. You have to play very regimented, especially on the T side. Mirage isn't like that. You can play very loose. ZTR can trust his individuals, and as long as they have the capacity to not let the pressure overwhelm them here, I think this is a very strong map for GamerLegion. I realize I've just flip-flopped back and forth in that monologue,
I think
but
this is like the hard. I think it's made even harder by that man on our screens right there, Vault. Right, like, in that last map, I can't help but shake this feeling where he didn't need to go huge. He didn't need to be the guy in the server. It was just you had to do more than what you did, right? And he doesn't want to be one of the kind of big reasons why this elimination series went sour. So I can imagine he's feeling a good deal of pressure right now. Because I think in spite of Slend being quiet on the AWP, and honestly, I've been pretty underwhelmed with Slend across the RMR as a whole. Like, Slend and Vault both going quiet, I still think the remaining 3, ZTR, Flamus, and how have I forgotten? Torsen, managed to still do a surprising amount of damage with that. And it's like, you think about how many reps you have in here, you think about the things we kind of credit ZTR for in terms of his out-of-the-box thinking, his good usage of util, the fact he's like a career captain. These are things where if you show up and you get the expected game from everyone on your team, and so ZTR has a lot of tools to work with, then I think GamerLegion can win this, and I think they can do damage. But if anyone's flat and anyone's not feeling up to par, there are individuals on Falcons like Magisk and Madden who we've seen across this entire series who can just steal the game away from you.
And that's what you'd expect from, ex-superstar players. Magisk still in pretty decent form in CS2. I like what I just saw on the player cam for the GamerLegion side. ZTR going, as everyone's getting situated, getting their headsets on, getting locked in, going in, eye contact, fist bumping or high-fiving everyone, and just taking that personal second as a captain, to focus, to remind each other, hey, we're here to win, lock in, really. Falcons doing a huddle as well. Zonic with some words of wisdom. Don't know what they are, but they better be good right now. Just off of this, it's so Falcons need to win this, I think. They really need to win this. It's come down to this. If they got blown out of this game, if Vertigo and Nuke were just stomps, it's like whatever. but they've just stomped them right back. They've just shown really good form individually. There's no way the pressure can afford to get to you, but should be getting to you. There's no way it should be getting to Falcons at this point. I know there's a lot of outside noise. I know everyone's contributing to that. I know it's probably hard to be these players right now at this point, but they have to win this game at least and go 2-2. The expectation is there.
Yeah. No, I mean, especially if this is, which it really is looking like, you know, the last flight of the Falcons in their current form. My God, you don't want to look back on this entire period and be like, well, that was horrible. For everyone involved, that was horrible. So,
and also for Simple as well, right? Like, he's just entering this team, you know, on a short-term loan for Falcons to get a taste of what for the world to get a taste of what Simple's going to play like. He's not been a world beater. I think he would level up deeper into the tournament. The further Falcons went, the better teams they play. I honestly think Simple would play better. But if we're going to go out 1-3 in the RMR, we never get to see that from Simple. Falcons may not even stick with him next year as well. You know, he's on loan right now. There's so many questions of the rest of the roster, let alone Simple. But this wouldn't exactly be the debut across Challenger, Thunderpick, and now here. Those 3 events, there wouldn't have been much takeaway. Not much positive takeaway for Simple on Falcons, so that would be a shame for him as well, for a legendary player in his own right. So I think the big worry for me is momentum. If GamerLegion come in, they win a pistol, they don't get eco'd, they win the first gun, they're on T side, maybe they're running around, they're playing very confident. I think that's the way that this game just gets destroyed for Falcons. I think that's the best selling point. Just Falcons tripping early, stumbling, and never picking themselves back up. I think that's the worst case scenario right now for this team.
Well, elimination on the line. A 1-3 exit for either GamerLegion, this new look version of the squad, trying to keep up the Orgs' surprising reputation since the kind of, you know, return from the COVID era of finding their way into majors.
I'll throw this.
Obviously, peaking at Paris.
Exactly. I'll throw this tidbit back in. I said it during the first map as well, but I think it still applies. Like, GamerLegion as an org in Paris in the opening stage went 0-2 on 2 BO1s on Inferno, reverse swept in the BO3s, and went all the way to the grand final of that major. This RMR, albeit not the major yet, they went 0-2 with 2 BO1s on Inferno, and they're looking to do the same thing. I think that's kind of a beautiful story, even if, of course, it's a completely different team, it's a different circumstance, but I think that's what Flamus referenced in his interview coming into the games today, and talked about how, yeah, that's helping him believe, and he's imparting that belief into his team, and we definitely saw it on Vertigo when there's a lot of energy, a lot of hype, not so much to cheer on Nuke, but I think Mirage, when you just go off of the recent games these two teams have played, of course you're looking at GamerLegion as the more, I was going to say experienced, but recently experienced team.
Yeah, I think
team
it's
with
like,
the reps.
Yeah, it's also interesting. I think this is an exercise where GamerLegion's biggest enemy is actually themselves in this. Like, you have this Falcon squad made of legends, sure, undoubtedly. You have Goat Simple. You have two of the most decorated players in Counter-Strike. Dupree, the man who never missed a major in CSGO. Most major trophies. Zonic. Coach, you know, star-studded kind of track record. Guys who have achieved everything and who are also on their way out, and where one of the kind of criticisms levied against them is, well, do they have the passion, you know? Like, and on the other side, you have a team that are on the come-up that will be very passionate, that are grinding, that are playing a lot, that are getting good results, that really want to make it to this major. And so I think the biggest enemy here is yourself. Because I don't feel like Falcons are putting a lot of stake in these games, in like the results. For them, making it to another major isn't some insane celebratory moment. It's just another one that they've been able to attend.
But
for GamerLegion, for these individuals, for a lot of them, it's their first time. For four of the guys in this squad, so Yeah, I think your biggest enemy comes from within here if you're GamerLegion. I think that's one of the big reasons why you've seen guys like Volt in that last map, like Slend having some really patchy spots across the tournament. Torsen even, like, you know, struggling early on and like showing some signs of tilt.
Yeah. It's an impossible game to call because it's more than the Counter-Strike right now. It's the mental, isn't it? It really is coming down to the personalities and how they deal with the pressure of the situation. And the craziest part is, Harry, as well, if you want to add more, it's not you win this game, it's for survival. It's not you don't get anything from winning this game. You go to one more game at least, if not two, depending on how things shape up. As we look at the rest of the group, there's only 7 spots in the EU RMR. So one team that goes 3-2 will not make it, as they have to play that 7th deciding matchup tomorrow. So you still have to play 1 or maybe 2 BO3s tomorrow, depending with how the draw results, how the games shape up, and who wins. It's too early to call that right now, but this is the last game of the day. This is the deciding map between Falcons and GamerLegion, and this is what it's all for on Mirage.
I felt like you were like,
yeah, no, I'm not
throwing us into the game.
Just waiting. It's fine.
So I thought that was coming.
Oh, sorry.
That's why
I set you off there.
What's happening on the other game, bro?
No, they're done.
They're all done?
Game of the day. FaZe 2-0'd Fnatic, nice and easily. Na'Vi 2-0'd Sword.
Oh, nice and easily? Like really easily?
Like really easily. Like 13 rounds across 2 maps, which was fine, but it's not fine. They got 38, 35. So, hey, on the bright side, favorites have done very well this event.
Yeah, true.
That much is proven.
This RMR has been very kind.
Cloud9 have shocked. They've come through and they've played the best CS that we've seen this new Cloud9 do. But the top 4, Vitality, MOUZ, Na'Vi, and FaZe, 3-0, 3-1 for all of them. Na'Vi and FaZe both fielding L's. That's okay. Eclot in 2-2, BB, Fnatic Sinners, and the winner of this. And we're finally in, folks, thanks to the wait, as we get into Falcons v GamerLegion for the deciding map of Mirage. I think T-side start is actually a good thing for GamerLegion here, as long as they don't get bogged down. Want to see this team show that explosive style that they brought to Vertigo at the start of this series. If you missed it, they absolutely trounced Falcons 13-6. Falcons responded on their map pick of Nuke 13-7, breaking a 7-loss map streak. This one is anyone's guess. 3-man stack on Falcons for the A side. They will not be shuffling. Got simple under balcony.
Madden takes contact first, but fades away. Out on a bit of an island here is Madden, and now he's lost Magis back in the spawn. Very, very quickly this starts to come unraveled. GamerLegion with all the openers.
He's back.
So now it's just Snappy.
Bomb has been planted.
Oh, ace denied. And Snappy, with no kit here, is on the clock. There's no one even nearby. He's going spawn. He's going to save, probably. And GamerLegion pick up the pistol. That's what I mean when I say, like, reps, right? The way that GamerLegion closed up on Falcons there, slowly clearing the map, starting from B, coming under, taking middle from under and top mid at the same time, and then just, even though Falcons had a stack in the site, they just get boxed in. Really nice spacing for GamerLegion. Sure, Slend hit some beautiful shots on the P250, but GamerLegion, they've got the reps, they know how to space, they know how to trade. It's their most played map here on Mirage.
And I mean, a rip-roaring start from Slend. I love the decision that he gets to use the P250 in the pistol. Try and give him the tools to be successful early. Like, if that doesn't help you kind of shake off the ring rust from the last map, I don't know what will. You're one shy of the ace in the pistol, and you've helped get your team off to a good start here. Simple scout tagged. Back in spawn. Glamis. Good for the opening, but there's the response. Slen deals with Simple. Finally getting the better of him. That was how this series started. Vol even up on the board now with a nade kill out to under balcony.
Oh.
It's already this one a done deal.
I mean, this is all the makings of exactly what GamerLegion need. Early momentum in this game to help reset from a terrible ending on Nuke. Or at least a terrible first half especially, 3 rounds. Once we hit those rifles, I want to see Falcons play with some guts. Love to see a mid-take. Get up in there.
Terrorists win.
Focused and calm for the moment.
Oh,
close.
I felt like it was dead on for Madden. Managing to take mid, GamerLegion, fast B split called here. Just a decision made from spawn. Whoa! Play up against these pistols. Madden's good for one, but
whoa!
All right, Simple scout. Seen him do a thing or two from here with it. Oh, Simple tries his hand at the third, and that's when he gets cut down. They do a good job reining him in. And Dupree was the first man to get tagged up at the start of this one. He's the guy left up in the clutch. Defo worth him giving him a look in.
Not much to lose. Buying next. But he'd rather keep his armor, play for the late game. Feels pretty unreasonable or unwinnable as well. So nothing wrong with this. GamerLegion 3-0 up to start map 3. And I'm expecting Chad is some NS for Simple. Or Madden, actually. He hit a banger from the bench. Lovely deke shot.
Terrorists win.
This is very reassuring for GamerLegion to be starting like this, converting on the pistols, having guys who were quiet in the last game looking better to open up this one. And now we have this first clash of the rifles, so we really get to gauge it. But thus far, it's been the opening you were hoping for. Simple dons that AWP. Takes it in towards the ladder room and holds this long line in through middle.
Boost up. Dupree just swapped off the nade. He was ready for that the whole time. The window smoke fades before Flamis gets in the corner, so that is very awkward timing. Entry comes in. Con. Simple mollied out. They don't know the AWP is here just yet. Can Simple make his presence clear? Dupree. Oh, he missed that timing. Torsen now has the chance in the window, but that's an ugly spray. Fulton Palace, and they're splitting this A site. Dupree's rotation looked like a worry, but now it's perfectly primed to assist his Danish teammate inside of the site, but just given away, stuck under that Molotov. He still gets a kill for his worth. Repos back to ramp, GamerLegion in hot water right now.
It's the quiet twosome from that last map left in it. Volt and Slend worlds apart, but they're going to look to link back up over in the A site. Dupree found. They know about Volt now. Over in Palace, Molly in at the ramp side. That'll stop the swing. Oh, but the simple AWP complicates matters. Volt dead on the cross. Slend. Hot start in the pistol, but he's going to rise above, and he's not ready for that second man ramp side. Snappy stops him in his tracks. And so Falcons don't wait long to make their presence known.
Yeah, Madge gets honestly way more done than he should from under Buchholz, getting nade molly. Even lives to just play trade on ramp. That's a nice flank around the world for Snappy. The last thing you expect. Falcons on the board early. Don't let this swell out of control just yet. And Simple is here in the window. Unsmoked. You'll live to regret it. Almost a third kill. Slem with a banging shot. They don't clear on the balcony. And they pay the price. Twice in this round. Mistakes for GamerLegion are punished.
Slend going to try his hand at the clutch again. Dupree and Madden swing him together. There's better trade work here on the outlook from Falcons, right? One of the big kind of critiques we leveraged against them coming into the series, especially back on Vertigo, was the lack of those fast trades. That idea that if they lost the opening fight, the round felt as good as done.
Yeah, you can take more risks if you do it together. It just means a lot more of the time you're going to go 1-for-1, and when you're already favored, when you already have advantages, that's just a route to a win.
Slend is feeling back in the picture, but now I'm worried about others.
No,
it's still early days. It's early days. But all I'll say is, sometimes you can tell a lot just by how someone's moving around the map.
These players definitely going to be nervous. Like, you can hide it. Maybe you should hide it.
I think the one who is most pressing would just be Volt, coming off the back of like a stinker second in that round where it's him and Slend. He's like kind of jittery to peek out of the apartments, misses the timing on Dupree in the spawn, then gets caught crossing out in the open, never considers the catwalk, never considers the simple orb. He just needs that one round to really bring him back into the game.
Talking about,
see if anything presents itself.
Talking about that one round, it could be this one for Slend. He's 9-3. He's brought up a hero AK on an eco round, and he's already put it to use.
I mean, he's trying to be the difference maker.
Oh,
CTR has now taken good routing to get across. Over on the spawn side, Slend's got Simple in a box.
Oh, this is dangerous, yeah.
Simple deals with Slend on that rotate, and so while it looked like something was cooking here for GamerLegion, so quickly Falcons have swept it under the rug.
That was a little scary, honestly, when Simple gets caught by that AK. Gets put down very low, and Slend was already deep. But Simple handles it well, and Madden doesn't drop the ball, holding on to Con. So bomb under the control of Falcons, and a big flank for Flamus going nowhere with a Glock. Simple's holding this as well from afar, so no kill for Flamus. He's dead.
Counter-terrorists win.
Haven't had to talk about Simple really at all throughout this series, and that's for better or worse. But here on Mirage, he's certainly starting strong.
Yeah, got his AWP in as soon as he could. First gun round, put it to use immediately, winning the or getting the kill on the 2v3.
I mean, I feel like for him, it probably feels like the first time he's really had a proper chance to get stuck in, right? They start T-side Nuke, where it can be pretty hard to get much going there. Vertigo, we already touched upon how that was never a map he liked to play. Torsen, full blinds. Ball wrapped out through Palace as Volt, there it is. That's the round, key double, and it's on the back of a smoke push. That requires a degree of confidence. Requires you to have a nice read over what the responses are going to be. That's a very confidence-building round for Volt.
Yeah, a high-impact one. Trading Simple. When he misses a shot, Simple gives it away, right? He can root better. He can pull back passive, but he really wanted that kill on ramp, so he swings into the site.
That is just the type of play that in the last 20 rounds or so, Volt would have not attempted.
Yeah, different map, better result. GamerLegion trading blows with Falcons right now are on to 4. Can Flamus get this gun out of the hands of Snappy? It's not going to stop a rebuy. It's about looking to the future here for GamerLegion. Playing the long game, which I have expectations this will be. Sucks for Magisk, who makes a flash play on ramp, 4 blinds Torsen, halfway through the spray, 20 bullets, and he just lucks a headshot. Great for Torsen, hurts for Magisk.
Yeah, and I think even when we talk about like the pressures facing all of Falcons, it's a weird one. But for the individuals here, for Magisk, I can imagine he is feeling a pressure to try and be the guy that uplifts this game and tries to bring them back into it, because that's kind of been his role across the entire series. So often having to be the difference maker. He put clutches on the board for them back on Nuke, which I think is one of the reasons as well why that map even felt like such an anomaly, is there were 4 clutch rounds in there and many more man disadvantage rounds that went the way in Falcons. You imagine, like, even if those 4 clutches had gone the other way, suddenly you're looking at like this 11-9 scoreline for GamerLegion and things are looking drastically different. If it wasn't for some nice rounds from Magisk in there, you would have never had such a dominant affair. And so Magisk there trying to force that fight in towards ramp, does everything right, but Torsen still gets the better of him. A big part of it comes down to just the luck on that spray.
Miss Molly and window, so Madden's actually just able to fight freely. I wonder if that makes him rotate quicker, because there's only 1 player on this B-bomb site, but it is Simple.
Orb connects, Simple. Getting wrapped on. Oh, dodges it for a moment.
Flash is so good there.
Two quick kills out of Flamus, chasing down Simple, and that first man on the scene in Madden, and that's it. That's the round done. GamerLegion pull ahead. Falcons might have tied this game up. GL not here just to have fun. They start to widen this gap a little bit.
Yeah, it sucks for Simple. It felt like he was ready for a highlight reel. But overwhelmed. By the time the flash expired, that's when he realized he was being run down at backside. Wasn't able to get scope up in time. Had one more chance.
To save and to retirement, not to suck one around.
Falcons. Well, they were going for middle there. Bail out after some grenades. Meanwhile, GamerLegion walk through. Looking for an early cat split, it seems. Not anymore. Dupree on a deep angle catches Flamus walking in. There's no bomb, there's no shot. Madden finds another. And damage done to Torsen in upper B means GamerLegion have lost on all fronts.
Snappy forced forward by the Molotov. There's the reswing at a Slend. Gonna deal with him, but are they ready for the man floating around in ladder? Dupree, that one is free. Slend backs right into him. And so it's all eyes on Torsen now. More importantly, Simple's eyes trained into the apartments. Torsen gonna have to hold one down here. And the moment he does, Simple will become aware. Footsteps now heard. Simple calls for that rotate back, but it's not needed as he holds the line.
It's looking better than both the other maps already. Simple, no time to show up like the third map of the elimination series. Waiting all day. But right now, Falcons are entrusting him with his sole B-side defense. Right now, he's keeping Falcons in it. Three and 0 opening duels as well. Keen to get involved. That's what you expect to see. I mean, when he has his spawns, he's just going to be calling different rounds, right? He's looking towards A right now, so it's an option. Can really go wherever he wants.
Something else to think about here, right? Obviously, as this match concludes, we do have that 4th, 5th decider game going on. Of course, the winner of this influences that indirectly. So it's an odd one because if you're an RV fan and you want them to move straight into the elimination stage, you actually find yourself rooting against Simple here.
Yeah.
Falcons lose. RV slide neatly into that elimination stage.
What if Falcons win?
Well, then it becomes FaZe, I believe, entrusted with that, and Na'Vi dropped down to face Cloud9 in the 4th and 5th decider.
Spicy options.
Slend opening up here. Madden knocked out of the round early, but look at Simple, quick on the go here with that AWP. Always keeping GamerLegion guessing as to where it's next going to appear. It's posted right now on this deep line over at jungle. No one's crept into his crosshair yet. GamerLegion don't jump the gun on this.
AWP fires off, just confirms what they already know. This NWP still waiting at ramp. Simple looks elsewhere for a pick. He realizes GamerLegion are slowing down. What are they waiting for? Who are they waiting for? In fact, it's Flamus, or sorry, Torsen. Up in B, Flamus crossing into the site, and Simple just swings out with another double. Simple looking unchained right now. Looking like his former self. Can he find a third? That's a tag to Slend. Nade is good. Nade is great. Slend is low, and Snappy finishes him. 2-on-2. They have the B site. The bomb is in tow.
Super interesting, though. It's introduced a whole new X factor, something GamerLegion have not had to worry about across this entire series. Question old as time in Counter-Strike, which is how do you beat Simple? How do you contain Simple? 12-6. It's a star-studded game from him thus far. Moving up short side with Snappy, there were many a moment where these two were left standing, and it felt like there was no chance for them back on Nuke, back on Vertigo. But here on Mirage, it is a different story. Simple to cover while Snappy closes the gap. Smoke in on the bomb. ZTR, that might have been the best chance you had to put this one to rest. As Simple deals with Torsen, moves in, knife pulled, he's looking for ZTR. He can't find him, and so the captain of GamerLegion, best Simple in the head-to-head by never giving him a target to shoot at.
Snappy gets completely lost there as well. I don't know what that was. He taps the bomb. ZTR just spams it. Snappy runs with his back turned to the closest player, trying to hunt the backside guy. Simple did all he could, really, with that smoke on the bomb, but unless he's going for the stick, it's not going to happen.
Nice.
Huge round for GamerLegion, considering they run into Simple. He picks up 2 kills on A, and they have a little trick up their sleeve on that late lurkout B. Another attempt. A quick cross for Flammers. Making it all the way into ladder this quick.
Now over here towards ramp. Torsen wins that initial skirmish, dealing with both the Danes. Man back in the spawn side, but look who's on his way to reinforce. Look who's on his way to lend a helping hand. Simple gets here, but it's too little too late. Torsen burnt alive by his teammate. You hope that that gives some way back into the round, as once again it's this Snappy Simple duo.
Okay.
Snappy dead over on short. Simple given the first. This was not something that GamerLegion had to worry about, had to prepare for on those other 2 maps. But Simple has been causing problems. Smoke on the bomb. Jump peek out the connector. He's trying to find this second player, but Volt swings him wide, brings the fight to Simple. For a guy who was struggling with confidence after that second map, taking a 1v1 heads-up fight versus Simple while he's on a tear is certainly one of the moves. And it works out for him.
Very dangerous. If Simple gets that quick kill, he has a smoke on the bomb. He can absolutely win that round. So, away given in for Simple, but Volt denies it with a crucial swing.
Going right. Nice!
Here we go, GamerLegion. We talked about that momentum building on the T side, whether they can just run with it. They're going to. Falcons will meet them there in the middle, sending it with MP9s. Simple's in the smoke. They're everywhere. They're all around. ZTR's jumping around corners. They're getting flustered, overwhelmed at the top of middle, but they don't know about Flammers. They don't know about Flammers. He's crept in behind them, backstab as they try and rotate out. Slen's in hot water. Hot water, he's getting burnt alive on this A site. They've got the bomb, they've got the guns, and they're looking for 5.
Flammers has taken the craziest routing available all the way around his CT, but the problem he's going to have, Simple donning this AWP, picked up from the body of Slend in at ramp. Madden just misses that timing. If Flammers is able to get the drop on Simple, that might be his best route to win this. Gonna go looking, Madden with the spot. Now Simple is aware. Waiting back in Palace. While Flammers made the move to keep them guessing, that quick wrap through CT, Simple has done something just as unexpected. Yeah. The royalty lives up in the Palace. Simple swings out wide and secures that 5-round half for Falcons. A low buy, but they find success. And right now on this 3rd and final map of Mirage, we're looking at Simple to be the difference maker.
It does bring a smile to your face, doesn't it? We waited so long for this. It's not like he came out of the gates absolutely swinging on this roster and blew us all away. We saw glimmers, we saw flickers of the player we knew, but it was still in the sea of red. All these losses that Falcons fielded. And it still could be, Harry. 5-round CT side on Mirage is not exactly suffocating from Simple, but his presence is. Still, despite this, elimination sits 6 rounds away as GamerLegion field an immense T side.
How you so fast, bro? I don't understand. I was checking jungle instead, you know? I don't know.
That's the speed of the Flammers repos, right? How decisive he was on it. Fair enough, Simple.
Thought he came from Palace, or Jungle rather.
Still, you know, that last round, if this ends up being like a really close game, that's one of the rounds that's going to stick out. Because that was like a low econ round for Falcons.
Good round.
GamerLegion feels like a huge missed opportunity to have had like a runaway first half. You're 8-4 up. Even the pistol round doesn't close the gap. That's no longer the case here. Falcons are within touching distance of GamerLegion. If they find success in the pistol, suddenly they can be the team to springboard themselves up into the lead, and then GamerLegion are constantly working against the money for the rest of this half. So it's little moments like that that can sometimes define the entire game.
You just don't know it until later. Can Falcons keep the ball rolling? A very similar pistol to what GamerLegion showed us, taking mid from under. A lurker at A. And I think GamerLegion have already pieced together a good idea of what they're seeing. Despite that, the kill comes in. Simple also follows up. He's found a P250 pick from the top of middle, looking on a ledge to find Flamus. Madden doubles down, 5v2. GamerLegion overwhelmed in this round.
One back from ZTR. Nothing else, and Torsten's been spotted over here in window. Simple's been waiting all series, it feels like, for a chance to get a map, a half that he's truly comfortable on. And this is what it looks like. He goes hunting for every single kill. Pistol round secured. This is that second wind that we were talking about. And so very, very quickly, that lead that GamerLegion had worked hard for, that lead that would have been safe had they closed out versus the MP9s in that final round of the first half, now gets called into question. They are going to get overtaken. Yeah, they're going to get tied up here.
Yeah.
They decide to go for the buy in that next round instead. It's just pistols here.
Yeah, I like that. Bit of respect for Falcons on a second round. GamerLegion just want to let it breathe. Full eco and then buy up at even scoreline. Falcons take their time. Flamus double dink. And Simple backs up. He hears the pistols running his way. Not here to hunt him. They can come to him. Into his den down below. They find an AK-47. So GamerLegion are making something out of this round right now. And a quick repos to B. This is great routing. Dare I say they have a hope in hell. Flamus with 2 kills and an AK looks for the lurker. He's found him. This is a full eco. And it's a 4v2 now. GamerLegion should absolutely go for this.
Planting over towards B.
Oh, it does Dupree.
Dupree should be safe in this. Only the USP to go up against, but a dink landed from Slend. Flamus, the star of the show, with 3 kills to his name. Oh, makes it out through the market, and now it's going to be Dupree. Dupree's been the guy trying to open rounds for Falcons all across Mirage. Now he's going to be the one to close it. The molly.
Oh, it's good, it's good.
Spreads out onto the bomb, and with it, GamerLegion, they can't win this anymore. Can Flamus get the ace, though? Yes, he can. It's maximum damage in a round that falls in favor of the Falcons, but they pay the price. They lose everybody.
Well done to Dupree for holding on there, at least, right? If he dies to Slend, Flamus wins the round with a USP. Dupree barely lives, but barely will cut it in this round. Still, incredible damage. Flamus sets GamerLegion up for a knockout punch in the follow-up round.
Yeah, you did all the legwork in that last round to set yourself up for this moment, to try and break Falcons. You just have to get past them here. Torsten under the balcony gets out with 2. Snappy, good for the trade, but Magis tried to drop in and lend a helping hand. In doing so, he's not looking in the right place. It's a free kill for Flamus. ZTR making moves, but I don't want him to fall here. Snappy gets the spot off. That causes a bit of a conundrum for Snappy. Now he knows that GamerLegion likely to lean strong over towards the A site. Slenzor watches from afar, but an overpeak, an overcommit to that fight from Flamus lets them the space to play in, and now it's Snappy in the clutch. You had Dupree narrowly secure the 1v2 in the round prior. Now it's up to another Dane, the captain, Snappy, to try keep this in check for Falcons. Spots one in the jungle. But comes up short.
Yeah, I think he really thought that ZTR was committing on the ramp flank. Snappy just sits in the open right there. Caught. Yeah?
Just, you know...
confusing.
Yeah.
I think he just thinks he's ramp flanking. But ZTR full reset. He went all the way back round. Snappy's hoping to grab one kill, fall off the box. But yeah. Would like him playing cover 2. Important round for Slend at least. Flamus catches a couple on A, but Slend hits that important cross shot that actually brings CTR back to the bomb site. And this is the damage that Flamus did in round 2. Look at the result of this. Falcons would have a full buy right now if Flamus didn't ace them on an eco. But instead they're on force. They are desperate. They are buying with nothing. And they are going in to an AWP.
Oh, Volt with the aggression. Gives over a gun, gives over the entry. So now Falcons get free reign to spread out across this site. Torsen, smoke spam is good. Bomb plant denied, buys a bit more time. Means that these smokes are going to be fading soon, and so Falcons never get time to get too comfortable here. Are they ready for Dupree? Oh. Yes, they are. ZTR quickly done. That advantage suddenly wrestled back from GamerLegion. Simple's Deagle. Can it be the solution? Magis and him have to combine here, but these have been the heavy hitters. Magis dead, Simple in this all alone. 3 bullets in the Deagle. There is no margin for error if Simple wants to try and clutch up, and that defuse held. Simple never swings, and so GamerLegion do not let the pistols break through.
Oh, Flamus, he has just been an absolute titan on this team. He is winning this CT side on his own. Unbelievable shots off this AK.
He wanted this team to play with more confidence, to get to show their brand, their Counter-Strike. Felt like they'd been scared in the games gone by. But he's setting the example, he's setting the standard in which the rest of them should follow.
If my teammates are afraid, I will come to them and smash that fear from them. Fighting words from Flamus.
It's no wonder for a guy who's willing to say that about his own team, why he's not afraid to lay down the pain on Falcons.
Absolutely doing it right now, individually. GamerLegion playing these post-plant situations very calm as a roster, right? Not jumping the gun. Not making individual moves without someone to trade them. And it's getting scary for the Falcons late into this map. A map that they were competing in from the get-go, winning the first gun round, taking the second pistol, and even converting it, if you can really call it that. This is just a hero AK given to Simple. Because when you look at the kill discrepancy across Falcons, it doesn't feel like as much a team game. It feels like that Simple show a little bit later than Nuke. Those first 2 maps, they were just short films. This one is cinema. But how's the story going to end here?
Oh,
Nice.
Snappy's the Eagle. Good for that opener. ZTR, here's the footsteps, man. They're right here. He's trapped in a box. That smoke gives him a little bit more room to breathe, but not by much. Magisk right there, breathing down his neck. D-Spam connects for Magisk, and he will finish the job. Side player falls. That's going to open up the route to this plant. Oh, wait, the nade knocks them off of it. The nade takes them off. Simple creates a bit of space with the rifle. They know that Volt is back here in the market. Are they ready for Flamus on the flank? This guy has been the hero for GamerLegion, the one who at every turn's been willing to offer up resistance. But he doesn't just want to resist no more. He wants to win. GamerLegion, another one of these low ecom rounds. A hero AK stopped in its tracks on Simple. Flamus with a key double kill on that fast flank, and as has been the case for him ever since getting onto Mirage, so decisive in these moves, so fast, always leaving Falcons looking over their shoulder. Double digits secured for GamerLegion. But these were the easier rounds. These were the ones that Flamus set them up for earlier in the half. Now the rifles make a return for Falcons. Can GamerLegion stack up to the pressure? Slend seems to think so, trading even over in mid.
Yeah, you want to brawl in middle? I wouldn't want to fight GamerLegion right now. Slend is more than happy to oblige. He started this map just as strong as Simple did in the score. And now he's putting an impact on the CT AWP. He's only had 2 kills with it, but they've been consequential. Trading to a 4v4, forcing Falcons into an A contact. Snappy's faking B. No one is even falling for it. Everyone is still here. A couple of nades in the B site is not going to change GamerLegion's setup. They sit in the site, they commit. Torsen, under balcony. They're not going for the clear. Dupree swings wide, Simple as well. He flicks back in time. 2v2, Simple still alive. Anything is possible.
Simple's still alive, but he ain't living at 13 points of health.
That bomb drop.
Very wounded and takes him off the line.
Oh.
From 1 kill in the last map, he has had some swing moments here on this one. Not chart topping, nothing spectacular, but when it really matters, when you need him to nail that shot, he's had their number more often than not here. Volt with a double kill starts to push up on the spawn. Slend's AWP fires off. Volt tries to clash with Snappy and comes in swinging. 3 kills from Volt. And an 11th for GamerLegion.
I absolutely love how you put that, right? It's not been chart-topping performances for Volt, but it has been impactful closing kills when they need him. He shut down that Simple clutch. He does it again now. He stops Snappy in his tracks in a post-plant. GamerLegion sit 2 rounds away from eliminating Falcons. An energetic GamerLegion, an organization looking for their 3rd major appearance in a row. Versus a team with 0 CS2 major appearances from any of these players.
Simultaneously having the most major trophies
of any individual or roster.
And with Simple even topping the charts, 129 ADR, 4-0 in opening duels. Approaching 25 kills deep, and it might not be enough.
Yeah.
It was scary when Simple showed this form. It was something GamerLegion had not had to encounter across this series. And for the 3rd and final map, Simple has showed up in all his might, in all his glory. And not even that might be enough for Falcons. Fast out into the A site again. This time, no openers for GamerLegion. Couple of missed shots from Slen sail past.
A lot of space for Snappy, but they're grouped up in spawn. They're all ready and they're all together. Look at the flank timing.
It's Flamus again. The speed at which this guy has arrived in the back lines of Falcons is insane. And as they get destroyed pushing into the spawn, now it falls to Flamus's wraparound. He could be the guy to seal the deal. And once again, it might be Simple. Left second guessing. How did he get there so fast? GamerLegion match and series point one away from eliminating the Falcons, clipping their wings and sending them out of the RMR 1 and 3.
"16 losses out of 18 matches in a row. Falcons have had nothing to show for this entire season.
Nice!
And this roster might just go out with a whimper in Shanghai. They have not won a round since that full eco that they barely survived. Flamus's impact with the AK has continued, has kept on every single round. Madden's out mid. Falcons get all the way down. Unsuspected, Simple picked, jumping back and snappy trades, but is it enough? Two top performers traded out. And if I'm GamerLegion, I'll take that deal every day. Can Flamus rely on GamerLegion more than Simple can rely on Falcons? That is the question in this 4v4.
ZTR's aggression, the captains clashing, and ZTR putting a stop to this. That trade for Flamus for Simple over in middle tees up GamerLegion, and the rest might just be a formality here. The final round for Falcons at the RMR, and it hinges on that old duo, Dupree and Magisk, to try and save it. Now, Volt went from that disastrous second map, but here on Mirage, we've said every kill that's mattered, every chance for the impact, he has found it, and that round is no exception. GamerLegion knock Falcons out of the RMR. They recover by map 3. They stop an informed Simple, and they battle on. For Falcons, it is the end of the line. A done deal. Over. No CS2 attendances to majors for these 5 players in the Falcons roster.
And maybe the end of the roster in entirety. Those are the rumors, and that's the result. Falcons leave lacking and disappointed.
What an insane map from Flamus and from Slend.
And from Volt.
Volt with some crazy high impact. Flamus always on these super active timings. Always in the back lines of Falcons. Slend able to match up on that AWP. He's had a quiet RMR, but he bought the goods here. And, you know, for two dudes who were 14 years old at the dawn of the Astralis era, 12 years old when Simple first donned the Na'Vi jersey. Born too late to be a part of all that, but born right in time to knock Falcons out of the RMR.
Yeah, it's a young man's game. That's how it's feeling right now in CS2. New beats old, and a team with 10 years less age on average than Falcons shuts them down in map 3. This GamerLegion who came in very cold to this RMR. They lost 2 BO1s on the opening day. We were ready to write them off. And they are just 1 or maybe 2 matches away from the major.
Yeah, and you know, now kind of touched upon like the 2 heavy hitters. I want to home in on Volt's recovery, man. It was so good. Like, on Nuke, he looked terrified. He was in that mode where, like, you're just playing not to die and you're still dying more than anyone else. You're, like, so risk-averse. You don't want to challenge anyone. You're trying to get out of every gunfight you can because you've lost faith that you can win them. But here on Mirage, takes that 1v1 Simple, wins it. In a fight he also really didn't have to take, but just kind of brimming with confidence from nowhere. Then he stands and delivers when they get into the second half, and then he does it again in the final round of the game where he swings out all alone and knocks out Dupree and Magisk. the dynamic duo of Danish Counter-Strike, the guys who have accomplished so much together over the years, and he dismantles them like it's nothing. So in terms of, you know, the recovery, the turnaround, man, Volt has to take the cake there. He was night and day difference between the two, and I know he goes 12-12. It's a 1-0 KD, but that's why we say if you think back to Nuke, if you think back to how that game went, it wouldn't have taken a lot from Volt for it to be drastically different. He was just a shadow of himself in that second map, and so then to go into map number 3 and recover, and not just recover, but have a lot of impact. Oh, it's sick.
Yeah, definitely doesn't feel like a game where numbers tell the full story, right? The eye test comes up king in this final map of the series, and man,
look at him down the stretch. Like in the final bunch of rounds, he went ham. He was like the driving force near the end of the game.
3-2 in those last 4, or last 3 rather. That is crazy impact from Bolt, and man, what a diamond in the rough in Flammer. So I want to give him another shout out.
Yeah.
Because this guy pulled out of the Nemiga roster that we saw eliminated as well today, 1 and 3, and pulled into this GamerLegion team. He's delivered in attitude. He's delivered in comms. He's delivering in the server. Definitely the top performer of this team at the moment. And very excited to see what draw GamerLegion get, how they're going to fare, whether they can go the whole way, because they were down 0-2. They've won 2 BO3s in a row. There's absolutely an argument to be made that this team could go to the major tomorrow.
100% with how they're playing, and like the kind of resilience they're showing, and the fact that they've had to do it in the BO3s, you know, like this isn't like they've etched out some early BO1 wins and now it's all crumbling down around them. Like, you know, you get tested in the biggest of ways when you get put in the BO3s, and so you want to see how these draws are playing out. You want to see how it's looking. Well, take a look at that, Hugo.
Yeah, I wonder if we can get those draws for the final round to see. FaZe Cloud9 is going to be our 4th place decider match. Harry, that's for the elimination stage. That's to see the top 16.
We mentioned this earlier on.
Yes.
So now that Simple gets knocked out, we were saying it's an awkward time for Na'Vi fans as they were having to root against him. Simple's downfall is the rest of Na'Vi's success here. They go straight into that elimination stage.
Yeah.
It's FaZe Cloud9 for the remaining spot.
Incumbent major winners straight into top 16. That's what you'd like to see. And Cloud9 have impressed all tournament long as well. So I think that's going to be a very interesting game to see the rematch FaZe, a team that beat them in the opening round in a BO1 13-8. It was a game Cloud9 were 5-0 up in and crumbled. So I want to see if Cloud9 can do it this time. That could be a spicy game. It's also a bit of a throwback, also with different rosters, to the Paris RMR, where we had FaZe Cloud9 clash for 1 to the major, 1 to go home. And that was a banging game that had a lot of story behind it. So that'll be our next game, our last game. That'll be over on the other stream. So make sure to go check that out. We're wrapping up here for the day, and we'll be back tomorrow with 4 more BO3s to finish this final day of the EU RMR Group A. And then we have B next week. We're just loving Counter-Strike right now. We got so much. We'll see you later. Head over to FaZe Cloud9.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?